think they're both priority.
Ooh,
So they are looking to collapse into the jungle. Huh? Now it's Harley's turn. Zyda's turn to play the Harley.
Okay, this I like.
Yeah.
I can get
You
behind
like
this.
Langsung
It's
saja
better than
bangku.
Nolan, and even the Suyo, I would be skittish to play.
Let us know what you guys think out there, super fans. If you want to win 1,000 diamonds, predict the match winner correctly. Scan the QR on the screen right now to know more. There's your chance to get some diamonds. Let us know in the chat as well who you guys think is going to win this game one. That Harley pick there at the end, man. And what was the swap there? Did we see who got the... Where's Severo going? Is he on the Sora? Is it going to be gold lane
We'll
Sora?
confirm it in the
Sora
screen.
gold
It
lane, yeah?
is
Oh, it is.
Severo gold lane Sora.
Whoa,
Rome
Brusco Cho.
Yuhu,
EXP,
welcome, welcome.
Hylos.
Yeah.
They dead lane the Hylos Phovius. Oh.
It's been a long while.
Thank you yang
Yeah.
udah like-nya
We've seen
abangku.
Hylos get thrown into a dead lane like that.
Yeah, and it's a revitalized dead lane Hylos too. Interesting.
You're not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Let the map unfold.
Yeah. So I thought that we'd actually end up getting two very proactive side lanes so that Onic can just fast clear, win lane, collapse in the center. Except Onic now decided to focus on completely taking 3 more out of the equation, maybe. But now Zyda is in trouble.
Oh no! Shaknu in deep.
Brusco was trying to delay Zyda and potentially get a kill there, but he ends up dying.
So that's how you answer it. You kind of freeze the Cho on its way in.
Yeah. All right. Oh, okay.
Oke,
That's
aman aja.
That's one thing I was wondering,
Yeah.
was how would the Cho fare against a Marcel?
Yeah.
Like any close range hero, bad.
Bad.
I think it is. It's looking like it is just going to be easy. But right now, Brusco is still continuing the pressure onto the jungle of Zyda. Getting vision, but not going to be aggressive now, knowing that he already gave up 1 kill. Severo, we're going to see a gold lane fighter. We didn't see him in a fighter last week. See how he's going to
Aman
fare
aja,
against
brother.
Benny QT. Still, I like that. Despite us not being a fan of the slower, more farm-based gold laner for Benny QT, at least now, with a Harley in the jungle, you have a good bridge for it. Harley's damage will be there as long as it doesn't suffer any crazy early game losses. You'll be able to bridge in for the Claude for the late game very easily.
I think that's the key. If you have a dead lane and a weak lane, there has to be some action on the map.
Yeah.
Which is your jungler in this case.
Yeah.
You know, and even in both cases, the Leo Morn, we've seen a whole lot of Leo Morn picked up. This is one of those things, though, for Onic specifically, especially because of just the early first blood, that they might choose to decide to go a different route on this turtle unless they actually get an advantage in terms of space. King Kong's level 4, he's going to go ahead and start with the turtle. Super Prince is there as well, has the traction pulse available, but Brusco...
All right, in goes Brusco once more. Gonna get popped here by the deadly magics. That is the Phantom Steed helping King Kong secure. Odd positioning for Stome. I think he was late maybe 2 seconds to get that ult, so that TNC could not say full on, full send, let's go. So going. Riota gets frozen, but not enough damage between the Phovius and the Marcel, at least this early on.
Yeah, it seems like it is confirmed. Difficult for Cho to get into a good spot to mess up the backline with the Marcel floating around. Effective healing tool. But also one of the reasons why TNC Pro Team couldn't go for the full commit is because 3mar didn't hit level 4 yet. Ryota hit level 4 first and was in a better position to cut off TNC with a glorious pathway, so they decided to play for the slower, trying to see if they can take the turtle away. Just did not go well for them. They did get a kill though, but they did not get the turtle.
Yeah, so it's still nonetheless across the map. It's pretty much even in terms of the way things panned out, but now this is where we get to take a look at not only the Infinix hand cam here, the GT series that we have the official gaming phone of the MPL Philippines Season 17, but also exactly how this is going to play out now that Brusco has that Way of the Dragon, which is the cornerstone of having this Cho aside from the G-Kondo that he's able to go ahead and utilize. But that might be a little more difficult. That's why I want to see this unfold with a Marcel across from him.
Oh, they find Ryota, force him to pop that revitalize. Zyda has already used it. The kick.
Zyda, lo dukung apa di MPL Malaysia King? Oh, langsung saja bang. BTRM beserta Kitora bang. AC Esports juga. Pokoknya yang ada Indonya dah gue dukung semua itu.
Welcome back, Stome. And also, just as I said, how difficult would it be to actually connect a kick into a kill with a Marcel across from you?
So picking Cho with the Marcel around, not good.
You were saying?
There
He
it is.
gets kicked. Benny has no purify. And he does not have a blade to do it. But
Benny.
he walks out of there. He survives. He
Andra
just
aja, bro.
runs.
They're active, they're going around the map. TNC have handled the past 2 sequences well. One of the reasons why they had advantage in the mid also was because Ryota was spotted out with a great rotation blocked by Zyda and 3mar in left bush mid.
All right, Turtle's up. Second win of the game. Onic trying to get control of it. No kick just yet for Brusco, so I'm not sure they can actually really contest this.
Benny has 5 seconds off his purify.
Okay, now he's got the kick. Benny's got the purify. Nearly there. They're going to fight for this turn.
Brusco's very low. Gets taken out by 3mar. Turtle secured by Zyda. And a massive torrent here by Ryota. Able to disrupt TNC's forward momentum. Chaknu Gold now walks on out of here. In comes Benny. Blazing duet. But he gets disrupted. As he PMI gone out of there. Chaknu looking for some stuns. Zyda, right click. Takes down Savero.
The back and forth, bobbing and weaving TNC. We thought TNC needed to watch out for the Harley pick of Onic, but it turns out it's Onic that needed to watch out for the Harley pick of Zyda and TNC.
Zyda said, hold
Bagus
my
RRQ
hand.
dan
They'll
AC
make
Sport
it work,
kelas.
man. The Harley again, one of those picks that popped up back in, what, M7 for one of the first times. And now it seems
pokoknya yang ada
to be
Indonya
a
gue dukung, Bang.
mainstay in the current meta right now until teams really figure out how to deal with this Harley pick. But it's not only that, it's the way the team composition works together. You're seeing it from down to the skirmishes, down to the major fights around the objectives. And Chaknu himself has actually been able to go ahead and find something that works really well on this Marcel. And that's something that Onic is going to have to struggle with for a little bit longer because this lineup just doesn't really give him that opportunity to fight face-to-face just yet.
Force the torrent out of Ryota there. Rather, Savero, the lightning form.
Savero.
Okay, great move from Onic. Again, they freeze the map for long enough for that duo push up top.
Yeah. So now they're going to be playing through their actual carry now for the mid to the late game. It's going to be Super Friends. But is he still going to be building Skypiercer considering that they didn't have the early game that they want? Probably not. So it's going to be a mix of playing through... Well, okay. Yeah, it's unfair to say Super Friends is just a carry. Wait,
Chaknu looking for the right freeze. No, the picture, the moment's not right.
Yeah.
He does not force the engage. Benny Cutie looking for an angle. Turtle in 5.
Snapping a shot there. Oh, no.
Ryota here. Throws it once more. Forces a revitalize. Now, Chaknu is a nuisance.
Like I said, man, I said this last week. Marcel is literally a mosquito to the opposing team. And even if you do that, you just bob and weave through there. He's running the quantum charge. He's got the speed. And if you get a revitalize down or a battle spell, that's great. They're going to fight for this turtle.
First pathway, dropped in by Ryota. They freeze the turtle. They freeze the entry point. Golden hour done. King Kong calls in Barbiel. Ryota barely alive. In comes 3mar.
King Kong.
RWM keeps him down. Ryota's fallen. Sawa Savero. And King Kong falls. Benny gets a double and they're not done. They're chasing Brusco. Chaknu frees them. Damage from Zyda. A hat in time. He survives with some shields. Onic saving face, but TNC pushing mid.
Fancy footwork from Brusco to stay alive, but TNC is in control.
Yeah, so one of the key plays that I saw there was actually a dodge from Benny Cutie. Savero decided to go straight for the Claude, but Benny Cutie just went over the wall with a BMI. Savero went for the shifting clouds, but landed onto no one. Well, specifically, it landed on the Golem Green camp. But not on any of the heroes of TNC. With that massive dodge in the backline now going to be safe, TNC easily fought that. Although King Kong did get that turtle, it was still a massive loss in the end for Onic.
Oh! Benny Cutie catches a face full.
Esports itu dari Cina ya?
Time to breathe here. The map belongs to TNC clearly, but where
Esports
does Onic find a way in? Because
dari mana ya, Bang
it
ya?
looks like their only real surprise
Katanya iya sih, Bang.
comes from Prince jumping him. I think TNC have read out Brusco at this point.
Yeah. Read out Brusco. They deal with Ryota. This is why the Hylos pick in the XP lane was a little weird, the way that it ended up in that position, because all you're seeing TNC do is, okay, find Ryota. He's very slow unless we pop the Glorious Pathway or the Revitalize. Either way, we're winning by getting those out from Ryota.
Man, Marcel is a nuisance.
Yeah.
Even when Brusco tries wants to get a little combo on him, maybe Jeet can go see if he can get a kickoff. Nah, you're just gonna get frozen in time. Quick little picture.
Oh,
Goes through all of them.
That's 4 members confirming where they are. That's old school vision right there.
Yeah, trigger discipline. If this was last week's TNC, they would have full committed that right away. but instead they just read the situation. They found the vision and they decided to back off, knowing that the Lord is coming up.
This almost has to be.
Aman aja, bro.
I'm wondering how Chaknu feels about this. You know, since he's such a legendary roamer, playing Marcel in this way, essentially being able to provide free vision without too much of a worry to die, instead of needing to jump into a bush or make something happen that way. He's able to go ahead and maneuver around the opposing team this way. It gives them such an advantage, and now that this Lord is up, despite it all, Onic is actually in a position to want to contest and fight.
Interesting moves by Chaknu. Up and just flushes out all the bushes, even those top bushes, just in case for someone from Onic got in.
Onic can only watch.
At half health, they freeze Savera, they take him down. Golden hour, stopping the entry through there. Ryota gets caught even in his glorious pathway. 2 free kills for TNC, and they're not done. RWM stopping Fritz getting away. Zaida space escape in through, dealing damage. In comes the dangerous 3-mark. King Kong looking to clean up, but not going to be enough. He's about to fall as well. Stone finds one, and it might be a wipeout. Flickers out all this while. Benny was taking care of Lord.
Take a good look, because this is the last time you're going to see Marcel this series.
I gotta say, this is one of the best synergies we've seen from TNC in a while. They are alley-ooping each other, and Chaknu earlier on, even with the golden hour, even though it didn't hit anyone, it zoned out the members from the team to focus on a kill, and that's just how strong it's working for them.
Yeah, and because where Chaknu got vision, he found Brusco, meaning left push mid was held by Savero. He was in the right place, but because of them getting forced back, I believe it was Brusco and Super Friends forced back by the Marcel alone, that meant Savero would be an easy target for TNC to take down. So it's the effect of picking the Cho right after seeing the Marcel that's just working out very well for TNC and very badly for Onic.
Oh, this is so tough. Golden hour used. They just want to get that tier 2. They get it down. He picks up a flask of the Oasis, so he's already even more annoying now with the shields. Look at the shields.
Look at that perilous cross he made right through tier 3 in mid.
Hey man, you want the picture is bad enough. You're going to do that. Right now, Lord charging up bottom base turret.
King Kong again. Runs right through even King Kong.
I think he's getting MVP, guys.
Oh, that's it. He's in the base. Lord has crashed on through. These tracking shots by Chaknu are getting it so much easier. King Kong, and he lives. No, even underneath the fountain. He gets popped by the deadly magics. TNC are looking to finish here. Lord is still taken down. The Phoenix Army have to slow it down.
You're going to have to do it somehow. Wave in mid, taking down this last base turret. And without King Kong, can Onic Philippines defend this?
Oh, Chaknu finds Ryota, frees him right before he drops the glorious pathway, but that's going to take care of the inhibitor anyways. TNC, they're looking at a bare base. Chaknu looking for more. Chaknu gets away. Chaknu very low. Golden hour underneath it. He freezes all the damage. Comes in, not enough. Gets taken down by Zaida. Chaknu goes in front, and there's the base. There's the minions. TNC.
Gila, TNC ngeri juga guys ya.
Chaknu on the Marcel telling Onic,
terlalu OP guys.
Wanted to take pictures with you. Everybody wanted to take pictures with me.
Ngeri guys ya.
At the last moment, no, just in this matchup alone, Onic was trying to deny an ult for the Valentina.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, no, but we need some action in the early.
Yeah. They needed that burst. They needed the control. And this is one of the craziest lineup ratings I've ever seen.
9.4?
Aman aja, bro.
Insane.
I know we take some of these with a grain of salt here, but man, I don't think I've ever seen, 9.4.
I am taking this with an entire tub of salt.
Take it with a grip.
A brick?
A grip.
A grip.
If you were Andre the Giant.
Yeah. That's a lot of salt. That's more than a grain.
Oh, and it's a revitalized box.
Aman aja, bro ya.
Oh, really old school.
So he's playing in the paint.
Yeah. In your face, the revitalize extends the team fights. You sort of soft negate the damage of the heal the burst because you'll just heal back through it. Let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. We jump into game here. Game 2. Will TNC sweep Onic Philippines with this draft? Again, you guys can let us know in the comments below. This one's going to be interesting, though, too, just because of the way that TNC is approaching this. I mean, essentially, Chaknu still able to do somewhat what he did on a Marcel in a sense of vision, and this time he's not able to kind of freeze people in a golden hour, but he's still a threat, even with a revitalize now on the Spaksha to help heal things up. And then Stome, off of the performance he had in game 1, we'll see if he can replicate that here in game 2.
Yeah, so it's an assassin emblem set for King Kong, not the MP the King marksman emblem for the SEUMUR that we've been seeing.
Oh, 3 more in Chaknu. Dog pile on Ryota. Ryota wants to push him back. He'll be fine.
I call Super
Gue malas mendung BTRM Wai. Kenapa
if they can just
tuh?
delay this take on this EXP crab. Well, they're going to be fighting for this crab hard.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Beside is here. Yeah.
Base escape.
He got it.
Yeah, short delay on the farming pattern, but he's fine.
Yeah. Gets a retreat away. King Kong is level 4, full clear up top. Now down to Lizard. Seems like we're going to be seeing a 4v4 for this turtle. If Benny QT can get close to level 4, maybe right after this wave, he might join in the fight. Oh, Brusco takes a lot of damage.
Yep, thrown out the deadly magics. Fortunately, he will have recovered enough to still be an impact player for this first turtle.
Yeah, did he flicker for that, or did he just run? I'm trying to wait to...
Yeah, let's see.
I think I remember hearing a flicker sound.
Yeah, sounded like he did, but even without...
He
did.
Yep.
Even without that, he's still going to be okay for this first turtle, depending on how he approaches it. Because he could just get deadly magicked again and not having a flicker. He's going to have to rely on running.
Full zone out as TNC
King Kong.
secure this
Free
turtle.
bang.
Onic, a delayed response. I mean, King Kong still pressed the Phantom Steed, but there was no action to be had there. Oh, Brusco! Another one gets hit by the deadly magic. This time, Zyder draws first blood.
As I said, he's had a threat of getting deadly magic again.
Yeah, kind of perplexing to me as to why Brusco still decided to move forward. You already saw where they were going.
And no flicker.
Yeah, no
Tiba-tiba
flicker.
di PHP
Bro, you
BTR
have
ya, Bang, ya?
enough information of where they are. You just ended up giving a kill to the Harley.
Yeah. Bit of an unnecessary death there from Brusco,
For sure.
but one of those things too. Again, with Zyda getting an early kill, now you have objective
1v1. Ryota versus 3 more. 3 more flickers in through lightning form.
Mahal,
The
guys.
dangerous 3 more hits it.
Yeah, 3 more has some words also for Ryota. I think after what happened last week, 3 more is looking for vindication.
Yeah, 3 more, one of those XP laners. You see him get a hero like this, he's gonna make plays.
Dude, I can't believe people in my comment section are saying, I don't feel 3 more. I don't feel 3 more.
You feel him now?
You feel him now?
Again, he's one of those players where if it's a 1v1 in the XP lane and he knows he can take it, he'll take it.
Yeah.
Sometimes even if he doesn't know he'll take it, he still might try to get it.
To be fair to your viewers, last week he did get kind of soft diffed by LVJ.
Yes. Oh!
Buset.
The Mamba jumps on a
There he
3,
is.
misses him, finds Brusco, gets taken down, Benny scores.
16, buset.
Oh no, King Kong got cold feet! He did not push forward!
He didn't. I don't know if it was because the Revitalize was popped and he didn't think he could capitalize on the kill.
Okay, was that discipline, or was it more of just like maybe not this time? Not yet.
No, not yet. It's exactly what Icy said, with the Revitalize popped off, and if they were at around 10% health, he might have decided to go for it, but the initial burst of the Revitalize already brought them closer to the 20 threshold and even higher. That would continue ticking. King Kong would have been really greedy trying to get that kill. Still though, that's a warning shot for TNC. That
Oh! They
Buset.
find 3 more, they pop him!
Ada dengan RRQ ketua, apakah kekurangan super?
I think Onic.
Jawabannya aja di jam 3 nanti, Bang. Tunggu aja ya. Ini sumpah gua seneng banget cok reaksinya tuh,
The
sumpah.
Mamba jumps on the Brusco, has no puissance, throws in on Barbiel, and the Mamba is taken out just like that. Oh, last second puissance. In comes Benny, gets that critical on the Brusco and King Kong. Where's the damage? A
Buset.
stolen Phantom Steve forces the flicker out of Brusco. Ryota is gonna get popped here. One more hit. He's still alive, relentless. But still gets popped just like that as Zyda secures the second turtle. 3 more once more. Prince flickers, or rather flies under tier 1 in mid.
We have a Harley problem in the league, folks. This Harley pick is
unsupervised.
Kalau gak dukung tim Eclipse Gaming lah, gak dukung semuanya lah, Bang. Sesimpel itu, Bang.
Definitely still have the damage. Again, a few warning shots here and there. But it also ended up becoming to the detriment of Brusco and King Kong. The initial curtain call actually was just supposed to latch onto Brusco, but then King Kong ran way too close to him, or maybe Brusco ran way too close to King Kong, that it ended up latching to both of them, setting up those kills and setting up those members of Onic getting brought down low.
I think one of the biggest things we have to watch out for here is if Onic can actually get online with Severo. He is farming up. He got that tier 1 up top down. Now he's staying on that bottom side. Potentially going to push this one down too. So TNC will lose some map space to work with because Severo's just knocking these down as he gets it. But also, I'm wondering what the impact will be with the Obsidia once the team fights start to break out, as the third turtle is up here shortly.
Yeah, exactly. Severo had hella space to farm up. So TNC are winning the center, but they haven't really done anything yet to completely disrupt the gold lane. And now Onic and Severo are still going for it. Nah, okay, they decided to safely back off. There is still the damage reduction buff on the turret.
Yep, there's a few, like, what is that, a minute more?
Yeah, roughly.
Yep, 7 minutes, give or take. 30 seconds until the last turtle comes up. Onic
semua ikut aja, itu dia loh bang. Lebih santai, lebih nikmat, lebih adem gitu ya.
In terms of the mid lane damage, it's not a huge gap, so TNC still cannot get comfortable. Once it goes into a full 5v5 fight, they have to mark Severo properly, or they're going to regret giving all the space to the Obsidia.
And maybe that's where the curtain call could come in handy here from Benny Cutie, just to kind of help. Also, you still have the Terrify, and of course, Dreamar on the
lo parah gak lah.
Checks that brush, finds 2 in there.
Gue dari awal udah bilang bang, gue dukung semua tim Malay yang ada Indonya. Sesimpel itu bang. Tarik aman aja gak sih?
with a slight pull.
Yeah, with how Onic are positioning, this is going to be an easy setup for 3mar if ever he can find an angle.
So they do.
Rolls out, spots Ryota, spots Brusco. King Kong in the Y brush. King Kong waiting for it. Turtle secured here. Oh! Dreamar with an amazing torrent finds King Kong. Benny gets killed. And they jump onto the 3. Ryota in Produk pursuit, pushing back the rest of TNC. Pays with his life.
Oh no, Severo trying to run too and disengage. They're going to lose this buff here.
Oh no, they push forth. TNT are committing Grand Theft Purple.
Just as I said it, Onic were positioning way too close. I understand they want to protect Super Prince and Severo, but when all of you collapse that close to each other and you don't watch your spacing, that makes it easy for the Sora to set up over and over again. And 3mar was just, thank you, I will take this, and he got that big 3-man setup.
Man, again, I'm left wondering what happened here.
The big 3mar setup?
The big 3mar setup.
Big 3mar setup.
With that torrent, man. It was just placed perfectly. And then you see this, like Severo's just, he doesn't have much space to work with here. And he's trying to get space, but they just get collapsed on. And that's, this is what I was saying is,
coach ID. Bacanya dulu aja lo ikut-ikutan.
Right now,
yeah,
it's definitely struggling. They might have to look for something themselves.
Yeah, I have to praise CNC for, instead of going for the obvious
siapa ya guys ya yang ikut-ikutan? Iya, gak jadi guys.
With a revitalize.
Onic berikat berapa bang? Walah 6 bang. Onic yang mana dulu nih? Pertanyaan lu ada 2 bang harusnya bang. Onic Indo atau Onic PH?
And then that forces the formation of TNC back. Onic with an Obsidia.
Oh, Onic PH. Onic PH peringkat 6 bang. Berbeda tipis dengan.
He is the front.
Terus ada yang paling gak respect.
And he's got, I believe, the Chastised Pauldron. And so that helps deal with the Obsidia a bit. There's a Divine Glaive now for Stome. Zyda, I believe, just recently picked up the Lightning Trunchet. So, like, these items, these key items are falling into place for TNC. That power spike definitely getting there. The Flying Cloud journey from Ryota. Oh, Brusco.
Brusco gets jumped into by Chaknu and dogpiled by TNC. Another free pickup for the Phoenix Army.
And Brusco just can't play in this game either.
Reviews match bro, yo ay. Karena kan kemarin gue belum live stream bang, jadi agak tanggungan ini sama PH ini bang. Udah terlanjur tanda tangan kontrak bang.
Everything has gone their way. They've ticked their conditions.
Udah terlanjur banget.
Onic doesn't have the front line
to hold
yang
terbaik
their Obsidia, which is why
sisa ini doang guys. Besok balik lagi.
Blue one. Before that, here's a play.
Oh, Chaknu catches Ryota. A stolen feathered airstrike pushes the rest of Onic back, denying them from tasting the orange. TNC are taking control.
Onic get trained.
Severo will push down bot to flow that minion wave a bit. And as I was saying, so there is in recent trends, if there's a Sora on the other side, if your EXP laner is comfortable with it, you can find Arlots who outplay Soras and actually control the Sora and the opposing team really well during Turtle 1 once the Arlot has the final slash. But the thing is, you couldn't have played Arlot if you were Onic because, again, the brilliance of the Valentina Blue 1 pick.
And that's why teams need to either just ban it out at some point or consider what they really want to trade out here, because Onic has struggled against the Harley, the threat of Harley, and now that you've got a Holy Crystal, you're looking at the Genius One, like he's locked in. Zyda, oh, they're going to start things up again.
Almost single-handedly forcing responses. A torrent from Trimar threatens Brusco once more. King Kong already a Phantom Steed early on in that fight. Super Prince wailing away, down goes Storm, and another kill for Severo, 2 for him. Brusco falls. Zyda trading blows with his Obsidia. Rihanna jumps in. Severo with a shutdown. A triple kill for the savior as Benny Curie falls back. Severo wants one more. Can he get it? The Maniac on his Indonesian Wonderkind.
It's locked in. Welcome home, Stone, but Severo with turn to bone.
Oh man, I was asking when does this Obsidia show up, and it just showed up at the right hour into this game, the right minute. Coming in with a Maniac here, and you wondered, what was he doing farming up all game? Well, there you go. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Locked in, dude. Perfectly onto Storm also. And then it was actually Ryota who ended up capping that off also with a knock-up with a Dark Wave on him. So that was a great link-up between Ryota and Severo.
Oh man, you see that there too. Even
I can only
Zyda.
imagine the target acquisition. Like, where's the call for Severo? How do they know which one they're fighting now?
Menurun ya bang ya.
Oh man, that is a massive turnaround.
They got blowed up.
They got blowed up.
It's funny because like for Severo the problem is, man, where's my front line? I don't get enough of front line. I am the front line now, says Severo.
Is he not the pressure?
He is the pressure.
He is the pressure. He's the pressure in this game.
But
The
he's also the
pressure.
front line.
Yeah.
He's taken down all these turrets as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So Severo's putting in work, picked up the Maleficon, now working on his Rose Gold. Chaknu jumping in.
Okay, finds Severo.
Oh,
Not
he
much of a
knows.
response just yet. In comes the rest of TNC. Chaknu still alive, power to revitalize. Three more goes to hunting. Then there's like the answer by Prince. Severo falls. Then he finds Brusco. 3 more straight out for Super Prince. Finally gets another kill. Puisang the play. Chaknu softened him
Aman
up.
aja, bro.
Down goes Ryota. Down goes Prince, done by Zyda. And Benny gets a Maniac. It's a wipeout. The Storm meet the Storm.
Mamba mentality setting up the team. He knew he was there, and they got the wipeout.
They're in the base. They've got minions.
Wah gila 2-0 bang.
TNC find their first win in season 17, sweeping Onic Philippines.
I see your man.
GG guys ya.
I'll take mine, says Benny Cutie.
What a sudden turn of events to end this game.
So there's a whole lot here that can take. There it is. Sora's picked in.
Let's go, brother.
Okay. So they go ahead and still play the Sora into the Valentina. Again, not impossible, but then now that also makes Team Liquid Philippines be a little bit more careful with their engagements. Hey, do you want 1,000 MLBB diamonds?
You can get a chance to do that right now, Superfans. You can scan that QR right there. Let us know. Predict the match winner correctly, and then you get a chance to get 1,000 diamonds. You'll have plenty of chances today, as again, this is a triple header. Super Fam Sunday. Saturday. It's Saturday. Super family
okay,
Saturday.
I get it.
You know what I mean?
I also want to feel like it's a super fan Saturday, but the way we just started off with the Clash of Titans makes it feel very grand finals-ish.
What a way to start the day, you know, for this one. Take a look at the lineups here. This is what we've got for our game one, this best of 3. Team Falcons versus TLPH. You guys can let us know what you think in the comments too. Who's got this one? Who's got the better draft? I have to say that on both sides, I think depending on that early game goes, we've seen it with Valentina where they're able to secure themselves in early game and make things happen. We'll see if that happens for Team Falcons here or TLPH takes this one quickly.
Yeah, we're looking at the Rome mid-trio trades early on. If anyone's going to be forced to use a flicker, a battle spell, very early, forced to go back, losing minion waves and levels for themselves. Or, add to that also, again, who gets to flank EXP lane first?
Okay.
There you go.
This is what I'm talking about, man. And it's funny because they're the typical combo, the Valentina Khalid, are across from each other, but they do poke each other quite down. But at least for the Khalid for JP, you can go ahead and just kind of heal yourself back up. He's going to go ahead and secure this side of the jungle too for KarlTzy as Ogwen's trying to get that information over here.
Yeah, good man marking onto Karl. So Falcons have the laning red right now. Teddy going up against his signature pick and handling the laning also for Super Marco.
Yeah, that was the Purify.
Yeah.
Already forced out.
By the way, Kyle didn't go straight for his orange. What he did was a purple route, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. They were the ones that got litho. Then he went into the jungle of TLPH, got a green camp, did not get the gold crab, and now is going to get a late orange buff.
And that's just because he had the information he needed from that Ogwen provided on this hill right here. So decides to go that route, sets himself up to go ahead and get a good early rotation. We'll see if they actually try to make a play before the turtle comes up, but with these kind of lineups, I'm not sure if that's going to be something they want to do here. Takes a visit in the mid lane, but they just ultimately want to set up for the objective.
Yeah. Okay, there's just so much mobility for both of these mid duos going up against each other. But they're both setting up for this first turtle.
Betul long itu coach tim Cina ya.
Sanford not yet. He just
iya bang, dulu satu tim sama ini kan.
Sanji,
sama Sasa.
There's multiple members waiting for him there.
Yeah, Haji took his feathered airstrike too, so the fight for the first turtle.
Okay, JP, they're trying to take him down already. That's the energy eruption already committed. JP falls first. Sanford trying to look for Haji. The flicker's forced out, but Sanford uses his flicker just the same. The feathered airstrike is canceled, but the turtle goes
lagi komentatorin ayangnya guys.
Still chasing after Sanji.
Buset.
Oh, even with the, I mean, they secured the turtle. They're still going to be fighting it out in the jungle, though.
Yep, JP going back. KarlTzy, though, gets caught. It's a double flap. Takes him down, and JP's next.
That's a hot start for the Falcons. They get the turtle. They're going to get the orange buff. Despite the great impact of Sanford on that Sora, canceling out the feathered airstrike really quickly. Sanji with his own FAS.
Okay, that's another cancel. Fortunately, got the orange buff, though.
Okay, he got it. At least Sanji got it.
At least Sanji got it.
I gotta say too, going back to that fight, great job by Sanford to stick on Haji to kind of lock him down, but they lost that fight, man. Even with that, Team Falcons just showcasing that, you know, they've been around these turtle dances, these lord dances so many times, especially with this kind of lineup, that they know that target acquisition they have to go for and ultimately get the upper hand. Now with this, it's a 1,000+ lead for them, but they're going to continue to press on the wound.
Okay.
JP.
It's a back shield unit to JP. They're going to use the quick sand guard. They're just pushing forward every single time.
Yeah, let's see who's going to get this purple buff. Both junglers have their retributions. KarlTzy puts it in the bush.
Oh, Ogwen doing such a great job here. Still, Karl gets to secure his purple buff.
So we saw from the earlier trade the difference of the impacts between the Sora and the Phoveus. Because of the damage profile, let's look at Team Liquid Philippines. They don't necessarily have something that will mess up this Phoveus early on, because we know how Phoveus excels with longer team fights, how long he can drag a team fight out, jump in on you, the spell vamp that he'll be able to get as well, the damage that he's constantly dealing, that you're not really going to feel damage onto Flap's Phoveus up until Teddy Cutie joins in the fight. So Liquid is going to be now looking to slow things down a little bit, try to stop Falcons from getting into a massive 5k, 6k gold lead, and then once Teddy Cutie starts joining it, they can be a little bit more comfortable trying to take the EXP laner down.
Aman aja bro.
He's starting things up all by himself. Raging Sandstorm though, and there goes the ultimate coming in from Sanford as well. They finally find the kill on Ogwen, but can they still last? That's Haji, Flap, and Kyle already working with Karl. Somehow still gets to survive, but not for long. Sanji now joining in. There's another
JP.
JP might just get away with it. Flap says no.
5-0-1 for Flap right now, and he just goes and slams down on TLPH.
That's what I'm talking about. And he first built the Dreadnought armor as his item, meaning that even the damage being dealt to him by the Sora has decreased, the damage being dealt to him by JP and KarlTzy has decreased. So yeah, this is the unfortunate reality of the Team Liquid Philippines lineup early on. Again, you're just waiting, you're looking at Team Liquid for Steady Teddy to come online.
Yeah, this is why we put so much emphasis on the EXP lane matchup in the keys to victory yet again, or probably almost every single time these two teams go up against each other. Well, let's see how this goes. The turtle already below half HP. JP using the quick sand guard. Ogwen also from behind. Sanji using the feathered airstrike from far away. Flap there's just no one able to deal with this guy.
This is just a fun time for Ophovius at this point. Turtle secured now for Team Falcons, and there is not an answer for Flap currently, as he just has free reign on whoever he decides to go on.
First big box shot too, working really well for Falcons. Kyle has not gone down yet. The value of the Tortoise's Puissance, very good. No build on any dominant side, but they did get going on priority for Haji, so you still get the stacking of the healing reduction.
Okay, a little 1v1 here. Heaven's Wrath used by Sanford.
Oh,
3-man rotation down bottom though. Teddy, at least he gets to keep himself safe, but they lose that turret.
Yeah, well-timed rotation by Falcons to finally get Super Marco out of lane at the same time. Well-timed defense by Liquid to make sure that Teddy will not get taken out by a surprise gank by Falcons. So again, still very even. Both teams clearly understand their own conditions. They're just playing for it. Still a very close game. There's a chance Liquid can turn this around, but you do really
siapa
need
ayahnya
Teddy
lah?
involved.
Bro, ketinggalan berita, bro.
How will it go when Super Marco is involved? Will you actually have enough to deal with both the Claude and the Phobius on the side of Falcons?
Take a look right now. Both gold laners are basically having the time of their life, farming up. You know, they haven't had to be in too much of this just because the rest of the members on both sides are doing everything they need to do. So that is a great question to see just exactly how it's going to change once you lead into that first big objective. Once this either turtle is taken again by Team Falcons, then we get to the Lord, because by that time, definitely both gold laners will have that trinity of items they're looking for and be a big part of winning the team fight for the team here.
Yeah, speaking of trinity, Super Marco decided to go for the Claude path of building the Swift Crossbow, not full building that into Corrosion Scythe, but then going DHS right after that, because now that he's out of the lane and he has DHS and the Swift Crossbow, it's a soft, almost there trinity that he also actually has the lifesteal to be able to sustain himself during the fights. That's why they get Falcons, they get Marco out of lane, make him join up so that he'll be more difficult to take down.
Okay, so this third turtle of the game is up. We'll see if they get control of it or not, but they're going to actually force Sanford quite low. Oh, Ogwin!
Okay, now speaking of Teddy joining, they actually find Ogwin there. Bracer's Wrath already used. Flap though, still. Somehow, look at the damage already coming in from Sanji. Forces out the flicker. And now Sanford going in. There's a taunt onto Kyle. But they have one member down.
Ogwin's taken out, but you still have two very strong frontliners for Falcons. They overloaded their front line to set things up now for Super Marco. And it's also a tanky front line that can win the early to mid. But as we see, TLPH have got Teddy involved. They're trading out towers and the sides. Teddy was able to get a kill on the board. It's very even, very Titans. It's just going to blow up into one big fight.
Yeah, and that's going to happen around this Lord here. So as they fight for control, we'll see exactly how they manage Super Marco at the same time, because he's just sitting down on this bottom side. Sanford will push him off. But still, it's TLPH knowing that it's kind of great if they can get a pick off. If not, they go full on fight Team Falcons, but so far it's maintaining distance from Flap. Now, Flap doesn't have his flicker, which they might even wait for and just try to delay the Lord take till all this is available for them. But that's one thing to take note of too. Even that small lead that Team Falcons has right now, if Flap goes down and he gets shut down and let's say it goes to Teddy, that's a whole lot of gold.
Oh, that's massive. Wings by Wings canceled by Kyle and his entry. Now that's a crucial pick-off.
Mpl kapan bang? Siapa gue gak tahu lah. Serius gak tahu bang. Mpl kapan bang? Jumat bang.
Okay, they might want to try, but Kyle has his back shield unity once again. Ulti already committed by Teddy here, but Carl TZ gets isolated all alone, gets picked off by Super Marco. JP looking like the next target. So Sanford and Teddy have no choice but to run away.
That was such a good decision from Team Falcons. They knew they had a numbers advantage, but then Kyle's like, well, I'm a box ya. I'm just going to take a trip around to the back line. Finds Carl TZ right there, and then they go ahead and get themselves a kill, plus a secure on the Lord.
Falcons really do not give a damn about the box of Team Liquid Philippines right now. They know how easily they can just penetrate the formation, break down the Team Liquid Philippines strategy, dive Sanji without Sanji. It's too much to ask from the carry. JP also has suffered 6 deaths in this game as well. 3 for Carl TZ. Falcons might be on the way here, but again, with these two, they do have that weird tendency. Lord 1 trying to march into the base. They end up taking a lot. Look at how many belts that Baksha has, man. I know he's going for Sky Guardian helmet, but that's crazy. No wonder he's so beefy.
Hey, you know what? If only you could wear 3 belts in real life.
I've tried it. It's not fun.
Okay, well, he's got the Guardian helm now. And so that's locked in. They still have the Lord down bot. It's going to take out this tier 2 turret in the bottom side. They're trying to make a play up here, though. So Torn's going to be used by Sanford, but they're really just trying to staunch some of this bleeding that's happening across the map. Yeah. You can see in a matter of minutes, the lead ballooning now for Team Falcons.
Didn't even get to force the Purify out for Super Marco. So a lot of their key members have remained deathless up to this point. At least they get to work and defend their holy shield.
Itu loh bang, kata gue bang.
Oh wait.
Oh, they almost kept it up.
Oh no, JP will get punished here though. That's a knock up, another from the Dark Wave. Sanford can't find the setup too. They're just trying to defend their base turrets.
Classic Claude move, man. Make it seem like you're gonna get taken out, but then you're fine, and then your team jumps, and whoever decided to jump on you, seventh death for JP.
Yeah, definitely a tough one for JP this to this point right now, and you know, you've all been there. You've all seen the roamers feel like that, and it's a frustrating place to be in because even though you're supposed to be one of those frontliners or setters for the team, you're kind of just getting blown up, and you gotta almost rely on someone else to help you set things up or at least be there. But even then, you know, you're looking at the itemization difference. Gold lane, Teddy has had quite a bit of time to farm up. He's got a Trinity, but he's just the problem is, and this is what we see with a lot of carries when they're locked into a composition. If they don't have the space to work with, they're almost non-existent. Like we've seen that before. Yes, he got a solo kill earlier on, or he got a kill on Ogwen, sorry, but he's not able to actually utilize these items that he has on the carry just yet.
It's a very TNC week 1 type of situation that we're seeing. Although he did, get a kill earlier, but that was when the team fight was sort of split up, when it favored them a bit more. But I doubt at this point that Falcons will even allow that to happen, because even looking at their lineup, I think the only person who could just really go and split, at least now that they're in the lead, is Marco, who could just easily catch up too.
Yeah, look, 3-level gap between Marco and Teddy right now. 15 for Marco, 12 for Teddy. And consider the fact that Falcons doesn't even have, well, based on the last item check that we saw, any direct counter items for this carry, and they're still doing fine. No Dommy, no Chastise, no Blade Armor. It's just raw brute force defense that's messing up the Roman trio. That even then, at this point, with Teddy being there, now there's finally a Chastise Pauldron that Teddy has to watch out for on Ogwen that will slow down his attack speed. Dare I say, because of how we saw it, Falcons have won the draft through the Phovius EXP lane.
Yeah, Flap's start in this game and just how dominant he's been throughout this is exactly why he was highlighted in the keys to victory here for this matchup. And so they'll go ahead and fight for positioning around this Lord. Carl TZ does pick up a Pauldron himself, but I'm not sure if, depending on what JP is able to do here alongside Carl TZ, but Flap jumps in again. Let's see if there's a response, just kind of heat checking TLPH.
Yeah.
Gaining space here.
Okay, Kyle with the back to shield Unity, but this is enough. This is enough space to work with. Liquid will not contest.
So you don't have to fight. You don't have to force anything. If you just whittle down JP and they have no entry point.
Yeah, they couldn't. And with the Siege too, yes, there is a Farsa, but it's only a 2-item Farsa. Even with the Divine Glaive Rush, there's already 3 Athena shields. Falcons can, my favorite statement, throw bodies. Team Liquid Philippines, when it comes to the base siege, that will provide all the ample space for Super Marco. There are still 2 base turrets, no, excuse me, I believe 3 base turrets that Falcons needs to bleed through. They have to manage the top and bottom lane minion wave, but this could be an end angle already.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough for Teddy to actually do his job here. Though he does have the flicker, so they could probably take advantage of that in terms of repositioning and finding the right targets. These are 3 waves synced up, near perfect by Falcons, so they're bound to lose. Hopefully, or for Falcons, they definitely want to lose all. Oh, but that's a setup coming in from JP. Surprising damage coming in from Liquid as well. Multiple flickers burned. That's our as well. Still flickers to safety as well. Liquid have actually lost just 1 base turret from that. Now make it 2.
Okay, they still have a minion wave in bottom, but I think, Team Liquid Philippines will now push out and stop Falcons' siege. see if they can get a win here. If they can get the purple buff plus a kill. No, well, Falcons are not going to show themselves to allow that. There's still one base there for Liquid. Not over yet.
2 turrets down off that Lord push. A healthy lead here for Team Falcons. And they know they don't have to force it. That's one of the situations. It was also, it's one of these compositions for TLPH where they should have a decent defense when it comes to the base defense and clear things out, but they might be overzealous here.
Oh my goodness, Ogun and Kyle both went on Carl at the same time! But that's a Raging Sandstorm setup. Teddy getting to land his basic attack. Lapto getting shredded as well! A setup from Sanford shutting down Lab. Now on the spree, but he gets traded out as well. Sanji somehow finds another kill, but now it's Kyle and Super Marco finding Teddy!
Sanji and JP have to run back. Marco, the difference maker was the Valentina. Sanji with the flicker, the stun.
Okay, Curse of Crow. Marco does not force it.
They have minions. Top, mid. Feathered airstrike back for Sanji. JP has good wave clear as well.
They're gonna clear as much as they can. Super Marco though will definitely still give it a try. There are minions that are still gonna march in. A terrify on JP.
JP.
Will this be enough? The wave clear. The referee from Carl still defends.
Masih aman abangku.
They bought enough time to stay in the game. They have to continue to defend, let themselves get back into the game. But man, TLPH somehow didn't lose there. Team Falcons, they went for a fight in the mid lane. Super Marco was able to join. It was a shutdown though on Flap, so we do have some of that gold going over to TLPH, but nonetheless, Team Falcons still in full control. They do have control around this Lord here. And now it's going to be interesting. Does TLPH take what just happened and try to do something about this? But without JP, there's nothing they can do.
It's a blitz for Falcons. And Liquid will need to pull off another miracle with this defense. The minions are going to look great for Falcons with the siege. 8,000 gold lead. That was the best looking fight for Liquid since the early portions of this game. Yet it still took way too much to get what looked like a measly win. Falcons, it's endable, but will Liquid pull off another miracle?
I think with this, Team Falcons has this win in sight, depending on how they approach the space, because now you only have that one base turret down on bot that TLPH can play against, and at the same time, this is going to be crucial in how they decide to defend using that feather airstrike.
Look, 3 chastised pauldrons for the side of Falcons, Winter Crowns there, Steady Teddy just waiting for the last item. I believe it's a Malefic gun, but he already has a Wind of Nature. Ogun with a conceal, they're pushing back Liquid.
Yeah, they get to reveal the conceal play though. Kyle showing up. Back to Shield Unity. They have to defend the Lord first, but it's already inside the base. And now Falcons will literally just keep throwing bodies. And they're working on the base.
And bang,
as much as Liquid wants to defend, Falcons will take game number 1.
I mean, they've been spending a lot of time in
Aduh,
the gym
Brigida sedih sih guys
together as a
harusnya.
team. They just bodied a Liquid.
Brigid seharusnya sedih.
Yes, the Fanny.
Okay.
Quick little prayer from Kyle, though. I think even he acknowledged it. Oh, this is a
Because there's a highlight.
This is a Fanny game. Yeah, it's exactly like this is a really tough game for a Fanny, dude. But hell, if they could find that rotation, they could keep that snowball. But look how close right now here is our ratings. But you have to respect the fact that Sanford now has a Yuzhong, undefeated this season, not just in his hands, but overall as a pick. And Harley is undefeated in MPL Philippines Season 17 as well.
Maybe this is the answer. Team Falcons will have an answer for this Harley that has just been terrorizing everyone with his magic tricks and deadly magic. Let's find out here. Again, you guys can let us know. You had the QR from earlier on. You can predict this match right now. There's potential sweep for Team Falcons if they can make it happen here, or can TLPH find the adjustment they needed as we jump into the game.
Looking at the trade, I think it might be a little bit more Ogun Haji prioritized.
Yeah, okay. Maybe already using the Revitalize.
Yeah. Part of the early game trade. Want to maximize the time that Sanji will be able to dish out the Void Blasts. Fighter Emblem, Rupture, Mage Emblem, Fighter for the Claude, Fighter for the Fanny. Okay, yep, pretty standard emblems that we have here.
Okay. standard, but the compositions aren't exactly standard, at least from what we've seen. Maybe for TLPH in a sense. Well, Sanford actually getting poked down quite a bit.
Man, Flap is handling...
Seems like he wanted to take
Aman
that.
aja, Bang.
Bye-bye, purple buff.
I had no idea.
So Kyle started orange.
No, because Ogwen was...
Yep.
Yeah.
No one protected the purple buff. Oh, that's not the start that Falcons wants with their Fanny.
Nah.
Good read by Liquid to just take it away.
Oh, Kyle, no!
Buset.
That was so close.
Unless they can actually continue to pressure KarlTzy, but no, I think they just call it off.
What was that?
Rame banget.
No.
Something's breaking midnight in the Filipino desk.
I gotta say, he is one of the... He is a Fanny player, so maybe it's that. Maybe the purple buff isn't available. He knows how much that hurts.
Oh, Falcons. I think they
Terlalu good chance
to
of
give
hunting.
Turtle
Ya,
one.
boleh.
See if they could just get a flank elsewhere, but with how safely Teddy is playing, how safely now Sanford is playing, they'll have the advantage for Turtle. That's Turtle 1 for Liquid.
Okay. Already level 4 too. It's not like Falcons are trying to approach this objective though. So there might not be any major team fight just yet.
Yeah. Feels bad for Kyle. Dude was already praying. It's like, oh man, this is going to be a really tough Fanny game. He did not expect that. That's because he loses his buff. Oh, Marco.
Oh!
Dashing out right in time.
Yeah.
He survives, he's gonna grab that gold card too, so it gets to level 4, he'll survive, reset. Had to burn the flicker though, so with that being down, that's clear signals for TLPH to go ahead and try to make a play there, especially having a Harley. Oh!
Okay, there was an intent to find that pickoff. I think it was why did it suddenly not, why did the Petrify not connect?
No, but it's a really quick one, and then he just Bravest Spidered out.
Oh yeah, timings of the Bravest Spider.
Yeah. So a quick little jump out there by Flap. No, and I think they were just slightly hesitant because they saw Kyle, even without the purple buff, just fly through. Let's see if we'll finally get it this time. Teddy getting forced back by Marco. Experiences this exact trade. The Harith versus the Claude when he went up against Severo and Onic Philippines last week, and Marco won that. Very comfortable with that trading.
Okay, Kyle has a purple buff now. That's gonna be a pick up on Sandy.
Tiba-tiba makatrot aja guys.
Flicker burned, so stays alive, but now Kyle can actually play, try to make some moves here with the purple buff. Poking back and forth in the mid though, and that's one of the things too, is just building into the rotation next to the next turtle. KarlTzy taking a trip, throws out his deadly magic. No, yeah, they're not going to be able to catch KarlTzy here.
Yeah. Going to be able to get the Lizard. Good defense by Falcons. It's a slight 400 gold lead for KarlTzy's Harley, and they need to make sure that Kyle gets all the farm that he can get. Going to go to this orange buff, but here comes Sanford with a signature peek into the jungle of the opposing team. Not going to go for a full dive. Doesn't want to risk it into the wall, but Liquid are now out of the bottom lane as the turtle has spawned.
Ogwen 2 trying to help Super Marco. Now it'll take Teddy a bit more time to come here, but it's Liquid for pulling this objective. That's the goal already committed. 3 members showing up. Kyle joining in.
RD yang dapat bang.
Secures the turtle. KarlTzy gets sculpted by the Petrify, and KarlTzy picks up first.
Gila, badut aja bisa kill Fanny guys.
Will not get out of this, but there's the blazing duet coming in from Teddy. Flap gets taken
mahal,
out.
Ted.
Super Marco though looking for the trade, but Sanford still survives, and now it's JP locking them in. He might just actually find the kill, and he does.
JP
Ogwen satu mahal.
the last game. They do get punished under the turret.
Teddy
and Kyle's back.
ceprot. Iya,
Teddy
nice
taken down
banget.
too. Haji, can he survive the deadly magic? The damage is not enough, but the
Nekat, selek. Personal.
The sequence has finally ended. What a fight! And crazy trading by these two was stunned by Flap under 40.
Okay, that's the Sansan duo you're up against, but Flap will most likely get out of this anyway. Ogwen though, can he actually finish the kill on Sanford? He does, but Flap, he might get punished here too. Leads one last hit, and JP once again gets the job done.
Oh, I don't know if that was worth it. Kyle a little bit too late, but man, they lose 2 off of that play. Potentially Haji.
It's actually a double kill. Kyle, can he finally
Boys,
end it here?
hard.
They're revitalized too. Clutch save from Daddy JP.
Back and forth. 4th, but Liquid clearly wins the trades. And the last time we saw Carl play this hero was in Season 7.
Whoa.
Woo! The card trick from the GOAT. That, I mean, he last played Harley in Mpl Ph Season 7. That is insanity that we saw Harley in his hands.
10 seasons ago.
That's why I'm like, I was gonna say a decade ago, but yeah,
It's not
that's
really.
5 years ago.
Bro, the Clippers are so happy right now. They have so many clips to get from this game number 2.
Post all of them.
Liquid has advantage. They have Turtle Sanford in the mid.
Oh, they're trying to take out
Haji.
Haji, forcing out the
Good
Crimson Beacon already. Sanji too doesn't get stunned by the Latch Shaker, and Carl secures the objective for Team Liquid. Now that's a flicker once again. That's the real world manipulation too. Flap doesn't actually get away.
I mean, think about it. You're trying to escape. You're trying to get away. There's a real-world manipulation and a glorious pathway keeping you from getting away. That is almost impossible to get away from.
JP, we posed this question earlier. Oh wait, Dragon!
Oh, Black Dragon 4 coming in from 40. Doesn't have to petrify though. But that's gonna be the purple buff stolen away yet again and a kill! Teddy with a blazing do it together with a deadly magic!
Steady Teddy coming in at the perfect time to take down Kyle. Falcons just cannot find the wins. And we asked earlier, at this point, is it a signature high loss for JP? You're damn right it is.
It's a very sad day for Khalid Rome.
Oh, no.
And speaking of Khalid Rome, he might just go down once again. Unfortunately, he had the quick sand guard, but will Flap actually find a turnaround here? That's Haji too, trying to take down Sanji, but Sanji is gonna be okay.
Oh, we know purple buffs, so no follow through. Team Falcons has no option but to get out.
No way, Carl TZ, I see you, I see you! Flap! He could not handle that damage.
Oh, Sanford, does he want to actually initiate under the turret here? He's
Probably not against him.
Yeah. Okay, he's backing off. Man, TLPH
namanya dia pengaruh banget gameplay. Enggak kan kagak dong.
To throw themselves.
Tapi biasanya semakin nyaman semakin malas-malasan Bang ya gini.
That allowed them to throw bodies in game 1.
Yeah, but at the same time, Liquid has hella slows, man. The Hylos and the Eve, I think, that's what's messing up Flap and Ogren a lot. The commit dashes to engage. But then they realize with all of the slows stacking up, they have no way out. They either have to burn the flicker or the rest of the team is forced to join into the fight to try and help them get out, which is a detriment to them because Liquid still has resources to win the fight.
That's one resource down though, but I don't think it'll matter for Liquid.
All part of the plan.
Because they've been working on this Lord all along.
Yep, clean Lord.
Yeah, I could legit feel how excited
paham gue Bang yang lo maksud siapa
when it
Bang?
comes to these picks that we're seeing, all these signature
Gak usah diperjelas juga anjing.
Power picks around and just the way that, again, these two teams historically have played against each other.
Yeah.
You know, there's a reason, again, why it's called the Clash of Titans, and this one's well on its way to go into a Game 3, unless somehow, someway, Team Falcons pulls a miracle. And I don't know if that miracle is going to be all Super Marco, because even with this Harith, I don't know if that's enough to go ahead and turn this game around. Kyle himself has to somehow catch up with this. So he's trying to go for Sanji.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Again, tried. There isn't much energy left for him anymore. Carl TZ space is scared. Can he find Kyle? There is going to be enough room for him, but look at Sanji!
Wah, Sunport itu Sunport bukan Sanji woy.
Welcome to the
itu mah Sunport Brigitte bukan Sanji.
Perfect blazing duet with the petrified furious dive and the real world manipulation.
Jauh banget Bang.
Goodness, Law and Order did not land on Kyle, but he does get to cut the wave.
Ya,
They
modal
still have
sebiji
one
Bang.
alongside Liquid though. Can this be enough?
Balik
But
Bang.
they're not gonna force anything just yet.
Oh no. Yeah, Kyle should be able to get out of here.
Okay,
Ois.
Okay, he gets out. They lose a base turret off of all of that, man. Team Falcons in this game have had their wings clipped. That last team fight, they just got decimated. Now almost a 10K lead for TLPH.
Glowing Wand and Ice Queen Wand with a 2-mana regen necklace to boot. And he also has a belt. No wonder why when Kyle TZ's looking for Sanji, there's still a healthy amount of HP left for the Eve.
Yeah.
And the Ice Queen one, really, it's the slows, the layering that when Falcons decide to commit and dive, they have no out, which forces the rest of Falcons to fight when they're not ready, when they're not healthy. And they don't have the firepower yet to take down Liquid. Are we really going to start out the season with Harley undefeated?
Pacaran, Bang.
Looking that way, man. There
Kan dikabarkan doang, Bang.
A great answer for the Harley just yet.
Yeah, and
Dan
previously
jalan.
I think the Claude and the Harith matchup have most of the time been Harith
Dikabarkan
favored.
doang dan
But this
jalan
time
ya,
looking
Bang,
at
ya.
the draft for Liquid, it's like multiple members are able to just go in at once. It's not always a free opportunity for the Harley to just lock down on the Claude whenever he does go for the Blazing Duet. He is always constantly pressured by either the Black Dragon form or even the potential deadly magic that can come in from Carl TZ.
Yeah.
It's really just the damage, man. How much health Harley can take out, and it's so easy for any Harley. Deadly magic, a few poker tricks here and there, then you're fine. Even if you don't kill your target, you bring them down low enough to force a reaction. You force back. That builds you into a 5 versus 4 advantage, even though you use your ultimate. But it's such a big win for you because you get to recontrol the map. And Liquid and Carl have just been doing that over and over again.
Yeah, it was so interesting when we saw that pick pop up for the first time back in M7, and there was a whole lot of discussion about it, how it worked really well. I believe it was TNT that first debuted it during the tournament, and you know, ever since then, you've seen this kind of evolution build in with the Harley, and you know, surprisingly so, it's been picked up so many times, hasn't lost just yet. And like you said, one of the biggest factors is just how threatening of a pick it is. And even the itemization that he goes through, you know, it's so, he's so elusive as a hero that you think, okay, we can kill him, we can blow him up, but he gets out of most situations so easily.
Yeah, and Kyle, by the way, still can't get his hands on his purple buff.
Kyle's just, Kyle, I feel like just hasn't been able to play much this game.
Yep, nope. It's how Team Liquid handled the initial rotation. How Falcons completely failed in communicating to protect the purple. Oh, hell nah.
Oh, actually, Fortis go for it! He will get traded out though. Flap 2 with 3-man setup with the Lab Shaker and the Raging Sandstorm as well. But the damage is just lacking. Teddy going for Marco, but he finally actually escapes. But they cannot escape a Game 3 handed over by Liquid.
Game 3 is real.
Stay steady, you've got Teddy. Liquid now and Falcons have traded one-sided dominating wins. And we will get a game number 3 for Clash of the Titans. So what a bounce back by the Cavalry.
And there we go. We're going to a game 3 for the Clash of Titans. That's
Tiba-tiba Liquid Academy gitu, Bang, ya.
Sanford brings back a Benedetta.
I know someone over on the other side of me is very, very happy.
Yeah, someone
Earlier,
on the other side.
it was midnight. Now it's
Tapi bagusnya dari Sanford itu, guys, setiap dia mau.
Sorry, you guys can see him, but this was a pick that Flap also brought out the last time they went up against each other during the qualifiers. And now it's Sanford who's using it against Team Falcons.
I like it. Both lineups have great conditions. It's leaning a little bit more for Falcons in the numbers side.
Yep.
But you could clearly see the ideas where they could both mess up and excel in the early to the mid game. One difference is it's a roamer with Revitalize versus a roamer without. We look at roam and mid. Ogwin and Haji versus JP and Sanji to determine who will win majority of this game.
Well, here we go. Mpl Arena is lit up right now for our star match here for this week. And we're jumping into a Game 3 in the Clash of Titans. Team Falcons or Team Liquid Philippines, which one will win the series? Let's jump into the Land of Dawn here. Now, looking at this across the board, I think that's the main question. Can the Valier actually be a nuisance enough to stop with this pressure in the mid lane we see so much? JP taking quite a bit of damage here, but he does have the Revitalize still. Holds on to it, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Sanford comfortable right now. He did get him pure magic worship.
Oh, whoa.
Wow, Super Marco.
Whoa, Teddy, okay. Yeah, Liquid definitely has to deny that early start.
Well, Sanford here too.
And it might be easier for them to pull off this time because there's this kind of the XP laner.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
He's quite low. He does have Petrify.
Okay.
Shield. Oh, eye for oh, no more eye for nine.
He waited for the petrify. Oh my goodness, these two EXP laners are going at it.
That was actually really smart by Sanford. Instead of going back to where the rest of his minion was, if ever he went there, Flap would have regained so much health through Spell Vamp with the Blade Toss.
Wow.
But instead, Sanford went to the other side, meaning Flap couldn't make the most out of the Spell Vamp that he could have gotten.
Yeah.
And he also didn't deal damage onto Sanford. Great trading by the two EXP laners.
That's what I'm saying, man. Sometimes with certain games, I wish we had cameras on every lane.
Yeah.
Because you get to see them go ahead and duke it out like that. But now, since no one went down in the early portion of this game, you have the turtle coming up in just a second here. A trip from Carl Teasy. Kyle is here as well, so he's going to be fine. But they will ultimately want to set up for this turtle.
Okay.
No clear advantages. Oh, they're both playing it so well. But Sanford will be hitting level
Aman
4
aja,
first.
bro, ya.
Flap has gotten frozen out. And instead of, they tried to find an angle to help Flap, but JP is also here to mess them up.
Okay, an eye for an eye. Oh, Flap still survives with the flicker, but there goes Ogwin though. Can they actually find a target here? Still doesn't have the ultimate, but both Sanford and JP are already pretty low, but they're just gonna go and burst the turtle.
Okay.
Fight still going on. Okay, that's Ogwin all alone. Flap goes down first though. Bravest Fighter already committed. JP gets traded out, but Sanford fights Kyle. And now Sanji with the stolen Bravest Fighter gets to take down Haji as well.
The read by Sanji to steal the ultimate of the Lapu Lapu to be able to deal more damage in that fight. What's the turning point? 2 kills right away.
Awas aja lihat tadi. Kalau di playoff tuh wah bang, baru minggu pertama bang, jangan asal diambil kesimpulan ya. Nanti minggu selanjutnya kepleset semua, walah mamam tuh bang. Belum sempat playoff tuh.
One of the things I was really looking out for, like how does Sanford
Harap
utilize
bersabar
the
dulu,
eye for an
abangku.
eye to take advantage of the crowd controls that are coming in from Falcons, but Teddy, he will be taken down by Ogwin there. No way out for him, unfortunately. Oh, the Landshaker still lands! Flop, can he actually find the kill on Sanford? The Regen 2 makes it!
Gila sih guys.
These 2 XP laners, oh my goodness.
So my goodness.
What a show! Carl Teasy gets spotted by Ogwin. Grab.
Okay, grab brings him closer to Super Marco, but they don't have enough damage to work with Carl just yet.
Yeah, there's even with a Valier, it's not like you have a bunch of bursts yet just to be able to use. It's more of a bit of a dot damage, and then the stun, of course, that comes with it. So even if you get a good grab, it's a little difficult to capitalize on a kill, at least for now. We'll see what itemization Haji decides to go with here.
First utility item for the board for anyone is a Dreadnought armor for Kyle. Thinking about Sanford and, you know, not even Sanji, because he'll still be dealing magic and a little bit of physical when he steals the Bravest Fighter away. It's Flap with the War Axe first. Ogwin, I think, is forced to build. Trying to see what's he do. He goes for the Molten Essence. Oh. Is he going to turn that into a full-on Cursed Helmet? That might be too much if he does.
Sanji picks up the Lightning Truncheon already too. Has no idea there are actually 2 members there. At least he got the check though. Okay, can Teddy follow up? No.
Good check. Super Marco's going to be fine. So they'll rotate for this turtle. Carl Teasy was holding it there to see if they can make a play, but he'll wait for the team to kind of rotate for the turtle. Flap jumps in.
That was the Blade of the Heptases in for Sanford. Glory's Pathway already committed as well. 4 members being zoned out. 2 Master from the Landshaker. But Teddy is here to join the fight. He's actually throwing out all those shurikens. And a flicker from Sanji with another stolen Bravest Fighter. Kyle and Ogwin have to run away, but Sanji and he fights another double.
Bro.
Can Ogwin trade?
Ya lah dinaikin tuh.
Brings him closer to JP.
He's committing it.
Get him, Ogwin.
Okay.
Sabar Sanjay.
We're just watching this unfold.
Set Anjay.
What?
Gelo Sanji.
Ogwin, Sanford on the skilling spree as well. Fights Haji too.
Wah gila sih. Tadi kayak gue salah nama kocak lu tadi gue pakai kuat. Dari kemarin gue diemin bang. Gue pikir lu emang sengaja gitu.
If I'm not mistaken, that's through her second skill.
maneuvers.
Maneuvers.
That was a maneuver.
Pure rage. Oh no, he actually has mana, so she
Baru
doesn't
tahu lo
gain
ada
health.
kontrak sama Mpl Ph, bukan gua bang yang ada kontrak kan.
Battle between these two men.
Udah
These
tanda
two
tangan,
men put on
Bang.
a show.
We need cameras everywhere.
Udah tanda tangan kemarin.
Really good.
Nggak
I'm
kontrak
not
gitu
fan
konsepnya
mode, I'm
juga.
sorry, y'all. It's just, I'm just appreciating now.
You just see these
Kayaknya
kind
udah
of team
dimulain lah
fights
untuk
and you know
restream gitu,
exactly
Bang.
why this is a clash of tie-ins here.
Jangan lupa
Now,
like-nya,
Team
Bang,
Falcons
ya.
find themselves in a very tough situation. You're talking about 6 minutes in.
Main,
Taking
guys,
a look
kalau
at the
dapet
Infinix
diamond kan
handcam here,
bisa buat beli-beli itu.
specifically for
Cuma masalahnya
Sanford.
dapet apa enggaknya juga nggak tahu,
Vendetta,
guys.
Who's been doing work, man, 4-0.
Sansan has been
Nggak bisa
doing
diaudit ya.
They're both 4-0 and 3, mirrored KDA.
This is the Sansan game.
Can
This
we-
is the sand game for sure.
Yeah, if Liquid does win this game, can we like have 2 MVPs?
But it's just Sansan.
Sansan, and you count them as one.
They are one.
Or you do some weird amalgamation of their faces melded together.
Wait, I think I saw something similar to that like a couple seasons ago.
I think there's tools out there in the world that can actually do that pretty quickly. But going back to this one,
Let's get a human to do it.
no, Redmar, there's not enough time.
Okay.
Last turtle of the game is up. It's started up by Carl TZ. Team Falcons might be looking to scrape something up if they can, but they have so much room to cover here. They can't even get space into the objective, and I think even the First Lord might look like that.
Yeah, now they have to find a way to get a bit more farm for Super Marco because river control and he's gone.
Bang! Unstoppable for Sanford. There's a clash happening here in the purple buff. Glorious pathway already used, but Ogun pushes him out. JP is the trade for Team Falcons.
Oh, JP goes down, but a trade, and Super Marco falls further behind
Super
in the
Marco.
gold lane right now. He might have been able to farm up the best he can, but every death sets him back further. Sanford still knowing that he's confident enough on this Benedetta to get out of these sticky situations.
No,
Look at that.
no way.
Bro.
Oh my goodness, it's a monster kill for 40. Kyle
Gila.
trying to chase him. There goes the retribution. But will he still try and go for another outplay? A Razor Trap already lands.
Sanford
but
juga
it's not enough.
datang tuh.
Carl TZ joining in. Black Shield Unity. Oh, the taunt actually
Bang.
catches him in time.
Bang.
But then, can they do
Lu
this?
nekat
Onto the
banget,
taunt,
Bang,
onto the
anjing
taunt.
lah.
Oh, it's an outplay on Carl TZ.
Okay, Falcons are finding turnarounds. So
Aduh,
the reason why
Bang,
Kyle could
Bang.
not get help for the longest time is because the members of
Ketawa
Liquid
gua, guys.
decided to commit into the mid lane to delay the
Nekat,
help for
anjir.
Kyle. But now Carl and Sanji got a little bit too greedy. Sanji died in the mid lane with the diversion that Liquid was doing.
Nekat,
While Carl
guys,
TZ
beliau,
just did
guys.
too much damage from the turrets. Still, is Liquid in the lead. This Sanford Benedetta is dealing way too much damage. It's full damage item that he's going for.
Tapi emang
We have to
Benedetta
see Sanford
Sanford terkenal
second,
dengan
that's why
goatnya,
he hurt
guys.
so much.
Kan? Apa gua bilang? Itu aja kalau dia mau beli Sky Piercer di awal tadi, wah, siap guys.
Sanford is just out of
7
control.
kill.
7-0-3, locked in. And even earlier, that play under the turret, Carl TZ smiled after he died because I think they were just going for a style point at that point. And now they continue to put the pressure on the turret.
Oh, Liquid are all over the place. Haji falling down first is not looking good for Falcons.
Oh no.
All 5 members approaching mid.
The Stampede has been on, and Falcons with their wings continue to get trampled. Through Sansan, through the IMU of the Valentina, through the individual play of Sanford.
I don't know how many eyes he's collecting, man. I know it's called eye for an eye, but Sanford's got nearly the whole team and the wings from Team Falcons right now as Lord is secured. I'm wondering, I'm curious how Team Falcons defends this push. Their wave clear, it's not the best.
Yeah.
You know, they might have to utilize their ultimates, especially the Claude, and then you have the Valir. I mean, he's just now getting the golden staff. Super Marco doesn't even have the Trinity. He's still working on the Cross Scythe. Yes, he's got the bow there, but man, they have so much ground to cover at this point.
Yeah.
And they got control. TLPH.
Pantas aja Sanford banget ternyata ada
When
Brigida.
things are way too even in the draft, it takes
Apalah bang ini bang.
individual greatness to make it go in favor of the opposing team, and Sanford is feeling it.
He knows.
He knows that Liquid are on the way to completing the reverse sweep of Falcons.
We should get the Infinix hand cam for that.
Yeah. We should have used it here.
Yeah, here we
Mama
go.
apa, Todak?
Base being pressured. Glorious Pathway drop down as they wait for the Lord to go ahead and charge in.
Okay, that's a flicker used by Ogwen. I think in an attempt to find someone or at least deny Liquid from pushing forward.
Yeah, sucks here for Falcons as now Blade Armor is also up for Carl Teasy. Chastise there for Kyle, but at this point it's really the Sanford Benedetta that's your biggest problem. That's the majority of the damage coming out of him.
Oh, okay, the grab finally lands.
Bring it back.
Yep, they bring JP back, but JP is just so free to walk back towards his teammates, and now even the ultimates are getting used. Haji no longer has his. Team Liquid are going at Falcons. Teddy finds the kill on Flap. Kyle even with the energy eruption barely finds a play for his team.
Yeah, that was a desperate move by Ogwen. He already committed his flicker in the last defense up top. Him committing that grab was not the right move.
Oh my goodness, the damage from Sanji. It's insane. Now there is another taunt coming in from Kyle, but they somehow still defend the base turret. At least for Falcons, they're able to do that much, but Sanji! Oh my goodness, amazing do it from Super Marco. Liquid are gonna be okay with this. Teddy.
They gotta get out.
Okay.
They had to disengage. That was getting a little bit too messy and chaotic, but TLPH just kind of seeing just how much they can get away with.
Apakah yang main nanti Uni harusnya sih kalau debut mah Sekais
Can we
bang harusnya.
somehow get both of them as MVPs?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Feeling gua kalau debut mah Sekais. Entah kalau pertengahan mungkin Uni bakalan main kali.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate because even if you want to look at Haji to be the guy to stop these engages from Team Liquid, it seems as if he's just always forced to use his skills way too early. Just because.
Yeah.
It's literally just because. And now they find Kyle all alone once again. Even if Ogwen's there, there's not much he can do. Sanford too, trying to take care of the backlines. The grab actually lands on Teddy. Might be massive for Falcons right here. But then Ogwen is left all alone. And now Sanford up against Fire! Still finds the kill on Kyle!
Oh, and they're gonna deal with Ogwen too.
Gila Sanjay.
The stolen bravest fighter. That's two members of Falcons down. And Ogwen isolated up here.
Ayo lo.
Close to Liquid
Ayo
and
bang.
their territory. It seems like they don't care anymore. They're gonna try and go for the end. That's gonna
Si
be
Sanford
once
sumpah.
again.
Sumpah Sanford cowok ngeri banget anjing. Aduh mampus dia.
Flap still fighting. He might be able to keep them into this game.
Bentar lagi Kyle datang sih Kyle.
But now JP makes his way to the base.
Okay, JP's here.
Mending Lord gak sih bang?
Marco in 4, Marco in 3.
They're good.
Lord bang.
That was a split team fight, but ultimately it all leads.
Masalahnya Teddy KT di atas bang.
Okay.
They're going. Oh, Liquid decide to slow it down because they know Falcons will be desperate enough to try and go forward. They leave Marco to clear up minion waves. Valir is back. Will be able to clear the one up top. And Falcons still jockeying for position, but they're not going to be able to go for the full one yet.
Okay.
Haji with the Divine Glyphs, they're not going to be enough. It's way too easy for Liquid to access. The Valir would have been good if it was a different, slower EXP laner, but again, this Benedetta has been massive. Malefic Roar already, full damage item build is there for Sanford.
Oh, Glorious Pathway dropped down. They're looking to cut off Team Falcons.
Literally cutting them off here. It's only Teddy and Carl working on this objective. And that's all it took for Liquid to push Falcons back. The Glorious Pathway and the threat of, I guess you could count them as 2 XP laners now because Sanji just keeps getting the bravest fighter.
This has been the Liquid show. Channeling back to the House of Highlights. Only up to the Queen's Wings, 4 Flaps, Lapu Lapu. Oh, almost completely taken down Sanford, but of course, the Rose Gold Meteor is there to provide the shields that he needs. Liquid have too many items. They can end it here. They just need to make sure it's steady for Teddy, and Sanji and Sanford deal the damage to help set up for the carry.
Okay, JP tries to go in first. Oh, he's stunned under the turret, though. Might not be good for Team Liquid. Still survives, already using the Revitalize. Sanford waiting for the right timing to just go in. The minions are already inside! Ogwen already forced to flicker out. He's very low. Sanford still finishes off the job. The Lord gets working off by Team Falcons. Sanji going with the bravest fighter, but Falcons are just gonna clear the wave.
Liquid is still standing. They're waiting for the next minion waves to come in. There's no more glue. It's 5 versus 4. Liquid still in this.
Okay.
But Falcons will try to hold on.
Another Glorious Pathway available. There you go. JP already using it to try and go
banget
in.
apa?
Multiple attempts.
Udah banget acu hari Minggu baru main.
The end of the day. It's Flap who's miraculously
Atu yang mana nih, Bang?
It's a triple kill for Teddy and a win for Team Liquid.
They debut their second
Wah, umak ini guys.
of the
Aduh,
season.
mana nih?
And they win through a reverse
Kept
sweep.
going through Granger, but hey, the
Welcome
Moskov
to the
has that knockback, which is much needed here.
Liquid
Yeah.
looks
Well,
steady
if you
with
guys
Teddy.
need 1,000 diamonds, you can get a chance right now. Scan that QR code. Super fans, we want to know. Predict who the match winner is going to be. Just scan that QR. Let us know. You can let us know in the chat as well. But if you want a
aja, Bang, ya.
chance,
Tata gak bisa, Tata gak bisa masuk.
you have to scan the QR code. You can see the wow, the prediction already heavily in favor of it at TNC.
Huh? Which makes a lot of sense. They were impressive yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Aman aja guys,
After
saya
this draft, I will
putar
go
guys.
back to one of my comfort
Tim AC, oh,
analytical
Tim
points, which is
AC.
just look at the glue. How well will TNC be able to manage the presence of James? Because if you don't give it an early death, if you don't respect it by in Turtle 1 or Turtle 2, then this could easily shift towards Omega. Very close in terms of the lineup rating. So yeah, boils down to Turtle 1 and Turtle 2 and how that will be managed by both teams.
Well, let's find out. We're going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn. It's our second match of the day. This best of 3 for Superfan Saturday. My bad. I always get thrown off.
Yeah.
Yes, it's Saturday here. We're jumping in to the Land of Dawn.
Yep, loving the energy from the Phoenix Army.
Yeah, the drums are like right by us.
Yeah, I just saw Remar got jump scared.
Yeah, no, I straight up mouthed expletives. I did not expect that. I'm glad that I didn't accidentally say it out loud. I would have lost my job.
Yeah, that's all right, you know?
It's really loud, guys.
Yeah,
The drums of battle are in here.
It's funny
right beside
because
us.
they were the crowd here was so intently listening to the analysis of the in-house casters, which is just the Filipino cast. And then once the draft and the analysis was over, it was drums, noise. I was like, where did that come from? Okay, so James goes for the full tanky emblem set as the glue, as expected. When you're playing a pick-off roam, and then you pick up something like a glue, that is your roamer for most of the time, because it's going to be the one getting information for Perkziva if it's not Perkziva staying forward. Plus, he's going to be that guy extending the team fights as much as possible. Netsuki handling the laning well up against Benny, being very aggressive with it. So it's a good sign right now for Omega at the start, but TNC are not far behind.
Yeah, still waiting for that.
I think Chaknu is going to have a bit of a difficult time on this Cho unless he's able to go ahead and match. Because my biggest thing, anytime you're against a Kalea, is are you able to somehow figure out a way to match or at least stay in touch with the balance between sustainability with the Kalea provides to the team. And that's why we were so straight on the point of you need to revitalize. You know, there's something that you need, but he might have just been in one of those situations where this was the best option. He is going to go ahead and poke down Ryzen, but he'll just regen that back up in the fight for the turtle.
Flicker coming in from James as well as Perkziva trying to work on 3-Mar. That's the real world manipulation already committed 2 though, but they bring the fight outside the box. And now it's 3-Mar who gets picked off instead.
Great play there by Omega. That's why we put a lot of idea on this glue with that tank. That's not going to be going down. Perkziva took a lot of damage, but still made his way out of there. TNC were just forced back. Great positioning by Mingwin. He decided to dash forward. Di minggu ke-8 antara and then once James got the lash off to someone that readjusted the fight to outside the box of Stome. Right before
Masalahnya
that,
juga
Mingwin picked
Bang.
up the RWM of the Eve, so that just helped cap off the kill. Great start and great fight for Omega.
So they have their own box to play with if they want to. If he continues to go ahead and take the real manipulation, which is most likely what he's going to take. I'm also wondering if there will be at some point where we see Mingwin decide to take the way of the dragon, because we have seen Valentina's do that before. And so far, even though Valentina's probably one of the most picks right now, there's a great amount of players that are good at just juggling the options in terms of ultimates to be able to go ahead and take for the certain situation.
Probably especially when Netsuki's already online or part of the fight, that's when you could be a bit more decisive on using or picking up the way of the dragon so you get access, because even earlier we saw what Chakno really intended to do. It's that he's the guy capable of just going in, probably poking Ryzen a little bit. But Omega just the same. They were so quick to make a call that they will not mind this guy.
Yeah. TNC need to build an advantage before Turtle 2. A pick-off, get 5 versus 4 going, or a 4 versus 3 going for the next turtle, because with how it's going right now, it seems like they cannot find an opening to build an advantage. Even James is cutting comfortably on the lane of the Phobias so that they can just match and join here. I think we're going to end up with a full 5v5 for this next turtle, both junglers in their respective purple buffs.
Yeah, I think that's why they just kind of be a little passive, at least until this objective comes up, especially because earlier Chakun didn't have a flicker. He might have to be the one to go and start things up, but no.
It's Omega still starting every single fight, and now it's gonna be 3-mar, unfortunately falling. -1 for TNC, and they have all the space in the turtle pit to themselves.
All they needed was a tsunami slam to set things off. They even got a flicker out of 3-mar, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, great start there by Omega and Perkziva. Chakun actually saved his kick for the eventual entry of Ryzen, but even that being used as a defensive tool, it could not lead to much. Yeah, the difference in the EXP lane picks. 3-mar here is a sitting duck. Every time he shows up and gets a vision and entries for TNC, that's going to be the easiest tsunami slam.
2-0 SRG, Bang. Sesimpel itu.
Because of the way things have been going. I mean, Benny Cutie's been trying to farm up, but he finds himself falling even further behind now. And this is one of the things about the Moskov. You really need to be able to allow that Moskov to come online, but Netsky might get focused down here.
Yeah, he's getting ganked by 3. Still has the Purify, finally uses it. And the tsunami slam just to save him right there. Outplay, but the SOD will land! And Benny Cutie finds the final blow. They finally get that pick off towards Netsky in exchange of 3-mar.
Signal number 2, doing it with a flicker!
Mingguin!
The captain with a way of the dragon! And now the Phantom Steed from Ryzen, but they're not going to pursue Storm. Silas left all alone. The clapback from Omega.
That's the star-making play you're looking for, and Omega steal the purple. Oh no! Zaida still got his
BTRM udah prediksi
so it's a small win
BTRM yang menang, Bang. Entah bener atau enggak itu.
For Omega.
Gets his purple buff, but I mean, Zaida, we got to see something here, man. It's unfortunate because he's on a Suyo, but there's no opportunity for him to make a move because every single time it's TNC responding to Omega, the setups, and that's why that Kalea was such a good pick. And imagine, you only got the Purify for Benny Cutie to work against that Tsunami Slam. Well, that's why they're going for 3-mar. They're blowing 3-mar up.
Yeah, that's the thing. You would assume that even if they go after 3-mar, 3-mar as a Phobius is capable of holding out. But we're not seeing that happen exactly. Oh, Chaknu gets terrified, now brought in with the Tsunami Slam, still has the flicker to survive. It's Netsky, who Zaida wants to go for, but under the turret, Omega seems to still be safe. Now it's 3-mar and Chaknu going down, Mingguin on a mega kill, and all this time, Ryzen just took the turtle, and Omega are still going for more.
It is still on their time right now that TNC is trying to play to. Great layering and man marking by Omega, maximizing their crowd control and the sheer amount of damage that they have. Netsky is going up against a lineup that could be hypothetically very difficult for a carry, but Omega are playing around their gold laner incredibly well. Mingguin and Perkziva, the roam mid of Omega, are putting this team on their shoulders.
This is what we wanted to see from Mingguin, and this is what we wanted to see from Smart Omega yesterday. And I'll say it, Ryzen was right. This is a different Smart Omega today. And they are giving it to TNC right now in game 1.
Yeah, just as we thought TNC was slowly getting their momentum too. They're slowly figuring things out. Now the Storm, it's slowly getting denied by the Barangay. Just look at how Netsky's already that much ahead. I'm also specifically looking at Mingguin if it's in terms of being ahead, because he's already almost 2K ahead of Storm, who just made such a great debut yesterday.
And look, when it comes to those little skirmishes and team fights, without the glue, TNC look like they have a chance. With the glue, it's complete recalibration of how they're going to be taking the fights. They're repositioning, they're waiting for key abilities, they're much more cautious. But without James around, that's where TNC are a little bit more gung-ho. All right, I think we can get a trade. Maybe then we back off after this. So still they do not have an answer for what is an earlier, excuse me, it was a second phase pickup by Omega. TNC are still waiting for Benny Cutie to catch up on the
Terus menit
farm.
walu
Looking
soalnya.
at it, it's almost a
Isa agak
2,000
kan,
gap. He's only one item
Bisa
locked
akin,
in so far in this game.
Yeah, but it's this waiting that Omega just constantly takes advantage of. Even in the past few turtle fights, you want to look at Chaknu, you want to wait for whatever setup he is gonna do, but it's always Omega who catches them by surprise. So now they're forced to play a more defensive and yeah, it looks very funny. But
he's hustling, man. You can't, you know.
It's just.
You got a full-on hustle. That's exactly what James is doing. This is definitely a game I would go with James.
Okay, yeah, come back here first.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy Lord. Picked up Smart Omega, massive lead. We're talking about 7,000 gold.
All he did was run.
Yeah, you know what's funny though? A Glue is able to do that. He just kind of zones out the opposing team by just being there.
Yeah.
Oh, possible jump in. Nope. Doesn't pull the trigger on it. Percy's will go ahead and wait. But they do have the Lord to go ahead and march towards with for TNC. This is going to be such a dire defense.
Did he do that just to, go away?
Just to force it back. It's a clear shot by Ryzen just to tell them, even if I use my ultimate way too early, you guys cannot fight. That's how far behind TNC is right now. And you gotta credit Perk Ziva. He's also one of the biggest reasons that's why he's here. 100% kill participation.
Yep.
Very sure with every pick-off that he's getting, Omega are maximizing the tsunami slams that most of the time it's 3-mar. If it's not 3-mar, it's Chaknu. And they know without one of the main frontliners, TNC will crumble, especially with the lead that they got early. Here's Omega top side.
Holy shields are already down. The Lord now jumping in. Another tsunami slam brings in Chaknu, but at least it's Chaknu for TNC. They can still deal with this Lord.
Yeah, both Holy Shields will get popped though.
Apakah nanti MSC CYCLOR diganti lagi? Harusnya kagak sih, Bang.
So that they can send Omega back.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
Harusnya
still
enggak ya.
Successful defense right now for TNC.
CYCLOR bakal bersistem Bang nanti,
Bang.
Bang.
Have the option to do is buy enough time to be able to get back in this game, and you know across the board, just how much behind they are, they need plenty of time to do that. Now, their composition will allow them to go ahead and defend at a decent pace, but the same thing. Once Omega decides to go ahead and push it in like that, like we saw with the Tsunami Slam, it was just, they didn't get Chaknu down, so they couldn't continue to punch through, and also just getting rid of the shields and keeping it disciplined, taking those down, setting up. A Flask of the Oasis now for Perk Ziva on this Kalea. They'll continue to take down the tier 2 turrets and get ready to potentially force something, because that's what the Kalea allows you to do. Just like the Cho would, supposedly, you can actually force an initiation before an objective fight comes up, but again, TNC is just left to trying to find scraps on the map.
Yeah. So clean, so very Filipino is the performance of Omega right now. And I think DT might have forgotten something that you gotta do if you have something like a Cho pick-off style and you don't really have early answers for the glue.
What's that?
Something that hasn't happened in a while because of what happened in the meta in M7, which is giving up Turtle 1 and Turtle 2 to try and build a push on the opposite side of wherever the turtle spawns.
Yeah.
So that's the macro trade that you're looking for. You're at least going to get side lane towers, potentially even if the timing is right, a bit of jungle farm steal, while the other team is getting turtles. That way you're still catching up in the objectives. So what happened in Turtle 1, again, we have to revisit it. They could build that advantage. It was Perk Ziva who initiated, TNC. Even if their counter, I think they couldn't have handled it any better. Still, it was too easy for Omega to win that fight. So I think with a little bit of an adjustment that we have right now with these old strategies returning, these old picks returning, you have to call back to the old trades. SOD, he just tried to steal it, but it was too early by Benny.
Yeah, well, you got no information to help you. Might as well just throw it out there, see what can happen. Now, we have to see if TNC, despite being down almost 11,000 gold, probably one of the biggest gaps we've seen so far up into week 2, if they can pull it off, if this lineup is actually going to keep them into this game. At this point, when we put it in perspective in terms of a time, guys, we're looking at they need like 8 minutes or more, maybe 10, to buy into this game and somehow get some massive shutdowns across the board. Benny finally has the Trinity. He's got it, but can he stay alive if Omega decides to go ahead and push it in? He's going to clear the waves as best he can while they go ahead and wait for that Lord to make its way up top.
Yeah, no more Holy Shields as well. We're already past the 12-minute mark, and there are just so many players from Omega who could potentially try and force out that Purify that Benny has, because he seems to be the or one of the most viable targets, or even if they don't consider him to be just yet, they can just go for it like that. Another Tsunami Slam committed. It's going to be Chapnu. Now they have enough resources to just burst him down. James 2 going in. Will he be the trade this time? There goes the Dark Wave, knocks him up, but he still has the flicker and survives. So now Omega are just working on the turn, but Netsuki gets picked off. Okay, the counter real world, and Omega might not want to fight this anymore, but he still decides to go in. Another Phantom Seed to Ryzen! Perksima doesn't land the Tsunami Slam as he still has his Purify!
Okay, TNC defense. I think they shrunk the clock a little bit. Instead of 8 or 10 minutes, they need a little bit more, maybe about 6.
I'm going 7. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. For Omega, Netsuki should not have died there. I believe he, if I'm not mistaken, did he dash into the wall past it, or was he kicked back by Chakno? I wasn't really clear on the interaction there, but one, Netsuki shouldn't have died. Two, the guy who saved that for Omega was Perksiva. If he didn't decide to just jump on Benikuri to force him back, he dashed back and then he had to force his Purify so that he doesn't get Tsunami Slammed back. He definitely saved that. Oh, he dashed in.
He dashed in?
He dashed in. Okay, so...
He did best goal laner in the world moves.
Yes.
Oh, Nets.
Brother. Rule.
Benikuri, great SOD, great follow-up, forcing back, of course, Omega. But then Ryzen also popped off his Phantom Steed just in time. So in both sides, you actually got to see some great capitalization. TNC capitalizing on Netsuki dashing in and just trying to damage, even with the turret still up at bot at that time. While on the other side for Omega, protecting their escape and making sure that they just don't get chased down by Benny and TNC.
Good pickup here defensively, because I was wondering in the last fight like how close it was that Benikuri got to death. Well, now he's at least got a win in nature to go ahead and help him a little bit here, because I would expect Netsuki not to be that aggressive this time around as he approaches. But let's see here. Oh, they're gonna make a play. Whoa!
Oh, wait, that's Chapnu! Yet again, constantly the recipient of the Tsunami Slam, but this time it's Benikuri trying to join, but it seems like his damage is not enough. He's up against 4. Immortality pop for Trimar. Now he goes down to and so does Benny. It's a complete wipeout by the Barangay, and 15 minutes is all it took as they take the first game of the series.
Omega ya guys ya.
Well, Ryzen definitely did not BS any of us. What a great way to start that series. One question for TNC, why is Glowing One?
Glowing One ya.
If somehow, someway you don't get that start for Zyda on the Fanny,
langsung saja abangku.
Okay.
Holy crap, these guys really love listening to the analysis, and then it's like, oh yeah, we can finally make some noise. And I love the Barangay and Phoenix Army for setting the volume all the way up in the arena.
I hope that comes through the mics. I don't know if it actually does.
I think it does. So they probably get surprised, but just not the same way that we get surprised.
So imagine that, but like 200%, maybe even 300%.
Aman aja bang ya.
Right, let's jump into Landon. It's game 2 here. We'll see if we end up going to game 3, or if it's going to be a sweep after a dominant performance from Smart Omega in the game 1. Can they replicate it here?
Yeah. I mean, I think for this one, I'm going to keep it simple. Just look at Zyda. Is he going to make this Fanny work? Is he going to show off some Fanny magic again in the Broken Walls map with TNC, similar to what he did last season? That's my biggest question right now.
Yeah, and the
Bing
start
win.
with the purple, so there will be no threats of, I guess, a slight miscalculation in terms of the first or early rotation, which cost a lot when we saw it happen to Kyle in the previous series.
Yeah. Killing Spree Assassin emblem for the Brody with Master Assassin at that.
Oh, whoa. That's a lot of damage.
But this is what we usually see with Khaleeds, knowing that they can just heal back up, get back into the fight. But even this, in this sense, Chaknu is going to be having a better time on this Hilda than he did on the Cho, just because he can go ahead and help alongside Thremar to set things up. And like we've seen with the YSS in the gold lane, especially in week 1, this works really well in conjunction with the team, because not only do you get to go ahead and use the Mountain Shocker to go ahead and spot people out, but even that little bit of a stun with the boat there actually ends up helping set things up. Plus, you're pretty mobile, you know, and he's going to kind of need that in this matchup.
And we don't see any Purifies across the board at all, too. So they could just keep going aggro. Woo.
Oh man, Ryzen made that look too easy. Okay, thanks for hitting that 3-mar. Let me just poke it down, and it looked like they ended up leashing for Ryzen to get the EXP trap.
3-mar's here, trying to help, but that's a flicker trying just to take down Ryzen. Saida picks up first blood.
I don't know if he was expecting to get hit that hard or what happened.
Yeah, was Ryzen trying to bait something out of TNC? Was Omega trying to bait?
Oh, James going in, bravest fighter. Zaida already here, but it seems like Omega will focus on 3-mar for now. Zaida secures the turtle in exchange for 3-mar.
Oh, will they pressure the purple? The Ryzen's back. He might give the call since everyone's here, and now TNC's got to respond. Oh, Perciva!
Oh, whoa! Didn't he even get to use the quick sandguard?
Ryzen.
I think...
Even Flicker!
Yeah.
What is that? Did he just accept this fate? What's up with Ryzen and Perciva early on here?
I don't know. It might be one of those cases where it's just like, they're hitting way harder than we expected. Like, what's going on?
Oh, I know what it is. Zetian, man.
Zetian.
This is why finally it took this long to get picked up by someone.
Oh, that's a flicker from Netsky. Oh, torn apart.
Saida.
Not land. Yeah, that's a fan. It's too quick to get out of range.
Yeah, he did not press it just in time. By the time he already pressed it, it was already out of the range of the Brody, so couldn't get any marks utilized by the torn apart memory. And plus, that was just, I think that was just 1 or 2 marks that he was able to put.
Oh, Perciva again.
He had a ton of damage here, but this time actually will survive.
If this Khalid loses again, it's a very bad day.
Yeah, it's a bad weekend for Khalid, man. Sad Khalid noises.
Yeah, it's not looking too good.
Cak tuh pernah cuman kayak lo.
Pretty good, obviously.
Gak inget kejadian bersama Kelra.
Some of the mistakes that Smart Omega has made early on. Picks up the plate of FCs, rushes that. Now the damage is going to be there that he needs, and so this is looking a little spicy, I'd say, for Smart Omega in the second turtle that does come up. I'm wondering where they'll go ahead and recalibrate here. Perciva again.
Oh, through the Phoenix, the quick sandguard makes it in time, but Zaida with his cables. There's no way out of that.
Zaida, bro. But yeah, sad Khalid noises. Every time they see the Khalid, they just jump on him, and TNC are making the right call, making the most of the Hilda and Zetian together. You stop the Khalid, and there's a lot of things that could go wrong for Omega, because now that changes the pressure towards Ryzen and James to survive for as long as they could to act as like the substitute roamers. At this point, Perciva is just looking to land Raging Sandstorms.
Oh, weapons drop! James! Oh, with the flicker! Might just actually get the outplay! 3-mar falls!
And that feels bad for 3-mar, man. He tried to make a play, but again, I don't know if that would have even been worth it if he got the kill.
Oh. Hey, if I'm 3, oh wait. Oh.
Another Raging Sandstorm.
They force him back.
Yeah. Oh.
Is he gonna try again? Is he gonna try again? Nah, I don't think he will yet.
juga, bro, ya.
Oh, they found perks.
Oh no, why is he there again?
That was good man marking by Chaknu.
Flicker by Netsky. The stun from the Mountain Shocker doesn't land. Okay.
Right now, Netsky's torn apart Mary looks like a recall animation.
Yeah, pretty much. He hasn't really been able to do anything with it.
Yeah, just defensively popping it.
He won Skypiercer too.
Yeah. Oh,
interesting.
Oh man, I mean, I get it. It is a Brody. It's so easy to chain kills together. The Skypiercer, if you got the stacks. But the thing is, at this point, your Kali's already to shut down. I gotta give the credit to Chaklo and Stome. They've been man-marking Perciva really well. They're non-stop with making sure that Perciva isn't comfortable with getting vision and getting into position. Every time they see him, they just blast away at him. And then they realize that, wait, he actually can't escape. He has to use his ulti out, or he has to burn his Flicker, his Raging Sandstorm. We don't care about it. So, yeah, let's just blast him. Over and over again. It's clockwork right now for TNC, and Perciva can't find any footing right now.
Yeah. This Khalid is on the road to another 0. What was that, 7 or?
Yeah, tough one.
6,
1 and 7 and whatever it was earlier on. But maybe there's some way somehow Smart Omega is able to go ahead and capitalize on just getting to fight for the Lord. They might have to give up another turtle here, unless they're able to actually capitalize on catching one of the members of TNC. But even if you look at it, think about how hard it is to catch someone over there.
Yeah.
You're most likely just going to be catching Chaknu, but he's comfortable enough and built up enough that he can just tank things like this.
And there goes the fury of the Phoenix, at least Omega get to keep themselves safe under the tier 2. Ryzen joining in as well, uses the energy eruption, but Zaida's right there. He has to keep his teammates safe. And now they spot that James is here too.
Yeah, look, it's forced positional shifts by Omega because of that broken wall that allowed Fanny to get easy access to Mingwin's Eve.
Oh my gosh, look at Chaknu.
Agak lain player
Just
Wina tapi
constantly
jago.
trying to poke Zeva! A 3-man
Loh, justru itu chemistry-nya yang bikin mereka naik, Bang.
Mingwin though,
Ya, bikin
finally
chemistry-nya
gets
pula
taken
itu.
down. But it's just Mingwin in exchange of the turtle.
Yeah, Ryzen actually got the turtle. Great retro from him, but TNC are still pushing forward. Chaknu.
Caknu.
Okay, they're gonna push Chaknu out. Just giving some vision, poking down the turret. But this is what I was talking about. Look how that team fight went out. It's so hard for Smart Omega to actually catch someone. Oh, Zaida.
There goes the taunt.
Got the energy.
Oh, flicker against
it locked in!
Locked in! And a shutdown!
Man finally gets a stack on him, finally! And used the torn apart memory just in time!
Hey, he needed it.
Okay.
He got it.
Yeah, unfortunate for Zaida. I think he wanted to cable, get the Cyclone, but the thing is, I think he missed through the Cyclone.
Oh.
And so his cable, he bumped into the wall, had to walk back a bit to pick up the Cyclone, and then he goes through, but then at that point, Ryzen is already lashed onto him.
I mean, look how much gold Netsky does have. He has been farming up for the majority of this game.
Yeah.
And now the gold difference doesn't really matter. Some of these key items are coming into place defensively for
Pada saja
Omega.
filmnya Jora Amsari
But I
ternyata kayak
think
gitu.
in that case too, Netsky still.
Selain mereka jago,
what you're
chemistry-nya
seeing is
juga
a
oke,
bit of a
Bang.
difficulty in terms of the team fights and the space.
Yeah.
Perksiva, he's got anti-Karas, man. He's gonna have to go ahead and have a better time, but he's not too far behind Chaknu. It's just more so of what he's actually capable of doing.
Yeah, that's true. I'm actually surprised he's not that far behind. No Bravest Fighter available for James. Uses the flicker though. Doesn't land the Landshaker. Oh, but look at those recalls.
Great understanding of the limits of his hero. He used the Bravest Fighter right away and Flicker to get under tower. He was able to get a shield up with Storm Sword, and then he just threw out the Landshaker to stop TNC from trying to dive him. Great play by James, man.
You see the damage meters over there, man? That's 4 members right now. That's just how much TNC hurts, but Omega is slowly getting back into this game, and also because of the Fredrin, they control the objective right now. Even though they were behind earlier on, again, the economy, not too bad. It's not too bad at all. Malefic Roar now picked up for Netsky.
Yeah, where's he going? Oh, he is gonna defend far lane first.
Yeah, he also has to get farm, so you get Perksiva shadowing him so that he is safe. James spots 3 more again. They're not. James is held onto the turret well.
Aman aja, bro, ya.
At one point, TNC decided to trade out the top side so that they get the priority at the bottom, but it hasn't turned into a massive lead for Benny Cutie. In fact, Netsky has to lead over Benny, 500 gold ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, looking at this, yeah. That's one of the things now, too. Again, defensive items coming in clutch here. Ryzen will get the Radiant Armor.
Uh-huh.
Oh, they might look to just kind of bait something out here, it looks like. Yeah, Mount Chakra was used.
That's so funny.
What?
Perksiva was just surfing the sands with 3 members of TNC around him.
Yeah.
They were just like, you're locking on the Brody right now. Ignore this Khalid. But he was right there. That could have been something.
Yeah.
Navi.
And is that like the effect of just having already the antique harass and some other defense items? He was able to last a bit more longer. There goes the setup coming in from Zaida. Secures the Lord and flies towards the other members of Omega, but it seems like Mingwin got to find his positioning. It's another torn apart memory that doesn't convert to a kill just yet, but at least Omega find 3 more.
Yeah, perfect RWM there by Mingwin. Good timing. But now TNC immediately goes straight to managing the minion wave in mid. They do have the enhanced minions with the Lord marching out. So Omega will just eye out to burning down this Lord so TNC wouldn't be able to make the most out of it. It's going to be a trade for topside as Benny Cutie splits up top.
Yep, not much off of that Lord, but still great for Zaida to go ahead and swoop on in, get the retry off. And then now for Omega, still under control here, trying to control the map, not getting pushed out too much. Yeah, they lose a turret, but this is kind of a back and forth at this point, you know? And as you saw, Netsky, his biggest threat is like wherever Zaida rushes in, or even 3 more, if they are able to lock down a Netsky. But when there's a couple of crucial ultimates down, that being the Torrent or from the Sora, or even the Mount Shocker, Netsky has a little more space to work with. Once he gets his Wind of Nature, he might be a little bit
more, I don't want to say too risky, but he might be able to position at least better against this lineup. Whoa, James.
Oh,
my goodness.
that was under the
damage right there.
Okay. At least we saw how James constantly is able to keep himself safe in those kinds of scenarios, but somehow I'm liking how Perceiva is still trying to hold it together. Like, we do see him get constantly picked off, but in the previous instances where TNC tried to lock him down, it seems as if he's able to hold out a bit more longer. We did mention that he already had the Antique Cuirass available, so probably that has a bit of a role to play alongside the Chastis.
Yeah, that's a hell of a throwback, by the way. Brody has both buffs, purple and orange. This point, Ryzen is not getting it, and they're feeding everything onto Netsky's Brody.
Oh.
He's the main component, and there's the window nature that I was talking about. So now he is ready to go ahead and fight. I mean, he does only have the one stack on the Skypiercer, but you know, one team fight could change the course of things, especially with this Brody.
Will they be able to mark 3 more? Okay, they get to spot him out, and he has to reset it. Next buff.
Flicker.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah.
Ryzen already used the red tree. He won't have that for 26. But Chaknu without a flicker for 2 minutes.
Yeah, and Lord's up in 30, so.
Yeah, that's big info for Omega that they can capitalize on. At least it's going to be harder, maybe a little bit harder for Chaknu to get a big stun on someone. But at this point, he's going to end up becoming, most likely, the big trade. He's going to be the first one to fall as he doesn't have a flicker out to engage. Oh, Netsky!
Oh,
does he know?
uses the Cyclone Eye.
He doesn't know.
Okay, Perceiva gives the information. That could have been a disaster.
Yeah. Good thing Chaknu and Benikudi actually held off onto jumping onto him, because it would have been a big 2-for-1 trade if ever.
Yeah.
Benikudi and Chaknu might have gotten caught out there. So they waited.
Lord is up. Omega starts it up, but...
They're blocking Chaknu and Benikudi from making it.
They want to try to make a play here, potentially.
Yeah, but they don't know where Zyda is,
or at least delay it, in a sense. Yeah, Zyda, we've seen it before, man. He can just sweep in with this Fanny.
Yeah.
If I'm Netsky, you stand close to Ryzen, even though it's... oh, wait, no, you're going to get hit by the Sora.
There's a lot of information that can come to... Oh! A two-man racing Sandstorm! Zyda coming in! Ryzen still steals away the Lord! James, can he survive this? All members are still alive from Smart Omega!
No one falls!
No one died. That's what I'm so impressed with. And the torn apart memory did nothing. He couldn't get any marks off.
Bro, that was battle spell maximized. All of those flickers that came out at the
battle
nick
spell
of time.
maxing.
Yes, battle spell maxing by both teams. Okay, let's see how this next Lord push-out can be translated into something by Omega, as Ryzen did win the Retribution battle against Zyda. It's still a very close game, honestly. It's a game of inches. If who gets to execute just a little bit better.
Cocok sih sama-sama baru deh.
Three-Mar gets to keep himself immune.
Iya, Navikar sama apa iya? Kau ini, bah.
Ryzen holding off the other members. They finally take down the turret. Okay.
Safe banget, bro.
This is all Zyda's gonna do for now.
Yeah. So you see the backline is actually sticking close to Stone because they know they have the knockback of the Zetin to help them to create space if ever they get dived on. Bottom side is where Zyda's splitting off. He has one siege minion there, but that falls, and he's going to be clearing down bottom. Omega now is breaching through the top side.
Yeah.
It's going to be a macro play here. The Lord's going to go ahead and charge into this top turret. Perceiva holding on. He doesn't have a Raging Sandstorm. Oh, Fury of the Phoenix.
Ryzen dodges the second phase. Oh, the start by not being put in! It's bursted by Zyda. Now it's Chaknu chasing after 4. But that's all just to push them away.
Yeah, that's just great teamwork by Zyda and Stome. The Fury of the Phoenix helps set things up for Zyda, and then eventually Mingu just gets burned off. That's just unfortunate. Mingu wasn't even that deep.
Another conceal play. Benny and Chaknu working together. Chaknu or Benny rather gets stunned though. And it's Chaknu finding another stack. But the setup from Three-Mar. Can it be enough? Zyda providing follow-ups, and he actually finds a triple.
Oh no, Netsky! He saw one kill and he's like, I'm gonna join the fight, but here comes Three-Mar.
Signal number 2, but it's not Storm or it's not the Typhoon Benny, it's Three-Mar with a Sora.
Oh my goodness, he got caught in the torrent.
Just as we thought, Netsky finally He's getting those stacks in.
He was.
He gets shut down. Those stacks
Ooh,
get
again.
reduced. Here you have the Phoenix used again, and Zyda gets access to Omega's purple buff.
Oh, that's a... we got to look at the replay here. Look at this unfold onto the turret. Netsky in the back has the room. It gets tons of stacks off. Benny Cutie dies. And look at the positioning here from 3MAR to set this up. And they all get caught in 3MAR setup.
He committed the stun.
Aman saja guys ya.
Didn't need to, and that brought him within range. 3MAR popped his ultimate. Oh, Netsky.
That's back-to-back games where you're like, man, Netsky.
Unfortunate timing. One way or another, the Cloud Prince gets hit by the clouds.
Oh,
Sorry,
Hey.
Netsky, I love you, man.
Okay.
Oh, Chaku found Netsky.
Bleeding Netsky. Oh, Mingguin forced to flicker out as well. That's a two-man taunt. James jumping in, trying to keep the other members safe, but it's Zyda flying over everyone. But Netsky,
no.
was that the wind of nature? And they somehow find an outplay. A Razor trap laid down too. Zyda's nowhere in sight.
Ryzen-nya dapat
Ryzen
bang ya.
and Omega win the team fight.
Omega has turned it around, back and forth. Benny, he's stuck here, but James and Netsky
Benny.
can't get close.
Oh my goodness, a stun from Netsky.
Enak kan.
From a blunder to a highlight. Oh, Netsky.
Take that, Clouds.
Okay, that's
Alah, net.
okay.
Netsky, in my head, I'm like, he makes Bowie. He made up for what happened earlier. And they got the Lord on top of it. So, man, what a twist. What a turn of tables. Now Omega can go down the mid.
This game is entertaining for both the wrong and right reasons. And I love it so much.
Okay. Now
Working
they
on the
have
base.
one base turret down, make it two. And the Lord is just about to approach that base. Quick Sandguard already used. Ryzen onto 3MAR. Immortality picked up by James as well. Ulti is not available, but Chaknu finding Netsky.
Oh,
There's the stun, but
Parang
Netsky jumps
buwan.
the Fury of the
Oh,
Phoenix. Zyda forces out the Winter Crown, but somehow TNC actually take down Mingguin, so it might be a no-go.
And there you go. TNC finds some life, defends successfully, and will bring themselves
Successfully.
another chance to get this game in their favor to go to a game
Tidak,
3.
boys.
Because, man, smart
Rapper
move
ya,
on
Bang.
the door.
Zyda still ended up with a purple buff taken away from the Omega side of the jungle. So for TNC, they were very preoccupied for making sure that the Lord would be marching forward. Ryzen was now playing the role of the roamer, going with the Lord, staying forward, keeping 3MAR away from the rest of the team. The thing is, Chapnu committed the conceal from the spawn point, circled everyone and made a beeline straight for Netsky, timed with Stone's Fury of the Phoenix. However, Netsky was able to use the dash from his stun perfectly to get out of that, but then Ryzen came in at the right time. So that's great man marking by TNC to force Omega to back off and recollapse back into protecting their Brody.
And you see what Chaknu just bought? He got a Blade of Hepsies now. He's like, I need a little more damage so I can get Netsky. And so this is going to bring us to, once again, another fight for a Lord. And even that last fight, the last one that broke out that Omega was able to get, it got a little dicey there. There was almost a chance that Ryzen could have potentially had lost that retry battle, but they were able to flip the table, focus on Zyda, and get him down. But still, Zyda has been doing work here. So we'll see. Now, because now at this point in the game, 20+ minutes, you've got Immortalities to worry about. You've got, of course, the Winter Natures and the Winter Crowns that are going to be kind of exchanging here on both sides.
Yeah, so now you get to see the idea behind that Blade of Heptasis pick up by Chaknu too. He's positioning himself somewhere that, or where he could just gain a much easier access, I'd say,
Aman aja bro ya.
towards Netsky. But what they don't know is that they're actually trying to do something down bottom here. And Zyda spots them, okay.
Yeah, he's going to get the information they need. This is TNC to play the macro and not let it get out of hand. Even in a sense, Omega has to control that long lane, but they go ahead and start with the slower. They've got control. Positioning from Benny.
Benny and Chapman have a crazy duo going on right now. What are you guys cooking?
Is he going to spot that out or no? Okay.
He sees them.
Okay.
He sees Chakno. They might just reset this.
Yeah, they have to.
Netsky gets the orange. They keep the Lord under half. They might just full commit.
Yeah, they're blitzing.
They're blitzing it. Oh, 3MAR! The stun doesn't land! Ryzen with the appraisal secured the objective, and now 3 more locked down. Will they have enough damage to work with him? Chakno trying to take down Netsky, and still no one again going down for Smart Omega.
Netsky conserved everything at the right time. By the time Zyda swept in after Chaplin tried to go for after him, it was the wind of nature. Now he decides to sell that item and swaps it out for an immortality with its base push. And also great micro delay by Omega for that Lord. Here they come. Can they sweep TNC?
Here we go. Lord are in the base. Omega going for the play here.
There's no flicker available for 3mar and Benny Cutie. Zyda just flying all over this defense. 3mar going into the setup. 3 of the Phoenix landing on multiple members as well, but they're so tanky. Benny Cutie going in.
Kabelnya nyolok mata tuh bang. Aduh. Zyda, woi.
Zyda might just find it here. Multiple members are
Ini kabel kepanikan ya bang ya.
Can Zyda actually go for the cleanup? Omega will not risk it.
It's too much of a threat for Omega when they have such low health with a Fanny.
Kabel kepanikan itu bang, jadi jangan kaget abangku.
And it's a defense for TNC.
What a crazy game. Omega keep taking way too much. The impact of the fury of the Phoenix every team fight means that Omega barely has enough time to try and make sure that the members of TNC are low. You also have to credit Zyda's timing of the Spanny. He is making the most out of it.
Oh, Wingwin! That's
Zyda
already popped. My goodness, look at Zyda.
Oh, they're gonna hunt him down. I mean, he's trying to get out. He should. Oh, Fury used. All right.
He's okay.
That's worth. He gets immortality at least on cooldown there for Mingwin.
The Zyda, the man that you are, he popped the immortality of that Eve, and it is not going to be back for the next Lord, folks. That is going to be one of the biggest conditions of the next team fight.
Yeah.
How fast will TNC be able to take down this Eve, a major source of headache for Omega? But Stome and Zyda, as the game goes on, their impact undeniable. The fury of the Phoenix timing from Stome has stopped Omega time and time again. Zyda's patience is what's stopping Omega from trying to finish it when they're all so low.
Ngeri juga bro ya.
All right, Lord is up. This has been a slugfest in the past 10 minutes. And so far, it has been Omega that has had control around the objective. Will that change this time? Mingwin will have Flicker, at least. That's about what he has in terms of defensive. Netsky as well. Zyda's going to go ahead and work on this orange buff. They might not want to take too long. Right now, 3mar is giving the information. Chaknu and Benny Cutie are doing
Ryzen.
this time, different angle. They might try to attempt this and go for a Hail Mary play here. Right now, Lord, a quarter of the health.
Oh, Benny bursted down. That's the conceal. And 3mar actually catches
Gila,
Netsky.
Ryzen.
And Benny Cutie might just get the job done, but he gets stunned by Perceiver right there. And still, Omega have only lost Netsky, but now Zyda decides to go in. They're trying to run away. Will they still go for the play? It's a no. They're okay with just Netsky being the casualty.
This game extends. Omega still got the Lord. And TNC. What a play by Benny and Zyda, by Chapno and Benny, but in the end, it was still the clean, a sharp red tree of Ryzen that wins it out.
I think they just want to maybe try to buy time for Netsky to come up. He's got 20 seconds. This is a pretty beefed up Lord, so they just want to keep TNC off of these waves of this Lord.
Yeah, Omega are not clearing any minion waves. They're allowing it to naturally go out, but it's 20 seconds. This game is going to go on longer again. Oh, Chaknu.
Wait, he's in between. He's up against 4, Cyclone Eye.
I don't think they can kill Chaknu. He's just tanky enough.
They don't have the damage.
Oh, but there might be a cutoff here.
Benny
gonna do it?
Benny Cutie tried to go after Mingwin, possibly, and the flicker from Chaknu. But will they have enough damage? Okay, if they don't, then Zyda might just do it. But the clutch RWM and energy eruption. They're still trying to keep every single member of Omega safe.
Mingwin got to use the RWM shield to keep himself alive, and that keeps TNC at bay because Stone cannot handle the minion waves. This is not over yet. Brilliant move after brilliant move from both TNC and Omega.
Whoa.
What is this game?
Captain Mingwin.
Captain Mingwin.
Captain Mingwin and his calls. No, because imagine just how much of a pressure you're going through as an Eve. There's a Yisun Shin who's not afraid to jump on to 3 members just to take you out. There's a Hilda flickering in, and there's a Fanny flying.
Yeah, so that's crazy. You saw the sequence by Chaknu, Benny, and Stoneman was so clean. Benny was behind enemy lines. He decided to stun Mingwin. The Fury of the Phoenix comes down. Chaknu comes running. Flicker. He commits the power of wildness. Mingwin brought low. He gets the sidestep. Then RWM pops up the shield, forcing TNC back because Netsky was on the way back to the fight.
27 minutes in, and Lord comes up now. Once again,
Seidah.
and Netsky used the flicker.
Sumpah sulit banget guys, lu main Fanny di map Broken Wall itu.
He doesn't have that available for this Lord dance. He does have, I believe, did he keep the winter crown or did he go for the...
He has the Wind of Nature.
He sells his Wind of Nature for his immortality. Well, whichever is on cooldown, that's what he swaps out. Man, who is gonna get first? Right now, though, Omega, it's easier for them considering that they have the advantage with the minion wave. So with only 1 base turret standing for TNC in the bottom lane. But the thing is, whoever wins the fight pretty much wins the game already.
Yep.
If Omega lose Netsky and they win a fight, but there are still members of TNC to defend, it can't end. So this has to be some god-tier level micro-mechanics and from every member of Omega to make sure Netsky survives long enough so that they can just slowly win the fight with Netsky being able to free hit after, of course, as expected, he's going to get popped with a Wind of Nature, Immortality. He's going to have to use all his utilities just to survive because it's easy for TNC to just dive this Brody. On the other side for TNC, it's a Zyda not dying that's giving the biggest headache for Omega because this Fanny, when members of Omega are all down to below 50%, Zyda can clean up house.
Yeah, honestly speaking of not dying, the mid duo of TNC has not died at all. And it's been almost 30 minutes in this game. Now they're the ones who are trying to leash this Lord.
Now they're starting it up. Still 20 seconds on Netsky's flicker here, so they're going to try to delay this as much as they can. Look at the positioning once again from Chaknu. Biggest threat towards that back line where Mingwin and Netsky have to be careful of. So TNC, they're looking to finesse their way into a potentially even just baiting out a fight and trying to get that upper hand.
Oh, they're gonna bait out something from TNC here. They want TNC to react to the fact that Ryzen and the rest of Omega are starting to go fast with this Lord. Zyda is clearing minion waves up top.
Yeah, Netsky has so much room here on this backside too. We'll see. It does reset though. They decided to give it a reset.
Yeah, he left it though.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's only Stome.
Very good discipline by these two.
Yeah.
TNC know that if they overcommitted and overreacted there, Omega, that would have been playing under their condition. It was them trying to force a reaction out, but Ryzen has been taking a lot of damage from this Lord.
Ooh. Hey.
Persiva gets an eye on Zyda. We'll see if they actually, again, this is such a beefed up Lord at the 30-minute mark.
Okay. Can't even go for a clear call to just focus on the hero or the Lord.
I think Omega know that they can try to rush just a little bit because both purple buffs have spawned now.
They're waiting for the buff to be up. Chaknu's there though.
Yeah.
Netsky trying to get the purple.
Chaknu does have information, but it's just Chaknu and 3mar. Now they're gonna try and burst the Lord. Zyda, does he make even time? Ryzen wins the Restream battle once again. Betty Cutie joining in, trying to take down James, but the real world manipulation gets laid down. 3mar caught in the middle, torn apart memory already committed as well. Zyda finding the heroes in the backlines, but the stun finally lands. Ryzen now tries to go for the re-engage, but that's all.
Gila guys ya, sampai 30 menit.
Corrosive strike from the Brody lands just on time. It's 5v4. And Minions and Lord for Omega tries to desperate.
Oh, it's a desperate move. Can 3mar go for the setup? He goes Thunder Form. He just wants to take down Netsky, but Netsky is still alive.
He picks up the house cost to stay alive. Oh, Chaknu.
Oh! The Lord is in the base of TNC!
It's only Stone and Benny trying to go for the defense! The Lord might just get eventually worked on! 3mar has bought time for TNC, but they have the waves.
They have the waves right now. Base is at half health. Omega has a numbers advantage with the full team.
There goes the real world and the Raging Sandstorm. Bravest Fighter 2 and the
Masuk an,
Fury
Bang.
doesn't respond. But Netsky
Nehet.
just focusing
Makan,
on the
guys.
base. And it's a switch.
Yes ya.
Die.
This is what it means to
Guys
fight
ya.
in the home of champions. Even if it takes 30 plus minutes to finally secure their game-winning set, they will lock in. There are no your turtle fight really well. Or
Gila,
your
30 menit abang gue ya. Lanjut abangku. Smart Omega versus Twisted Minds.
Then it's gonna be a tough brawl for Twisted Minds. But you see with the ratings, because of their damage profile, the possibility of Twisted taking control of this is feasible as well. It's just it's easier for Omega, but will their honesty come back to bite them is the biggest question.
Well, this is going to be the biggest question we have. Opening our second week here, jumping into our first match. Both teams looking to get a dub for this season already here. Twisted Minds versus Omega. Let's jump into the early action in the mid.
Perxiva taking a lot of damage, forced to flicker out, not enough range on Sean.
Leo, that's exactly what I was talking about. You got to respect the early burst potential.
Between the Khalid and the Val?
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything that does more damage than that. I mean, you can pair a lot with the Valentina, but a Khalid and the Valentina, good thing he burned the flicker. I mean, it's down. He's got to kind of adjust early game a little bit from that. Let's take a look at the emblems here. What are we looking at?
Pretty standard across the board. Ryzen decided to go for the tank emblem set. Okay, I'll go for the attacks, but he decided to go for a thrill instead, so he does have the adaptive attack. So, yeah, when you're going up against the mid-duo of Omega, knowing how honest they are, then how you beat honesty is making sure that they can't even say anything in the first place. Burst them down right away in the center of the map.
Real-world advice. No, I'm joking. Yeah, that's how you deal with honesty right there. But what we're basically saying here is just there is a clear path to this lineup that Omega wants to make work. If they do go off the rails, they're going to find themselves in a very tough position to actually get themselves back into this game if they fall behind. So the best thing they can do is get an advantage early on. And so if you really look at it, objectively, they should have that possibility to happen here. But there's, again, Twisted can just, they have a lot of tools to kind of deal with that. And again, a carry late game, shredding through some of these tankier members of Omega could cause some caution here for them.
How is Twisted going to build advantage heading into the first turtle as Omega now set up advantage for themselves? Again, one of the things we were mentioning earlier, make sure James can comfortably play through the lane and then be active in the objective fights. MP the King and Ryzen are here. They're going to go for the full contest.
That is a full four-man coalition from either side.
Buset, yang dapat bang langsung.
A lot of damage out to Kaloi. Gets on out of there. Ryzen with a secure. Perxiva comes in. Fertile Pursuit from Lansu. Jumps onto James. Ryzen takes a whole lot of damage. Traction pulse. Able to save Ryzen for only a second longer. First blood goes to Omega, but they trade for their jungler. MP finds another. Penguin falls.
Twisted Minds handled that really well. So you saw the possibility that we were mentioning, right? If Twisted Minds weren't able to avoid the Appraiser's Wrath of that Fredrin, Ryzen would have gotten kills, and then it would have been an easy invade by Omega afterwards. But because Twisted Minds got the sidestep, Ryzen went in a little bit too deep trying to get the kills. Omega couldn't back up their jungler well enough, and MP the King actually conserved his ultimate so that he could take Ryzen down. That was the perfect way to handle that first turtle by Twisted, and Omega cannot find the ganks that they want.
Oh, Kaloi jumps on the Perks! Perks got a deadly magic on him, and he's gonna pop just like that!
That feels bad. I mean, when you're dealing with a Harley, and you get deadly magic, and you know you're guaranteed to die, you just accept your fate. Yep. I'll take care of it. Oh,
blazing the wet by Netsky to push back three members of Twisted. Oh, Netsky is getting pressured hard.
Yeah, Omega have effectively lost the first 5 minutes of the game. They should still be able to contest for the next turtle, but it's going to be one where they need to win it. Because if more kills go to the side of Twisted Minds, Omega's going to lose this game quick. Great handling, again, of the center of the map and the aggression that they're doing. Kaloi and Sean have really been carrying Twisted Minds here, alongside with great timing by MP the King. He's 3 kills to no deaths.
It's really crazy, too. That first tower down bot is almost down. It's literally 1 or 2 HP away from being taken out. So that's just how much pressure Twisted
has been able to go ahead and put across the map. I mean, think it started up at the first turtle, transitioned down to some action there on the bottom side, and now you've got less than 10 seconds for this turtle to come up here. And a Genius one already for MP the King with that build that he started up early on. You can see the advantage. He's 1,000 gold against the Fredrin here for Ryzen. And that's what we were talking about. If you fall behind here, you're going to find yourself in a very tough position.
That's where the gold lead is at right now. Between MP and Owl over to Ryzen and Netsky. It's tough.
Okay. Next turtle up. They're in position for this. Both gold laners waiting to maybe join. Oh.
In comes Lansu, and they put a lot of damage onto James. James can't fight. Blazing the wet from Netsky, and he can't last in there. That Brazer's Rat hit no one, and that just leads to free kills for Twisted once more, and a turtle on the way out.
That should also mean Turtle 3 and Lord 1 for Twisted Mind later on unless Omega can find a turnaround. But the difficult thing is, them finding a turnaround is gonna be a detriment to Netsky, because now you need to get farm on your Claude, who's 1,200 and counting behind the carry. So Omega need to find a way to get farm for their Claude while also getting kills, while also keeping or maybe gaining map control. They have to choose which route they have to go for. If I'm gonna pick for them, just make sure Netsky gets his farm, man.
This is why we were saying once again through the draft, once those picks got slotted in here for Omega, it was like, man, this is almost too easy to kind of see what's going to happen, and then you just keep pressing on the wound from the early game. Look at this, 4.2k ahead already at this point.
Yeah, the economy is so tight on Netsky. That first rotation was his first double lane, not because he chose to, not because they called it, but because they were with him. And that bottom lane was just too dangerous because that lane turret got pushed in deep. This is not up to him anymore.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough to get map control when you're up against Khalid. When you're in the objective fights, as we saw, they have multiple points of entry and initiation. Lancer with his flicker, flicker in his setup, and then you can also get Kaloy to be the setup. They have good alternates. They can actually sustain a lot of damage, heal through it too. It's a really tough climb for Omega. Ziva goes for the Radiant Armor first item, and that's desperate because he just needs to survive the initial onslaught of damage coming out from MP the King and Sean.
Yeah, there's so much magic damage front-loaded here with the lineup from Twisted that Omega doesn't really have much of a choice but to go in that terms of the path of itemization. A golden staff now picked up for Owl. He's got his 2 items locked in. And you're seeing the amount of damage Owl can already do on the carry this early on will give them the advantage into this next turtle fight. I almost don't know if Omega really wants to put themselves in this position again where they potentially lose another team fight and sets themselves even further back. I mean, even with this Perkzilla, your damage isn't going to be enough. Kaloy can just heal back up.
Don't do it. Parks, a lot of damage on him. Dashes deadly magic straight to the face. Twisted Minds take all their time to secure that last turtle. Omega can't even contest. It's so bad right now. It's so sad. It's so dire for Omega. It's like 2 tow trucks pulling at each other. The Kimmy and the Claw just helping farm, helping farm.
Yeah, as expected. No second item even just yet for Netsky. Still on the component, not even to his DHS, while there's already a golden staff for Owl's carry.
Ryzen jumps on the MP here. MP, they bite down, and there's a traction pulse, keeping him down. Mingwin finds the kill. Now Kaloy pops that quick sand guard. The jump on the Perkzilla finds that bush, but there's way too much damage coming in from Twisted Minds. 1-for-1 trade.
We'll say that was worth. It was at least a shutdown. It was a small baby step in the right direction. They have so much more they need to be able to accomplish here as they try to hold on to this mid-turret.
Twisted Minds pushing it forward, blazing the wet by Netsky. Twisted Minds back off. Mingwin still firing away. They might find Kaloy. In the crouch, Sean hits that. Right at the face, Omega backs off single-handedly off that move.
Did I see that right? That was Energy Eruption.
From Sean.
Stolen by the Valentina. A la Super Friends. He's at it, yeah. Oh, now you have to also watch out for that. I forgot that was also another avenue where they can engage and re-engage through the Valentina, stealing the Energy Eruption of the Fredrin. Now, after that last sequence where Omega got to get the kill onto MP the King, it's something. Another something that they got is actually Mingwin now has a Sky Piercer. Yeah. So if he can get some stacks on that, should be really good because I don't think Netsky's going to be getting kills anytime soon. He's going to be able to deal damage, yes. Already up to a golden staff. Now you're just waiting for the DHS. It's now your Kimmy is your main tool to bridge it over to the late game for the Claude. Kimmy's your carry right now. Play through Mingwin, play through your captain.
Yeah, that setup is still good, as we saw there with the Kimmy-Fredrin combination, but again, at some point, Twisted won't continue to put themselves in that position where they got caught. They're going to go ahead and start up this Lord, though. Ryzen gets the information over to the team. You've got Netsky swinging forward, but they're going to force it.
Oh my God, they burst down Ryzen! Didn't even get to hit the ult, and that's 2 down. Persiva falls. You're trying to find James. James backs off. Twisted Minds, 2-man advantage. Omega won't contest.
Bro, that Fredrin has a Dreadnought armor and a Radiant armor and still got popped like that. They do not have the defense. Twisted Minds just went full damage. And again, with great play, shutting down the potential early game snowball of Omega, playing the objectives really well, handling the river so good. It's like they saw the keys to victory of Omega and said, hey, we should do that too.
Oh man, they're going to try to defend with the flying clouds.
The flying cloud misses FP. They clap back and rise it in perks. They fall down again, stumbling from up on high.
That's demoralizing.
That little Joker just gets away, man, with the slip of
They find Mingwin, lands it with the flicker, Infernal Pursuit, and they penetrate through top.
Man, even more so is it demoralizing right now. Because
aja,
this
bro.
is insane to see that even with some Radiant Armors, a little bit of magic resist, look at the interaction between a Harley and a Valentina. Having the Genius Wand, Divine Glaives there, now a Holy Crystal for MP the King. Even the little magic resist you have is basically gone, and you can't deal with being overloaded. And then you have Aloe, able to kind of sweep in and do what he needs to do on this carry now. So they are going to handle this Lord. The Holy Defense is going to pop here, a charge from the Lord on that bottom turret. But if Twisted wants to force this with a 10K lead, they can go.
Set mahal.
And the Reggie Sandstorm.
Wow.
Point blank blazing to win. Not going to do much. Down goes Perks. Down goes Mingwin. And the rest of them go. Netsky, the only survivor. Twisted Minds take down 2 inhibitors. Oh, what's the Sky Prince going to do? Get away! Oh, in the base. It's over. Smart Omega. Kaloy. Have some words for game 1 as Twist takes it.
GG, guys.
I mean, it's pretty clear. Omega lost that after Turtle 2. Twisted Minds, they knew.
Completely
Lanjut game kedua ya, guys ya.
to what they could do in game 1, though. So maybe that's going to work in their favor if they can make it work for them, having all those options, all those possibilities that could happen with this kind of draft. Because yes, this will be the first time that we see Chip come through in Season 17. Who is still one of those roamers where you don't see too many teams pick it up. That's one of the things. It's more of a niche kind of preferred hero for certain players, certain teams in the league right now. But also having that Freya, having the Suyo and stuff there, that damage profile that they bring to the table could help them. And then Lapu Lapu, though, his main responsibility is like tanking up a ton of that damage to be able to get the crowd control off if he can. And so that's what Renmar's saying here. There's just so many things that this lineup can
Langsung
do.
saja, bro, ya.
And we'll see if
Game
they're able
kedua,
to
bro.
pull it off here. We jump into game 2 of this best of 3 series on our opening day. Let's see if we can go to a game 3.
In before the action unfolds, Omega doing well to not engage the very high damage output duo.
Yeah.
But also, we're down to 1 hero just basically being peeled. That's the Lapu Lapu. Chip can't do that. Chip is like a Hilda who has to weave in and out.
Yeah. Really just time your enhanced basic attacks, so little stunts that he can dish out.
Initiate, then get out.
And then get out. I feel bad for James in this one, man. He has so much on his plate. His timing, Omega picked a really difficult road. It's not impossible, but again, it's...
They do jump down on the Kaloy!
Good start.
First blood drawn by Rice and the Barangay come alive.
Yeah, good start. So they learned from the initial trade from game number 1, handled it much better. Now they deliver the first death on Kaloy.
Owl has the flicker, using the damage reduction from that shield. In comes Persiva trying to cancel it. Jumps down on the carry and they go! Another kill! Down goes Owl.
And that is a great start to what Omega needs to do with this kind of lineup that allows them to go ahead and make plays like that. So, way better than game 1.
Aman aja, bro.
Now some momentum. It's not anything crazy this early on, but it should definitely put you in a better position for the first hurdle.
This is why my analytical theme for this series is balance. Omega showed balance in the start of this game number 2. First, they played defensive. We're not going to fall for the same tricks against the Khalid Valentin again. And then when they found a really good opening, as greedy as it looked, despite being under tower, it was the perfect tower dive to take down Al early. Now can they convert that into turtle wins through James?
Twisted Minds first of the scene, chopping that turtle down about
Lansu.
looking for an engage. There's the Phantom Steed, MP the King, a little too dangerous, a little too hot underneath. Flicker jump in, Sean very low, Sean too deep, down goes Ming when Lansu finds him. And MP focusing on that turtle, down goes Sean, 1-for-1 trade, Ryzen in deep into that pit, takes down that turtle, and trades for Kaloy. And MP the King gets taken up by Netsky. Oh no, the Valkyrie finds one more, and Lansu jumping in. Netsky's not done with it.
Juga bang ya.
Pursuit. And Netsky keeps on going. Netsky versus Lansu. Why can't him and Ryzen take him down?
Oh my goodness, and they're still going. They're still going to duel it out. So Lansu backs off. Meanwhile, the whole time, Owl was farming the gold off that turret. Well, then he gets punished.
Appreciate the recovery of Omega from that game number 1. And to answer the question of how come Lancer did it down there, hey man, Freya has little micro dashes built into her kit. So the longer that fight on, the longer Lansu can keep jumping on them.
And he keeps procking shields.
Yeah, he keeps procking shields. He keeps procking that little enhanced basic attack shoulder tackle. So now Twisted Minds needs to find some semblance of control here to slow things down. But it's easier said than done up against a lineup again that has a chip that is now playing very well because they take their early game condition. So how will Kaloy and Sean then control the river and try to read the rotations of this chip is the biggest question for Twisted Minds. Because now Al needs help catching up. In game number 1, it's Nesky on his cloud. Now it's Al on this carry. How can you get him more farm?
I think Owl, you know, given the fact that he's died twice, if I remember right, he's not too far behind gold-wise just because he was able to go ahead and stay down there and get some of that gold off the turret. But that's the thing, if he continues to die and get focused down on, then yes, he's going to be, it's going to be much longer for him to get online on this carry here. And so that's going to be up to Twisted Minds on how they continue to rotate and deal with these objectives. Because, wow, look at the damage!
Sean gets taken down, 1v1 by Ryzen.
Clean, man. That was clean. 3-0 win 3, and I'm starting to feel like we're heading into a game number 3 with the momentum that Omega's going on. It also depends on how well Netsky can handle the next objective fight, which he will most likely join. Chip and Freya gold lane. It's, wow, crazy. It's a great combo.
Working out really well. Second turtle up. Neither team going to go ahead and focus on it yet. Just grab those buffs here right now.
Yeah, because look, Netsky can drag out the laning phase in the objective fight because he can just join through the portal, meaning that he can slowly deny Owl of even more farm.
Owl's going to make his way. Again, this is expanding rivers. I'm not sure if he's going to fully commit to this, but they might just give this turtle up.
Perks man-to-man defense on the Kaloy, denying a contest. Another turtle goes to the barangay.
Omega can slow down this invade, and good thing that they did. Would have been way too greedy for them to try and go for a steal just for, what, a golem or a beetle. They wouldn't have made it to the orange buff. It would have been countered by Twisted.
Another shortcut called in.
Hampir saja.
Down bottom in the Y brush. In comes Lansu, uses that same portal, jumps on the right.
Terus bang dikasih bang mahal.
Finds him, shuts down. Ryzen, and that's a man down. Another
mahal gitu bang ya.
Valkyrie's descent, 2 for none. Twisted Minds get to breathe.
Yikes, massive counterplay by Twisted Minds, and Omega just faltered to their own ambition. No other way to put it other than Twisted Minds completely owned that sequence, saw the shortcut, played cool, calm, collected, and then they immediately got 2 kills after that. Now it's a very even game, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from these two teams. We've seen a great start by Omega, but now Twisted Minds is biting back as well.
Just going back to that term of balance here for this matchup, and it's essentially been evened out at this point. Lansu just going to go ahead and poke a little bit here as they set themselves up to get in a better position for the next objective when that does. But that's one of the things, again, Chip, even with the shortcut, you can't forget that it can be used against you as well, and that's why that timing, even the way to stay calm and collected with Kaloy, you know, being able to get out with the Raging Sandstorm, then the Flicker, and then buying that time for the team to kind of respond, that paid dividends there for them. So now it's Omega trying to get back in control here.
Yeah, 4-0 start for this Phovius, and I wouldn't be surprised if Lansu, for majority of the team fights, similar to what we saw earlier after Turtle 1, he's just going to keep surviving dragging fights out, and then Omega are gonna partially realize that, well, hey, we actually don't have enough. Because once Lansu gets a Radiant Armor, and most likely he will be getting a Blade Armor as well, the damage coming through from this Kimmy and the Freya, the main sources of damage against this Phoveus, he's just gonna laugh through it and he's gonna keep fighting.
Okay, here we go. Last turtle of the game up. Kaloy getting in position, providing that vision. Oh,
Phantom Seed already by MP, pushing back James and Ryzen, allowing them to rethink their entry into the turtle pit. Slight advantage for Twisted Minds, pulling it over, down to 3/4 of the health. Gotta get soft reset as Kaloy looks for one.
They jump in though. Netsky made his way up. They know a crucial ultimate's down. They're just gonna blitz it.
That's a quick take by Omega, 100%, 3 for 3.
Just knowing the Phantom Seed was down.
Yeah, Omega also just did not give Twisted Minds any opening and no avenue for MP the King to dash in.
Raging Sandstorm by Kaloy, keeping James down. Gets hit by that Lansu second skill, does not engage.
Well, maybe. Okay, I guess it was just one of those things like, hey, let's see if we can find an opening here, but he did not. So still slower, more methodical pace. Ryzen now up to a War Axe. As for the gold laners, there's still... Okay, I thought Kaloy would try to force something out here, maybe perk Ziva. I think that's what
he is.
That's the flicker, and the shortcut, in comes the rest of the barangay. You can almost see the shot call, and Ryzen here, right through that shortcut. Close call could have been down by MP and Sean.
Yeah, sometimes when there's a chip in play, you've got to look in multiple places when things are happening here. So they want to go ahead and get this turret down. They want to take this tier 1 up top. Twisted is just trying to put so much work into this, but Omega's doing a great job at defending up here.
Okay, DXP not that far apart, Gold not that far apart as well. One level ahead is Ryzen. For MP the King's item, still on the way to his second, already has the War Axe. So it's a slight gold lead here for Ryzen Suyo.
Okay. Well, meanwhile, Owl's been farming up, catching back up into this game here. Divine Glaive now locked in for Sean. This is usually what we see as second item for the Valentina. So, in just a bit, the positioning, the fight for that Lord space is going to be happening here.
Twisted Minds have given up on this tier 1 up top.
Yeah. Kind of, it just seems like they don't have much of a plan to really do anything just yet. A lot of this has been kind of respecting what Chip can do at the same time, and you don't want to overcommit on that side of the map, especially before this Lord comes up. Now that it's spawned in, so Omega's going to go ahead and just start this up. Are we actually going to see Twisted try to do something here?
Another blitz coming through. Lord at a 1/4 of its health. Kaloy looking for an engage. Ryzen secures. Double to the other side. Netsky with the Valkyrie's descent already. Mingwin very low. The shortcut. He jumps right through it. He gets it. He's saved, but Perkdiva falls. So does Ryzen. Double kill. Great post-Lord take fight by Twisted Minds.
The chip portal actually helped Lansu. He was sending back members of Omega, and just when it got too risky for him, he got out with the shortcut and ended up with the rest of the team. So you actually saw the angle. Twisted Minds were already setting up that post-objective take from the start because of the advanced positioning of Lansu. They knew they wouldn't get that turtle, but they knew that they could get a chance to get kills afterwards, which they did.
Hey, chip happens.
Chip happens.
Sometimes you're like, oh, what? Could have got away with it, but the rest of them, not really. So this will lead to what? A nothing Lord.
Yeah, basically at that point, you don't really get much off of this Lord. A couple chastised pauldrons picked up now too for Kaloy and Lansu. So this is what we were talking about. Once some of these more physical defense items do get picked up on Twisted, that's going to give them a bit of a way to work with this Freya especially, or even down to the Suyo to an extent here, and even the Kimmy. And so part of this is Omega getting what they can. If that's tier 1, tier 2 turrets across the map off that Lord, that's about as good as it's going to get because of the way the fight went.
Lansu should keep up what he's doing. He should just really keep going straight for Mingwin once he sees him in the fight.
Yeah.
Because he has ways out.
Whether it's his or Chip's.
Yeah.
Basically. So with this, they lose a couple tier 2s, but Twisted still trying to call them back into this game. They need to open up the map a bit for themselves, but Omega has been doing a really good job at just, even when they lose a couple bodies, they don't really lose control of the game.
Yeah. Question is next for Twisted, when are we going to start feeling Owl Because at this point, you can only play through Sean, MP, and Lansu so much. You're gonna need to get Owl and the carry involved to deal damage and clean things up. Though Omega are losing their main sources of damage or their main frontliner, it seems like without the chip, without the Suyo, it's really just through the Freya and the Lapu and then the Kimmy. But then with them not also having the frontline that they need, it's like too difficult to catch up against a carry.
Conceal by Perks, allowing Netsky to run away. Phantom Steed, they all collapse onto Perks Diva. Perks gets that shortcut in, but he gets taken down quick. He doesn't even get to cast it. A lot spent by Omega to save Perks, but Twisted get away with it.
I feel like that was a lot of overthinking from the side of Omega. That should
Aman
not have
aja bro ya.
happened.
I mean, they get a kill. Are they going to get anything off of it?
Netsky 2v1. Outthinker through the wall, gets jumped on by Netsky. And the Phantom Steed gets called in once more. In comes James trying to protect his gold laner, but Netsky falls. Now 4v1. James backing off. Lansu jumps on him. Mingwin wailing away. Ryzen says we disengage.
Their base turret's getting pushed in too, and now the Lord is up.
Yeah, Omega are slipping, and Twisted Minds are just handed wins back to back. They will get advantage for the Lord, but then MP the King still has to go through his rotations, purple to orange. They can't go for the slow start just yet. Netsky in 10, Ryzen is up. Contestable, but I think Omega should just look for a steal angle while Twisted Minds, they need to blitz it.
No, Perks is here, so they can just bring Netsky to the fight. This is a good look for Omega, I'd say. Give Twisted Minds a false sense of security. Lord at about half health, Mingwin. Still pew-pewing away. Lord gets a soft reset. They gotta respect that shortcut.
Yeah, this is tough for Owl too. He doesn't have Flicker, so he picked up the Wind of Nature. So there's going to be a fight anyway.
Phantom Steed, MP, Traction Pulse. Can Ryzen survive? He's okay. MP at half health. Mingwin still blasting at Kaloy. Owl holds on to the Lord. Kaloy takes the time. Quick sand guard. Netsky escorting a huge wave down bottom. The map belongs to Omega, but the Lord pit still a 50-50.
Omega playing the macro here right now. There's no response other than to send Owl there to kind of deal with this wave push. So they held the Lord, and right now Omega has control.
Lord down to a tenth of its health. There's a Lord secured again by Ryzen. And they collapse on a Sean. Sean falls. Netsky finds him. Pulling with a flicker on out. Lansu tries to push in. Omega finds one. Lansu is out. 3 defenders backing out of here. Omega find a late game turnaround.
Handled that Lord dance really well, considering before that final take, Ryzen was spotted by the members of Twisted Minds, brought to half health, and he had to spell vamp back to full. Great handling of the Lord by Omega. Fantastic macro. Twisted Minds now might end up getting forced for game number 3 here.
Kaloy underneath tier 3 in mid. Drops that quick sand guard on a 3. Not much of a response. Twisted Minds. They're up against the wall here. Sean comes in. No ult stolen.
Anjir, satu sama bang.
Right away at the base, taking us all the way.
The Bangarangay go crazy. Despite the, let's say, terrible start to the series, they showed up. They were saving it. Oh my God, Omega, wow.
I'm clapping for you, Redmar. I'm clapping for you.
He saw it
Langsung
coming.
saja bang.
That was a great call. Vexana gets locked in the last pick. I wonder who else in the chat knew the Vexana was coming, but it makes sense. You pointed out why it works great, especially against those that last glue pick.
But it's dangerous.
It is.
It's risky.
Yeah, he might actually need to build a Winter Crown second item to survive the Harley.
Or a Blood Wings.
Or Blood Wings early on if you want to be a bit more conservative and just still also be able to build defense.
Have something that counts.
Yeah. So the reason why I thought of the Vexana, other than all making sense, this happened to me yesterday in my own rank games.
Oh, did it?
I picked Glue as one of the last picks blue side, and then the last pick was Vexana, and it blowed us up.
You got blowed up.
You got blown up. Well, let's see if it works here.
Aman aja bro
We're
ya.
jumping into it. Our first match of week 2. We get 3 games. We're jumping into game 3 here. Will it be Twisted Minds or Smart Omega that gets the victory here? Both incredible lineups for this last game. We'll see how it all plays apart.
Hey, silver lining for the Barangay. If this works out, then that means they have figured something out in the metagame. They figured out that these weird heroes that we've forgotten can still matter.
Yeah.
Because there's no other option, I think, especially since they banned the Eve, where you could hold a box. And that was their main problem in game 1.
Yeah. Plus, it's going to be harder now once they're all level 4s and Mingguin can burst down the little gluelets.
Yeah.
Chinese translation, mini long longs. Once those are gone, it's going to be difficult for him to actually get a jump onto someone. He has to be very honest, just keep bouncing on someone and putting those marks up so that he can just latch on to a member of Omega. Because again, we've stated the reasons why this Vexana makes sense. That little stunt that you can dish out with I believe it was Deathly Grasp that it was called, can mess up an entry of the Hilda and the Harley.
It's him with a Terrify and Sean too. So they both have that kind of ranged crowd control.
Yeah, that little bit of time that it buys for both the compositions here. So it's rather kind of just null, you know, in the beginning. Like, you're not going to see too much as most teams wait to get these level 4s available right around this turtle here. Even in the sense that MP the King's got to be careful of his own entry just because of the way that Grasp does work with Vexana.
Both mid laners not level 4 yet, but with the wave coming in mid, Sean will be able to hit level 4 before Mingguin, who will have to get EXP through the EXP lane.
James not quite there yet. MP the King and Sean putting a lot of pressure. Lanzu already has his grab. Kaloi very low. That's Pertiva jumping in. Kaloi running away with it. MP the King flickers back. Secures you with the retribution. James jumps in. Does not secure just yet. Use that flicker. Draws first blood on Kaloi.
Could have been really bad for Omega. Again, Mingguin hasn't hit level 4. Lanzu jumped up on the right time, but in the end, they were able to split up the fight so that the focus of the glue is split up as well. Handled really well by Omega. Twisted Minds, you can't fault them for pouncing on that. It looked like it was going to be really good for them. It was just answered very well.
A little bit of a threat here around the purple buff of MP, but the team is there for him, so he can go ahead and secure it. So he will grab his buff, but yeah, good kind of decision there to deal with that. They go ahead and trade things out, but it's just a kill. It's only a kill over for James as he grabs that. Oh,
Phantom Steed, Horizon, a stolen Phantom Steed by Sean. We saw this last weekend.
Forcing out the Raging Sandstorm, Kaloi was just swinging away at Perks, who took a lot of damage. So again, Hilda Valentina still hurt. I think Ryzen was able to get the last hit on that golem though. Skypiercer is the rush for Owl. He didn't go through the Fury Hammer route. He went straight for Skypiercer.
Tell you why, man. After that carry game, he's like, I want to play. I want to be in these fights. I want these stacks. And so he goes that route with the Skypiercer.
Which makes a lot of sense. They have burst in their roam mid trio that can set up for Owl to get Skypiercer stacks early on if they can get it.
And this is one of the few times you can in the early games. Yeah. Later on, even Ryzen will be hard to pop.
Yeah. Very, again, very, I don't want, it's not passive, but it's just one of these situations where either team has to throw it at each other to fight this out. We might just see more so objective fights because even in a sense, like I said, with MP, he doesn't necessarily want to go for these pickoffs right away on this Harley.
Okay. Twisted Minds are going to get advantage for the turn, but Kaloi will have the vision. Lanzu's going to be playing catch-up with this. Better positioning for Omega.
Oh, they blast Perks, forcing a quick sand guard. James comes in with an Infernal Pursuit. Lanzu running headstrong into that brush, and both teams are able to reposition.
Get on them, Lanzu. Just get on them.
Going for Sean.
James jumps on a Sean. Sean very low. MP the King blasts away. Quick sand guard into a Raging Sandstorm on the park. He gets taken down by Kaloi. Ryzen runs into 3. MP able to space escape on out of there. And there you go. Lanzu heard you. He's riding James right now. Riding James. And James able to survive.
Perxiva and James were way too aggressive with that start. They thought that they could buy a lot of time so that Ryzen will just be able to freely get the turtle, but the turtle was not low enough. So now the question is, Perxiva and James, why?
Yeah, that was my question. Why? What was going on in that team fight? And so it might ultimately be a reset. We've got Ryzen going and grabbing his purple buff. MP's down pot. The rest of the team is up here around the turtle. So we'll see exactly what they decide to do. There is going to be a push down there for that tier 1. Perxiva takes a couple shots from Kaloi.
Whoa. Twisted Minds are trading the turtle for this push down bottom. And I think Omega have just accepted this and said, let's just lean into it. And MP gets the push down bot.
Yeah, it seems like the presence of the glue was enough. So far we haven't really felt the presence of the Mingguin Vexana pick just yet.
Gue kapan le kok ada MM232 le wala.
Taking unnecessary risks.
MM232 gitu.
For Twisted Minds, they can open up the map. these little victories that they're getting by Omega being a little bit more
MPL kayak MPL Indo PH bang.
priorities.
Jumat
Working
Sabtu
out very well for
Minggu.
them. They can build a big lead through this.
Steed thrown out, but again, it's just Koloy there. Let's take a look at the items where they're falling into place here this early on in the game.
Okay. Gold laners. Okay, now he's finally building the Fury Hammer Owl, second item. Very close to the goal, so Neski does have the DHS. So both gold laners have a much better time. MP the King has a slight lead over Ryzen, who only has the War Axe now.
Okay. As they kind of find themselves just protecting the tier 1s, Omega looking for their own opening to kind of fight back here. One of the things that you will have to do, because you have a Claude in your team, is to go ahead and scale up on the Claude. And so you have James up here on that front side of the map to go ahead and help out here. It's so difficult for Omega to actually find a potential pickoff on their own, like starting it up themselves, where most likely they're going to be responding to what Twisted does to them.
Oh my goodness. Tanggal 3 kan pura-pura gak tahu. Empalah.
That's huge info, Sean.
Itu siapa bang? 323 siapa? Netski.
Oh, they balanced it out. Did not expect
moonwalk.
It was.
He kind of does moonwalk out when he plays duets.
Smooth criminal with it too. At least Kaloy got to balance it out, forcing out the blazing duet from Netski, and they got the tower. So again, the little wins through Omega's passiveness or just getting caught out by Twisted Mind, they're stacking, and now they have a comfortable advantage for Turtle 3. Whoever wins this might actually be set up to win Lord 1.
Sean with a stolen Rampaging Sandstorm. Checks range, Kaloy gets caught. A lot of damage from those three. Lansu clearing that Y brush. Kaloy jumps in.
Oh,
Lord still not summoned. Where is the hit? Oh, maybe can take it down. Ryzen secures it. The jumping, the stolen Raging Sandstorm. James jumps in Infernal Pursuit. Stack for Owl. All wins so far for Twisted. And they force back the two remaining members of Omega.
Ryzen might have been able to get the turtle, but man, they lost so much in that fight.
They didn't have enough to peel for Mingwin. It was way too easy for Kaloy to just go ahead and jump on to that Vexana. Mingwin threw everything. Deathly Grasp, Eternal Guard, and that did not stop Kaloy from
Indo sama
him.
bang, Jumat
It was
Sabtu Minggu
actually a
bang.
miracle that Ryzen was able to get that turtle, but I don't think there's
Tunggu ya abang-abangku semuanya.
Oh, gets Netsky right in his face! And that's a blazing duet on through. Surprising how Kaloy survived all that. Did Mingwin get to bring out an EG? Did it get melted that quick?
Yep, it did earlier on.
Yeah, earlier on he used it, but I think Redmar, he echoed this in the draft. He was worried that Mingwin would just get focused on and blown up. And that's basically what we've seen. I know he's only died once, but if you're seeing it happen in these team fights, he's focused so hard.
Yeah, and as expected, he's going for a Winter Crown second item. That's the main choice he got. But it's a tough call right now for James and Perkziva to decide who's going to be staying back to help peel for Mingwin. I think it has to be the Phobias. But the problem is, Perkziva might not be able to buy enough time. Fixed Vanguard can only heal him. And there's still a lot of damage coming out of Twisted.
Oh, James jumps on Kaloy. Pressuring MP the King. Do something! Forcing a space escape from MP. Perkziva spent his Raging Sandstorm to do that.
Yeah, to do that, to try to get something to happen, doesn't happen at all. And now you have a Divine Glaive on Sean. Sean's been able to go ahead and just, I feel like, poke even more than what we've seen from the Vexana for Mingwin here. Just allowing him to go ahead and utilize the ultimates that he decides to take and set things up. So now that the Lord is up, I don't know, man. Based on what we've seen from Omega, they haven't been able to really win these team fights. There's the winner crown. It's picked up. Maybe a bit of defensiveness will help them get in a better position here. But you can see Netsky's clear over on the other side of the map. He's going to go ahead and clear that. Hopefully he doesn't get caught out here. Look at the positioning from MP. At least gets the information. And now they'll go ahead and try to fight for the positioning here as they make their way for this Lord.
Great proactive map management by Twisted, and Omega's taking a lot of hits.
Perkziva, very low, doesn't get the click that puts Vanguard and flickers back.
He had to defensively use that. There was no way if he stayed there. But now with that gone,
Twisted might look to still continue to punish here.
Aman aja ya
Omega's
guys
so
ya.
clumped up too. They have to be careful on how they approach this fight.
Chloe and Lansu, Omega, it looks like they have no answers for this Hilda and Glue early on. Even if they're trying to provide space and peel for Minguin, it forces them in a very defensive position that collapses onto the Vexana. But it's great for the Glue, it's great for the Valentina and the Granger, making them easy. Make it easy for them to land poke shots.
Whoop, man-to-man defense, James on Lancer. Perciva very low again. Phantom Steed by Ryzen. They're just focused on the Lord. How are they gonna get this quick knockup? There goes that skate shot, find him. Ryzen secures and James can't survive as he walks into Owl's bullets. 2 deaths for Omega, but they get the Lord.
They spaced out well enough for Ryzen to miraculously find some space to get the retribution on the Lord. But Twisted Minds will get the push out in mid, and I think it's going to be one of those Lords that will easily be cleared up by Twisted Minds once it comes out for Omega, and it will be.
Yep. Lord spawns. Twisted continues to take down some of these turrets. They hold it there. Let's see if there's something that Smart Omega might try to do. They pull the Lord in the jungle, they take care of it, it's cleared out, they'll take some buffs on their way unless Ryzen can secure it. That he does. You know, again, you're seeing how much work it takes Ryzen for the objectives. Even that Lord earlier on, he had to be able to go ahead and get that timing just right to secure themselves the Lord, but even so, they have other issues to worry about right now. And you saw what happened. They wanted to blitz that Lord, but they saw MP, the King, up top, trying to clear that wave. And they just barely made it here. So we'll see if that's enough adjustments. I think part of this, too, is for Netsky. You know, he's got the Trinity locked in now. He's working on his next defensive item. I think he's going Rose Gold here, potentially locked in, and just to have some of that sustainability through the magic damage, because he needs it.
It is going to be Rose Gold. Also, next up for Minguin, it's either going to be the Lightning Truncheon or straight to the Divine Glaive, just so you have that burst right away. But Kaloy and Lansu have been taking the damage in stride. Omega, slow push out of the map, but Twisted Minds just traded out in the bottom for a second tower.
Aman aja
Omega
bro
needs
ya.
to go back. Oh. Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Netsky's going to be fine here. He has had to do so much work at farming up on this Claude, but he should be there. I mean, granted, imagine this kind of lineup you're up against, and he's only died once. That is pretty good for him because of just how much potential there is to die, especially with a Harley across from you and the rest of this lineup. Owl has been able to go ahead and get a couple sacks too on the Sky Piercer, but it's more so just what they're able to do. Yep.
2 layers of protection from Minguin.
Minguin needs it.
Full utility protection for the Vexana. Might not be enough damage. I don't think it will be enough damage.
It's enough damage to pop those longs, but not enough to take down the actual front line you're looking at clean up for Twist.
And this with the problem for Omega, it's like they're getting small wins, but they can't get a big definitive win because the front line of Twisted Minds are way too tanky.
Oh, James gets threatened here by Kaloy. Ryzen calls in, but the answer, front line, there's the Eternal Guard. Kaloy camps into the small brush. In comes Lansu. He can't find a ride, can't mount. And Ryzen is going to lose the Phantom Seed here. And Sean steals it on the way out.
All right, a whole lot used there, but that's exactly what you guys were talking about. There just wasn't exactly the enough damage to turn that in favor. And yeah, Netsky utilizing his Blazing Duet there and the Flicker, so they don't have that. James as well, that's down too, and Lord is up now.
Let's get on brass tacks. Omega lost that trade. Lansu's Flicker for James and Netsky's.
2 big ultimates used, but Battles Plus utilized. Oh, Twisted Minds are going for the Blitz. Soft blitz. Oh, no. They're slowing it down. Slow it down. There's a real Phantom Steed coming through. One more time, but at the cost of Perciva. He trades for MP. Ryzen very low. Gets mounted and gets taken down by Kaloy.
Ooh, the secure again. Ryzen is keeping Omega in this game.
Mean Dean is keeping Omega alive here. He's somehow finding these little angles of freedom within the Lord pit. It's just like, retry. Easy take for me. But now with this Lord marching forward, Perciva and Ryzen will be back. Slower push out. Twisted Minds look to meet them somewhere in the top lane, seeing if they can stop this Lord from making it to the turrets.
See if they're able to do that.
Lord's going to be worked on, and now Omega wants to give that Lord a bit of a space so he can actually turn some of this in their favor. It hurts. Kaloy will take a couple of shots. We'll see if they can even get that mid-tier 1 turret down. It hasn't fallen just yet, so Omega, at this point, they just want to get what they can here, playing with this Lord as it charges into the tier 2 up top.
From the right, opening. Kaloy protecting that entry. Perkziva taking too much damage.
Aman aja, bro.
About 1 HP as the Lord takes down that tier 2.
I think that was a breath of relief from Perkziva. I don't think he expected that he'd get out of there with just an inch of health left on his Khalid. So looking at the items, actually built the Malefic Gun, Netsky, knowing that because of a lot of close range bursts that can be dished out by Twisted Minds, he wants to be able to create a little bit of space for himself, considering that Omega need to commit a lot of utilities to creating space for their Vexana. So great itemization by Netsky. It's a little thing that might actually have a big impact later on.
Yeah, and with that, they look for the next play here for Omega to potentially finally swing things in their favor. It's all been Ryzen for the past 2 Lords now to keep them in this position where they bought themselves enough time. And now Twisted definitely going in with a different game plan, a different angle. Oh, this could be a deadly bush here for Kaloy.
I wonder if Kaloy can sniff it.
Kaloy
won't miss! And gets caught by everything that Omega can throw at him. Flickers out. He lives.
The deathly grasp of Minguin, I think it missed. That extra inch of Terrify actually would have bought them the time to take down Kaloy, but it just did not land.
What was it? An anticipatory deathly grasp? Did he aim it towards where he thought the Hilda would go?
It was where the Hilda was coming from because it ended up closer to the pixel bush that Kaloy walked out of when Kaloy was already in front of the death bush that Omega set up.
So it's behind.
Yeah,
Did
it was
he expect
behind
the Hilda to backstep?
But yeah, I'm leaning towards that too. He was thinking that maybe Kaloy would go for the little 2-step back and forth, but no, he just went straight for it. But still, they burnt the flicker out of the Hilda. Could be counted as a win.
Very small win. Lord's coming up here in a couple seconds.
Very small.
Sean also holding on to the EEG. He's got his own internal guard. I'm not sure if he's going to switch things up, but might be utilizing some of that little bit of crowd control that comes with that. As Lord is started up by Netsky, but this isn't going to be a full commit just yet as Omega fights for the space here. We'll see if Ryzen can replicate what he's done for the past 2 Lords as Lord evolves. Now that we're past the 18-minute mark, Twisted trying to get in position.
Okay, Perkziva spent his quick sand guard. So Twisted Minds have this window. James jumps in, forces a spot from MP. MP gets taken down, and underneath that pit, I'll get the stack. Down goes Netsky, down goes James. Lansu with the mount. Gonna get that reset. And Lansu sees Perkziva get out of there. What a trade! I don't know where
sekarang rata-rata kayak gitu, guys.
Everyone jumped, but everyone clumped for Sean and Al to just deal burst damage AoE. And Omega were not ready for that. James and Netsky get taken out immediately.
Oh, Lansu looking for the mount on the horizon. Can Barbia save him? And he finds out. He leads into the fight. Gets taken down by Sean.
Aman, bro.
Kaloy looking for that jump on the Perkziva. Perkziva flickers out. And he gets mounted by Lansu. Lansu's on him, riding him. Underneath tier 3, he gets a quick sand guard.
Last season, it was Sean on a Kimmy. This season so far is Sean on a Valentina.
Yeah.
Too good with it. Great timing. The Terrifies from those little shadow strikes that he can dish out, they've been able to make the most out of it. Not even full item build just yet, but he is up to a Divine Glaive and the Lightning Truncheon. Divine Glaive for the counterpart in the Vexana. Full items already for the jungles. It is just boiling all down to who can pop immortalities first and who can build that advantage first. Now that's another thing Omega need to watch out for. When they go in for the dive, Netsky and James, they have to watch out again for the burst that we've been mentioning all throughout. Through Sean and MP the King, but also now count Owl's burst damage that is there for him. Radiant armor just picked up by Lansu.
Oh no, is he going to be in trouble? James trying to get away.
Down to a 10th of his health, gets mounted by Lansu. A lot of damage coming in. Can he survive? Brings him the long way around. And one more hit. James gets taken down by Lansu. A disaster for Omega, but they look to punish Kaloy. Lansu gets on out of here. And they both pop. Down goes Netsky. Immortality out on burst, and he gets taken down.
Double kill gitu, bro.
Ryzen and Minguin left inside their base.
They have a wave pushing down at mid, and Mingwen and Ryzen are left alone on the defense here. Can they stay in the game?
Mid, tier 3 gets taken down. Phantom Steed by Ryzen just to clear these waves. MP the King space escape in. No waves. Twisted Minds shift their vision over to the Lord.
No minion waves. Omega still in this. One of the biggest problems now is how are they going to find a good timing for Neski to entry with the Blazing Duet. Kaloi's Power of Wildness, the ultimate of the Hilda. He's been single-handedly messing up Neski's entries. And then Sean just caps it off. Free Lord for Twisted.
Netski's not even part of the equation. He's still 5 seconds off of spawning as Twisted score. Get this, their first Lord in this 21-minute game.
And that's why Ryzen just called on the Phantom Steed and gave him a thumbs up there. Like, yep, all right, you guys got this one. And now they have to defend against this. There is a potential here for Omega to go ahead and clear this out, keep things under control. The only tower right now down is that mid turret in the base. We'll see if they make it work. A winner crown available for Netski. He knows he's probably going to need it for this base push from Twisted. They've got to deal with the Lord first. Here's a concealed play from Twisted. How are they going to push it?
Looking for targets. James popped very low. Space escape. He will survive as he gets it to the fountain. Lord getting taken care of by Omega. They will clear it, but they will lose their tier 3 down bot. Top lane up next for Twisted. Up 6,000 more. Quick knock on Netski as he gets hit by these turtles. Thrown away by Mingwen. Kaloi traded out for. Bottom lane waves coming through. 3 defenders for Omega. Make that 2 as Mingwen can't stand the heat. And now Ryzen is just pushing in. Trying to turn this. Just taken down, but traded out for Sean. And that's it. Twisted Minds take the series.
They will not start off the
Ngeri kali ya, Bang, ya.
season 0-3. Kaloi with the hype, with the words, and Twisted Minds with the victory.
Netski got blown up. I don't think he was even expecting that in that last
There's not that many gold
there.
players
And once they
in the league.
lost to Twisted Minds,
I like this.
knew exactly
damage,
what they had to do there.
Twisted Minds, they needed something sturdy and they explained glue.
Let's go,
You know
abangku.
what? I see the vision here, Twisted.
Yeah.
And it's not just because of the lineup rating. I appreciate the creativity. Let's see how they can make this work.
Creativity gets rewarded, as they say.
Dude, this is not the dark continent. This is the right continent. All right, welcome. Because here's one thing I will say about this, and I have done this in practice. Whoa, Kaloi. Okay, he should be fine. Typical start for Khalid. That's fine. But MP the King on the Harley and the Gord actually will work synergistically really well together. Because you even heard it from Carl TZ earlier on with a winning interview. That Genius One alone on the Harley is so good. So you already go ahead and get that first item. It allows Sean to actually pop off more damage because of that Genius One build on the Harley. So unless that's stopped, they might have a difficult time dealing with that kind of overload damage for this lineup from Twisted.
Yeah, and it's the athletic Gord with the flicker. Kaloi taking way too much. Yeah, good thing for Kaloi is that the long time readjustment for the juice in, you can just continuously putting stacks on people. If that was any different, then it would have been more difficult. But in the end, it is going to be difficult to handle the mid lane trading for the Khalid. You're just going to have to, you know, hunker down if you're Twisted Minds. You're not going to be able to get a lot of aggressive plays unless MP the King finds a good angle to Deadly Magic someone, either Light or you early on. 20 seconds before the next turtle spawns. Tough boots already for Kaloi should help him survive a little bit of the trades. Let's look at which EXP laner is going to hit level 4 first. Looks like it might be Edward actually. But now in the bottom lane, Owl cutting behind the carry because this is what Alter Ego loves to do. They'll cut this and then they're going to ask Owl most likely to join the turtle fight, but let's see if he's just going to temper it and play it slow in the lane.
I think Sean had a bit of a
There he is.
swap in terms of the items he prioritized. He didn't seem to be picking up the boots earlier, but now we see almost all members right here across the turtle pit. Factory Descent coming in from Owl, and Bracer's Rat also coming in, but it's MP who actually secures the turtle. And Sean with the Mystic Gush, picking up first blood. Edward flickering out, still brought back. MP the King takes him down.
I just want to say first blood, Gord, over to Sean.
Yeah, it's not just the Gord with a Mystic Gush. Nice, who's gushing too. With excitement. Seeing his signature pick here, but again, we saw it from the cut of Owl. We knew that he was going to go to the turtle. He joined that. That was 5v4. That's just simple maths. You know, 5v4.
Oh,
Win that.
Our camera's giving us the zoom in on the Patrick. Right there.
They're doing that on purpose, right?
Yeah, no, but I get your point here too, Renmar, and that's one of the things. Imagine if the timing was a little bit different on that too. He didn't have the level 4 either for that turtle fight to break out, but he had it right at the end.
Oh, wow,
Kaloy makes a call, and MP's there to follow. That's a flicker from Sean, just to extend the range of the Mystic Gush. They're still trying to go after Demon Kite. Another flicker burned, and that might just get punished here. Kaloy will try to get out of this. He does not get knocked up. He jumps back in, but Demon Kite will pick up the kill.
That's how you get punished if you get a little overzealous there, Kaloy.
Yeah, unfortunately also for Kaloy, the stun from Sean did not land, which is a little bit off to the right of Yue. Hence why the punish onto the Khalid. So, again, you pointed it out, that Gord Harley damage is disgusting.
Yeah, and imagine he doesn't even have the Genius Wand yet. Now he does. Yeah. Okay, now he does.
Yeah, and yeah, they set up for each other. It's like, again, a throwback to having a magic damage jungler and then strong mage in the mid lane. They set up for one another depending who builds the Genius Wands first, usually the jungler, because that also applies to any magic damage that gets dealt with the reduction of the magic defense. So cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then he goes Glowing Wand first to help with some of that sustainability that comes up with this lineup. So now we're going to see this fight, this time maybe be set up a little bit different around this turtle here. We'll see if gold laners decide to join this. It does look like Owl's coming up.
Oh, Owl Knight. Oh, that's the way of the dragon already used. Edward zoning out some other members, but Kaloy is still alive. Demon Kite this time, though, gets the objective, but it's Owl trying to go for the chase, and Demon Kite does not get out of this.
Okay, turtle secured, though, and that's a whole lot of gold to Demon Kite.
Oh.
That is going to be the trade here. The Aurora are not going to be calling up their carry to join the Turtles. They just want gold for Doming. And this is as expected with the Freya carry matchup or any matchup in the gold lane that is Freya versus a marksman. Freya will leave lane, sacrificing the gold that he could be getting in the lane because they want to get that through the kills and objectives. The fortunate thing for Aurora in the last one is that it was actually Demon Kite who won the Retribution battle, as the early use of the deadly magics was not enough to take down Edward, meaning Edward was still disruptive to the sequence of Twisted Minds. So the Twisted also just need to mark some conditions properly here, because in the last one it was Aurora who were able to do that. However, the difficult thing about the lineup that they're going up against is that they'll keep feeling the presence of the Freya. So far, especially as we've seen from the last one, Aurora are managing their flickers and their dashaways pretty well. The last time we saw this was in the grand finals of season 13. 671. I'm not saying it days ago. It was few against Team Liquid Philippines.
That's what I said, man. One of the few players, pun intended, to pick up the gourd. And there is a reason for it. I mean, right now, we definitely have been talking about how it works well with the Harley. And it might be just the only composition where he actually fits into this, but it's really difficult in the current meta. Demon Kite.
Oh, already flickering out, but the other members of Aurora are going to help. Raging Sandstorm used to get out, and so will be the Valkyrie Descent. Edward could have went for a setup there, but at least Twisted Minds are still okay.
Yeah, no kick committal by Light. I thought he'd be looking for an angle.
Same.
Because of Aurora trying to bait Owl into getting taken out, good thing Aloy was there for Twisted Minds to cover him. MP the King actually gets a tower up top. So with a lot of the mobility on the side of Twisted, the map presence of the jungler and gold laner being felt, Aurora are slowly losing the map control. But they might be able to fight this better because Owl was brought low by Demon Kite, excuse me.
Oh, Kaloy doesn't really want to fight against Kite. Miscalculation on Twisted Mind's side, and Aurora will secure this last turtle.
I think Kaloy forgot how much a carry hurts.
Yeah.
And Kite's just been farming up, so Kite is in a great position to just fight even a 1v1.
Yeah, even if you say that was Kaloy trying to buy time, maybe for the rest of the team, that was definitely not worth it. You gave a kill onto Doming. And now Twisted Minds have lost their early game window to dominate. They're going to have to play 50-50s all throughout.
Oh, everyone, they just poured all of their resources, so... And There's a flicker too. Sean is still going to be okay. No one's going to connect with the Way of the Dragon, but it doesn't matter for Aurora. They're already able to take down Kaloy, and they have access to this tier 1 in mid.
Great positioning from Light to decide to go towards the backside. He actually forced Sean to use the flicker, and then he was a threat enough, even on MP, as he kicked him, buying enough time for Aurora just to go ahead and win that team fight.
Yeah, big errors are now getting capitalized on by Aurora. Although for the last fight initiated by Twisted Minds, that wasn't an error in their part. That was a good call. But you just really have to admit that Aurora played that much better. Demon Kite was calm, even though Lancer was the one able to pounce on him. Aurora separated that glue from the rest of the team. Even though Lancer was able to get away, Twisted Minds could not get any result that they wanted to get.
Yeah. It's twisted all over the map now. You can't go for your surprise plays anymore. It's Aurora that are first to show up.
Yeah. So quickly how this game turned around. Al just up to 2 items. Dominic Kite with an EXP advantage to him. And he is almost up to the Trinity, already up to the Golden Staff and the Corrosion Scythe. So now it's just going to be up to Twisted to see how they can manage the team fights against Aurora better, because so far Dominic has a lot of space.
Yeah.
Even though you get the Gush to come through, it's just a one flicker or one dash away.
Yeah.
And then that's fine. They have a very strong stalwart, or 2 of them actually, in the Sora and the Fredrin to hold the line to make sure that Dominic has proper peel and then he can freely hit. So Twisted Minds need to find a good equation in the team fight.
Yeah, a couple Radiant Armor is picked up here. Edward's got that now too. DHS locked in, so the Trinity for Dominic. That's how he's been able to go ahead and farm up. So they have control around this Lord right now. Charm will pick up a Divine Glaive. We'll see if they can actually stop Aurora from taking this. Whoa, Yue!
Yue uses the Crimson Beacon. Oh my goodness.
That's a huge ultimate down though for Aurora.
Yeah, but also for Twisted, it depends on how fast the Deadly Magic can be back in time. But they can't also pounce on this. The minion wave's not just there yet for them. They can't capitalize on it. Edward's managing it in mid. They can't get a push in bot. MP the King still needs to get his buff, so it's just a big reset in the end.
That's what we were talking about the last in our last series, or the first series of the day, when we saw the Harley come through. Like just the Deadly Magic alone is enough to go ahead and stop some teams in their tracks. And you saw it just there. Also, UA will pick up a Sky Piercer now after having that first item, that glowing wand.
Yeah, similar to how it was the Brody for Omega earlier, now it's the carry for Aurora. But at the same time, because of, as you just mentioned, the Sky Piercer for Yue, they also have to be careful not to get stacks on this juice in. So Aurora actually secretly has 2 options, even though their lineup looks like it's only playing for 1.
Oh, they want to commit.
Conceal from Light. He catches MP the King, but MP the King is going to be okay with his spaces. Edward with a 3-man setup. Kaloy falls down next. MP the King. He's on the other side. He could not contest. And Demon Kite finds him, but can he escape? Yue shuts him down.
Yue knew where he was going. There's no tricks here.
That is now stacks for that juice in. And Twisted did everything right, but they just could not get Dominic Kite. And of course, the beautiful entry by Edward. Should be frustrating for Twisted after that initial start. They've lost every major sequence since then.
Yep, this is looking grim here for Twisted. They do have a pretty good clear with this base defense, but right now Aurora waiting for that lore to march in. They deal with the Holy Defense Shields already. Let's see what they decide to do. Light, just trying to test in the waters. The Lord will run and charge down to the bottom side. Demon Kai also jumps in, but a Mystic Gush will clear things out, and they should deal with the Lord here before the turret falls.
Okay, so actually when it comes to trying to end the game, because of the guard, it might be difficult for Twisted Minds in the long run. They might be able to drag this out a lot if they have good numbers.
Okay, well, it's another conceal from Light. They should be aware.
Light has no flicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the hard parts too. Dominic Kai is your range, and he just doesn't have that much range on the carry. So they can't continue to get that turret.
Yeah, he is going for the last... actually, no, he's not going to be his last item. He's rushing the Malefic Gun for 4th. So that he does get the range that we have pointed out he is lacking. For Twisted, they just completely lost their early to mid-game window a long time ago. They're just really playing through the defense. The beauty of the Hardy pick is, of course, you can just send MP the King out, see if he can just surprise Dominic Kite or Yue and build yourself an advantage. might not have enough to completely take down Edward, who might be the next in terms of priority. Even Light cannot be single-handedly taken down by MP the
Aman aja, Bang, ya.
King. He will need help from the rest of Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Just listing down here some potential turnaround conditions for Twisted through the Harley.
It's going to be tough if it's another similar situation to what we saw from TNC earlier, wherein you have a certain setup or a sequence that you should follow. And in this lineup of Twisted Minds, it seems to be the supposedly connection between the two mages of MP the King and Sean. But even before they're able to accomplish that, they have to worry about the setups again from Edward, or Light just suddenly comes going in. And I think it's tough for Twisted Minds to pull off a similar play, because Kaloy, well, there is a Flicker Raging Sandstorm setup, but then how could the others just confidently follow up? Because that'll expose a lot of the backlines.
Exactly. Yeah, this was also one of those games for Twisted. If that was 3 turtles to none, it would have looked completely different at Lord 1. But they just didn't get that. And then this is why earlier it still holds true. Twisted Minds have this great lineup for burst. They have great damage, but there's just so much tankiness on the side of Aurora that they have to find a way somehow to break this formation that's just so good, whether it's tight or split up.
Oh, the Lord's getting bursted down already. Dominkite secures it for the team. Light's already low, but look at Yue! He tries to take down Sean. Successfully does, but he will go down to MP the King, outplaying Light, and Al White just gets to survive. But Dominkite still had the Embracer's Wrath.
Both down by the Fragrant and Demon Kite.
Letting
Al know, nice try trying to take down Edward.
You don't touch a celebrity?
You don't. Perfect flicker forward by Yue with a Crimson Beacon up. Skypiercer still impact, forcing Twisted Minds to go back every time that Juicing goes forward.
I loved the genius there from Yue to go ahead and just say, you know what? Here I am, here's my beacon, focus on me. That gave so much pressure to the back line where, it didn't have to just be Light or Edward to do that. So that was just a great choice of utilizing the beacon. Lord's gonna charge in, take out that bottom base turret, and now Aurora finds themselves getting ready to march through the mid and possibly the top, managing these waves that are really pushing in.
Yeah, Twisted really just have to hunker down, hold the fort. Even a BFB for Demon Kite.
They're sinking the waves.
Yeah, gonna be really difficult to take that Fredrin down, who's been the main guy to hold the line for Aurora. Hence why Dominkite has no deaths. Force the Mystic Gush out. Skypiercer for Sean, so they're hoping for a miracle now to get a big swing. You do see the math. True damage, Skypiercer could be good. Let's look back at the instant replay. So see, look how free Dominkite was. So much attention pulled by the front line of Aurora that it was actually mainly through the carry that they were able to take it down. The perfect flicker forward. Yue was able to get 2 up, and then in the end it was just a futile attempt by Owl. Bonk.
Yeah. Could have been better if the space escape wasn't there for MP, because I think Yue thought it was just Sean. If he just got to isolate Sean, then he could have probably still survived that. But okay. Now we're seeing still 50 seconds before the next Lord. Twisted Minds are gonna have such a hard time trying to even catch up in terms of farm at this point.
Yeah, they just want to basically have these successful base defenses until they actually win a decisive fight on the defense. Now, if we basically wait for that Lord to come up and find themselves in this position again, it's going to be more so the same thing. You can see that too. Yue went with a little bit of magic resistance. He picked up a Radiant Armor because he's most likely going to try to emulate what he did last time. He's going to throw himself forward, and even so with Light, you know, Light's going to be trying to do the same thing. He's got a good mix of the physical defense, also the magic resistance, but it's more so of like, if he's able to get the Way of the Dragon off, that might be mission accomplished for Light, and the rest of the team kind of just has to be there to clean up and finish the job at that point. So Lord is up now. Aurora's going to go ahead and try to take some buffs or put some pressure there where they can, and they'll rotate down to the Lord. Edward cuts off this side of the map because he knows that's one of the angles they fought out in the previous fight. But Aurora will still take their time with this because That's one thing. They know that Twisted has to fight frontal here. Look at the positioning from Light.
Yeah.
We've seen this before.
Aman saja ya gitu.
Winter Crown pickup for Yue as well.
For Yue, for Doming,
Light swinging
for
around.
Edward. That's 3 Winter Crowns on the side of Aurora.
Oh, Light. Did he get spotted out? Did Sean see him?
I don't think
Typical
so.
Light plays from even when he was still in RSG. He loved finding this weird angles like this.
They're pushing it. Conceal used. He's going for MP.
Yep, the call is to go for MP as Demon Kite takes the objective. Another setup from Edward, bringing multiple members of Twisted Minds towards Aurora. It's MP and Sean who's taken down
Ngeri
first.
kali.
The
Sorry
knockouts
bang,
are out.
Invictus
He's not
Gaming.
able to do anything. It's
Bang
only
Invictus,
Latsu
welcome,
and
eh?
Kaloy.
Aurora on the way, and I think this is game.
They have access to the base, and that's all Dom and Kite needs to do. They have their minions, and they will get this game.
GG guys ya.
It was a good start for Twisted. You saw the idea, but I don't have that kind of hero with them. They're playing through a Harith that is burst-based. Yes, I know what you're thinking. He's basic attack, but his basic attack is basic attack with extra steps. Zaman Force dash, basic attack. It's not the simple press button marksman that you're looking for. So that's why the lineup rating is leaning towards Twisted. But then that doesn't mean that the lineup of Aurora is easy to pull off.
Yeah.
It is actually, it doesn't mean that it's difficult to pull off. Because of the players playing them, the context behind these picks, this is a very easy lineup for Aurora.
And then as early as 29 seconds,
Aman aja bro.
we see how scary this Grok is just with the walls, and the tech charges are not even there yet.
Yeah,
but at least Twisted Minds know what to expect a bit more. It's not like Lights on the Cho that could just suddenly...
Yeah,
here.
And I think we're also just looking at how Lansu is going to be handling the laning up against Edward. So far he's doing well, I think, with the Alice up against the Sora, so we have to continuously check on that from time to time.
The only scary thing about this, though, too, because Yue has the Valentina, is there's actually pretty good options for the ultimate, you know, and he can go ahead and take the
Aman saja bang ya.
take the Tsunami Slam. And even if he went with the Tsunami Slam, it's like, it's just another piece of crowd control to this already crowd control dominant lineup composition that Aurora has. And I'm really wondering how Twisted Minds will deal with that through the course of the game, because even if they do manage to give themselves a lead in the early game, the late game could be troublesome for them. Exactly what you mentioned, where magic resistance is just built by Aurora by that time. So they gotta, I feel like they have to make a lead happen early on.
Which is why, if Twisted Minds ends up winning this game to force a game number 3, it's gonna be impressive.
Yeah.
They're gonna throw them all the flowers you got in your garden. They're gonna deserve all of it.
All right, first turtle up. Getting in position. Light not level 4. They're going to force him back.
Such a decisive call for Twisted Minds. They want to burst down Light. That's a deadly magic also committed onto him. That's going to be first blood. But MP, the king, goes down too. Unfortunate for Twisted Minds. And now almost all of them are going to go down in the hands of Aurora.
You got a beam. I got a beam.
We hate to say we told you so, but that's exactly why everything we've said so far about the analysis, you saw it in action.
It literally unfolded the way
Rame
we
banget
said
ya,
it
Bang, ya.
was. And it was, I mean, hey man, they crossed beams at that point.
Yeah.
And then Light comes through and he didn't even need the tech charge in the early portion of the fight.
Nope.
He got it right there towards the end to go ahead and capitalize on that. And so they find themselves now being in a position to go ahead and secure this turtle. I don't think Kaloy is going to want to do anything with this. He's still level 3.
Okay. Yep, that's a turtle over to Aurora. Twisted
Aman
Minds
saja,
couldn't even
bangku ya.
contest nor do anything about it anymore. And even Kite's just gonna steal away a lot of their camps.
Of course, ever since you joined, Valentina's always been one of the mid laners widely available every time. 42% game win rate. Majority losses, but of course it's just because he's been played so much.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times in the majority of the recent history of MPL Philippines, Valentina needed to be answered.
Wow.
So you would pick it, but then it forces reactions out of the opposing team, which is why she dipped out a little bit up until, well, this season.
Yeah.
It's because she was eventually answered, but then she found a home again in this meta because
Aman
of just
aja bang ya.
great ultimates you could steal that had way too much value.
Yeah.
Kaloi just got his level 4 a couple seconds ago.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
He was gapped.
Yeah, heading into that, Light had a significant EXP lead over Kaloi. So whether that was from rotations, I might have missed out. It's not like he picked up the encourage on the roam boots late. He picked that up right from the very beginning. Was it a rotation? Did he end up getting the EXP grab? I might have to revisit that later.
Yeah, it might have just been the rotation here, but nonetheless, now that Kaloi does have the Tsunami Slam, maybe Twisted Minds can go ahead and make a play happen here. Because, you know, this early on, you see this kind of gap in terms of the economy, almost 3K ahead for Aurora. Twisted's want to go do something. So they do pick up the Genius Wand now for MP. This is usually the signal for the Harley to start to make some moves. But again, it's a Fredrin across from you, taken near jungle, and you might be forced to fight. You might be forced to rely on the team to go ahead and help you set something up like this.
Okay, it's Edward who they choose, but Edward might just get a for an outplay. Heaven's Wrath already committed. That's gonna be the Throne of Ruin. He finally does go down though, but Lansu will survive. Light coming here to join as well. Demon Guide to Bracer's Wrath! And Yue finishes off the kill on Lansu.
Yeah, with the Shadow Strike from the Valentina. I think Twisted Minds.
Two-man deck charge!
Aman aja, bro.
What can Sean do all alone?
Hey man, this is why I was putting so much importance on the Grok.
Domain.
At that point, really, it's obvious. You have to respect it.
He's rocking with it, man. He's making it happen, and this is every single time.
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't matter if they're playing in the region or internationally.
Yeah.
We say the same thing. Even our caster friends around the world say the same thing. You have to respect Light on the Grok here. And I feel like at this point, too, he just he's having fun with it because he doesn't really have to be the one to always set things up with a tech charge.
Yeah, I saw a lot of them smiling earlier, honestly. Okay, they're gonna commit on to Light.
Aman saja, bro.
Does Light actually want to go for a setup? He does not anymore. Dom and Kite 2 will have to move away.
Sorry about that, Light.
Yeah, it's one of those moments, yeah, we just cursed him. Twisted Minds finally, all right, respect? You want respect? All right, here's your respect. I think Light, it's one of those head scratch moments like, oh yeah, sorry guys, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, funny, because he has a Radiant armor too, right? But they still did commit quite a bit to kill him. Edward.
Edward, it's going to be tough for him to get out of that.
Okay, we're getting some outplays from Twisted Minds here. Aurora getting a little bit too overzealous.
Making some mistakes.
Yeah, making some mistakes. So slowly Twisted Minds are getting back into this, but they're still losing a lot of control of the map. Owl is still trying to catch up with farm. It's still a 4,000 gold lead for Aurora, but hey, if you give Twisted Minds an opening, they're not going to hesitate to just jump.
Yeah, good maneuvers from Twisted Minds here. Let's see if they can actually contest the turtle when it comes up in about 38. And at this point, too, what this has allowed for Golden Kite, for Dome and Kite, for the gold laner, is to farm up. I mean, look at this. He is nearly 1,000 gold right now ahead of Owl. So he's already got the Feather of Heaven. He's working on his next. He does just pick up the Starlium Scythe. So now he's got that, and you can expect Dome and Kite to join these fights if he wants to. Sean's going to pick up an earlier Sky Piercer this time around, so a bit different this time. Went Glowing Wand and then Sky Piercer this time.
Yeah.
3.5. I thought I'd be able to see the items up on the big screen here in the arena, but...
On, bro.
Oh, wait. That was a flicker.
That's a whiff.
Yup, Kaloi did not want that to happen.
Gila.
Once again on the drop, followed up by Edward. And now it's Dom and Kite using the Salmon Force as well. Only Owl will live, but maybe not even unless... it's a triple for Edward.
Edward got the Sora. Light got the Grok. The link up was clean. And Twisted get punished.
4-man knockup, man. Under the
Aman aja,
turret.
man.
Light, he felt that death earlier. He's like, I'm going to do it. Let's take a look at the Infinix replay here. Look at this. The setup. There's Light. Boom. 3-man knockup. Almost a 4-man. Great use of the Rampart, too. And Edward, the target acquisition on this Sora needs to be respected as well.
This feels bad for Kaloi, who's been the guy to consistently make the calls and go for the setups, because they always get outplayed.
Going again?
They're doing it again, but this time might just be a bit more successful because it's Light who they actually get to pick off first. But look at Yue. He has a Tsunami Slam of his own. He's going to use it onto Kaloi. And now Kaloi falls next. Heaven's Wrath by Edward. but they get the job done.
Yeah, no more ultimates here for Twisted Minds. Still an Appraiser's Wrath for Demon Kite.
Might be a little dicey to actually commit to the lore, though, so they do back off, waiting for Light to come back up. So both roamers down. They'll go ahead and reset.
Yeah. Still, looking at how Twisted was able to take down Light there and the resources forced out of Aurora, there might be a possibility later
saja, bro,
on
ya.
if they can still keep it somewhat close. But clearly, it's just easier for Aurora right now. Again, we go back to a simple idea. So behind the scenes, just to pull the curtain a bit, a lot of us casters got together, talked about the meta, and we made this point. Your tier list, all your analysis, there's one thing that breaks all of that, and that's just comfort. There's a reason why there are players all around the world, a la Hellkurt for Baloyski, things like that, that just issues or warrant so much attention that you take it away from them, because if you give it to them, it completely changes the game. If Twisted Mind wants to make this lineup work, it's surprising to me why they would give Sora and Grok.
At least take one of them.
Yeah, at least just pick one of them, but like giving both when your lineup wants a little bit of ease when it comes to being able to freely hit from the back, Sean being able to use the Mystic Gush without having to flicker away to reduce the damage that he's taken. Yeah. It seems like the Twisted Minds lineup with those back-to-back gourd picks, they decided to go the hardest way possible to make it work.
Yeah, that's a Holy Shield going down. Oh, it doesn't.
It doesn't go down, it gets popped. They tried to use the Rampart to delay the Lord from getting there so he didn't get hit by the...
Nice view.
Yeah, he did get hit by the shields. Little view there, but...
Oh, wait, no.
Yo.
He does that all the time.
I like
but
the view.
Twisted Minds actually punish it this time? They do, but Edward too!
Ngeri kali bang, buset. Besok masalah Mpl Ph kali, mungkin saja bang.
But yet,
tapi gak tau lah.
still gets taken out.
Tergantung besok aja bang.
Hello, Light!
All part of the plan, scratch head. I'm pretty sure Light and Aurora did not want that to go the way that it did. Why is it every time we, try to make a good point about a player, it's just something bad happens?
Earlier with the triple knockup, he's like, let me do it again. He just doesn't hit anything.
No, but he does that all the time, right? That fake tech charge, but that didn't look fake. It looked like he actually wanted to go for a play.
Unfortunately, it didn't happen for Aurora.
That wasn't it, fam.
Yeah,
that wasn't it, fam.
They're still in the lead. They still have control on the map. Twisted, though, trying to fight for what they can to keep themselves from getting swept here. Now, we're still 40 seconds away from that Lord to come up. But I don't know, maybe on these missed plays that Aurora is making or these attempts that they're trying to make, it gives somehow, some way, enough time for Twisted to catch up here. I'm wondering, too, when we'll see Owl be able to go ahead and activate on this YSS. Yeah. He's had time to kind of farm up here. He's relatively been down 1,000 gold against Dome and Kite, but it's more so of them finding that set potential around Kaloi to actually make something work. And it's all a numbers game for them. If they can get a numbers advantage in their favor, then this lineup for Twisted could end up winning a team fight. Oh, no.
Okay, that's going to be Lansu. They're not even using all of their resources just yet, but he's brought down to less than half HP.
Yeah, there was no ultimates at all.
That was just...
the energy eruption, the swing.
Poke him down. Lord's up, though. Roar's got control, total control of this side of the map. Man, I think Twisted just has to wait.
Yeah, you wouldn't even want to call MP and tell him, hey, can you try to steal this? It would be way too risky. Easy take for Aurora. And let's see if they'll be able to end it with this upcoming push. Twisted has been, on average, down 5,000 gold for majority of this game.
Yeah, there has not been really a moment for Twisted.
Yeah, because even if you want, because it's mostly just going to be Lansu at this point, tanking everything.
Lansu.
Whenever Kaloi goes in, they're not able to get that much value out of it. You don't want to use it on Light. Maybe not Yue, since he still has the Purify.
Yeah, really tough here for Twisted.
Even on this base defense, again, they're relying on their clear speed to stay in this game. Even down this much, 8,000. Lord making his way down mid. It's going to go ahead and charge it and take out this base turret. So we'll see. Again, the Mystic Gush is crucial for defending this. They're going to lose both turrets very quickly here. Does Rora look to end the game here?
There's a flicker from Light, but they might want to work on all the base turrets first.
Base
Not gonna force a
turret
team
force,
fight
guys ya.
right under the base just yet.
Deadly Magic used, but it's just on Nomenkai. He doesn't really feel anything.
Yeah.
They're just going to go for the base turret, clear out all the base turrets of Twisted Minds right now. And I don't know, they don't have to force a fight, but keep an eye on Light just in case he decides to.
Oh, the taunt on Lansu
no.
and the Terrify! He doesn't get
Itu
to actually
ayo combo
teleport
Esports,
away.
yoi.
But then Demon Kite gets traded out. MP the King 2, Space Escape actually still gets to
Betul
return to the
sekali,
fountain.
abangku.
Still holding on to it.
Oh, there you go!
Never mind!
That's the setup from Light
Wah,
and
fix
Edward
2-0
doing it
ini,
at the
guys.
same time. Aurora have this in the bag. A shutdown from Demon Kite and another on
Kaloy, kaloy.
Twisted Minds.
Get as fancy and creative as you want with your compositions and lineups.
For the meantime, though, super fans, please make your predictions with us. If you want to win the 1,000
Langsung
MVP
saja,
diamonds,
abangku
predict the
ya.
match winner correctly, scan that QR code now.
Baru
Here
tahu
we
gua
go.
dia.
Who would you predict? 1,000 diamonds on the line. Like who would you say? The world is saying a majority still with the M7 World Champions, but Falcons draft ain't so shabby.
I gotta agree. It looks good for Aurora.
They have a Kalia combo.
Yeah.
2 of them actually.
This is beautiful.
Kalia carry, Kalia Farsa.
There's just way too much dive on the side of Aurora, though. If we're going to be looking at it from a team fighting perspective, the lineup rating is good for Falcons because that is very sound in the draft. But if you look at the Gaton, the Lapu, the Freya, the Baksha, I feel like Haji might have a difficult time here for the team fights, that him trying to escape and Falcons trying to give him space actually damages Falcons' chances in team fights in the long run.
Aman
it's
saja,
gonna be
abangku
tricky,
ya.
but I will not say impossible for Haji right here in game number 1. Aurora versus Falcons. I mean, the positioning of that Feather Airstrike, some people would say you just go ahead and hide in the bush. Maybe you can get away with it. Throw away of maybe 3 salvos.
Easier said than done, Carl.
That's right, exactly. But, you know, I'm giving Haji the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
At least for this one.
Ogren and Haji now being a little bit more careful with their trading in the mid after some recent mishaps early on. Of course, seeing the Freya on the other side. Marco,
Doming.
just see what he can do to temper that.
Whoa.
Light took a lot of damage from Kyle, Haji, and Ogren.
You gotta acknowledge the fact that the Kalia helps Haji stay, you know?
Yeah. Gold Crab, if I'm not... Yeah, went to Super Marco. Oh!
Oh my god, Light gets taken down!
Oh,
Suddenly,
one.
from out of nowhere, with no battle spells used from Falcons.
I think none of us expected that to happen. Even our camera didn't really catch that.
I didn't see that trade going down. Maybe Light presses Revitalize, or even the Revitalize was not enough to help him survive. In the EXP lane, Flaps doing a good job of handling Edward. Yeah, we go back and restabilize after the trade in mid.
Yeah, restabilizing is very important, especially right now that we're all waiting for those level 4s, especially for Falcons here.
Kyle comes in,
Aman saja,
calls
bro, ya.
in Barbiel off the short end, and pushes them back. Again, 20 seconds off a turtle, he'll have it when the take happens.
Yeah.
So
Takes
Falcons
over right now for the meantime.
will get into position first. Edward not yet level 4. Flap's gonna get there. They're gonna get the EXP Crab. Last hit. Oh, good block. That was a timely block by Flap.
That was decent, actually, yeah. And these small things will actually really add up over time. We'll see that happening on the bottom side of the map, though. It's a completely different story. Marco's having a rough
Aman
time.
saja, bro.
Yeah.
We don't want to miss that 1-1. I think he was having a hard time, yes, but he punished Dominkite enough to send him back.
Yeah, it denies him from being able to join. And look at how Haji even positioned in the right bush mid. He was expecting that Dominkite would be rotating, but because of how Super Marco handled it, Dominkite had to go back. But Dominkite will make it here.
In comes Ogwin, better airstrike from Haji, repositions, it's
Good
still
save.
Edward. How the hell did he get that? Takes down Kyle as well, and they push back the rest of the Falcons to the nest. Aurora in the snap wins.
And pushing it back, despite Marco being in the very prime position to actually take that attack. Very impressive. Edward really took it, and I'm looking for the retry. Where'd the retry go?
Yeah, it looked like both
Flap.
retries came out too early. There was still a lot of health at one point. I think it was around 700, 800.
In comes Light, taking care of Flat. Gets a kill.
Yeah, so this is what Wolf was saying earlier. Aurora are a very opportunistic team. Give them an opening and they're going to go ahead and quite literally dive under your turret just to go and grab it. So Falcons go for some counter jungling, trying to steal the Golem away from the Aurora side. Try to chase up Kyle a little bit in terms of the farm, but Light and Yue will be able to drive them back, but they still get the Golem. Edward takes a lot of gold.
Aman aja, bro.
A lot of damage on the Kyle. He will be able to drop in. Flap gets taken down off camera. Open right in the face of Juga gets popped. And that was difficult. 2 free kills for Aurora.
Yeah, it's a lot of off-cam kills as well, I gotta say. There's a lot of kills happening here from unexpected places.
Yeah.
And very impactful to that.
Oh, Light taking care of the flanks.
We've seen this happen earlier.
Backing out. He has some support from Kyle, but I don't think that's enough.
Aman aja, bro.
Light and Juga have been controlling this game for Aurora. Light's been really maximizing the unbreakable taunts. And they're not afraid to trade. They're so aggressive with it, which is what you want to see when you're going up against a lineup that has a Pharsa having to dance a weird dance in the map with managing minion waves in mid, trying to see if he can join. He's not completely connected with Ogwin.
Yeah, look at that Edward comfort on that Lapu Lapu as well, right? Right now, there's a lot to be had, or a lot to be desired for Falcons mid trio. But other than that, I feel like the side laners are actually having a pretty decent time for Falcons.
Except Flap. 2 deaths already.
Except Flap, yeah, sorry.
So he's deciding to cut. They're going to push up top. They're going to get a bit of gold there alongside Kyle, as they know that, okay, cross-map trade for Falcons Aurora.
Falcons have accepted the difficult truth that they cannot touch this turtle. They are protecting the purple just in case as well. And there's a whole lot of gold Kyle is getting on top lane.
So far, at the bottom side of the map, though.
Can open with the perfect tsunami slam. They will give up the shields on the tier 1. And in comes the rest of them. Kite survives, but only for a second longer. He gets taken down by Haji. Down goes Light as well. Falcons dogpiles on the front line of Aurora.
Flicker, feathered airstrike for the KDA machine. Capping off that damage, Light and Kite alongside the rest of Aurora get punished, and Falcons will be able to push Marco out of his lane, and he can now join the rest of Falcons for a full 5-man aggressive rotation.
For the looks of it, it feels like Haji will not play this Pharsa in the conventional way, right? He's just doing it more like as a secondary artillery at this point. He's really relying so much on Kyle and Ogun to get something started first. And it's actually serving Falcon relatively well in that last one. I wonder if they can keep doing that, though.
Let's see. Kite, though, has been high impact on this fray early on. Aurora will still be able to get the push out.
Domeng.
Oh, Kyle?
He does still have no ult, actually. It's cooled down. It's off of it. They do come on top of him. And they get Light. In comes Flap. AOG coming in, stopping the exit. Feather airstrike underneath tier 2. A lot of damage put onto the front line. Once more, Edward will survive off of the exit, the dash through the Landshaker.
As a 5-man unit, it feels like Aurora is just like a wrecking ball coming into this one.
I really thought that could have been way worse for Falcons, but it's because they were ready for it. Flap was already on his way down, Super Marco as well. Haji has been great with repositioning with this Pharsa, and I have to give to Ogun and Kyle. They are playing around Haji. Despite Kyle being, of course, the jungler, the Leomord, they're playing through the Pharsa instead.
Yeah, this is very unique. Not as much pressure, I would say, on Kyle to get things started because, you know what, Ogun's very happy to take that mantle. But, again, Purify is just making it so hard for this Kalea to actually pop off as much as we thought it would.
Yeah, you want to stop the Freya, but it takes so much to get onto her. Kite takes that turtle. Demon Kite takes that turtle scot-free. 3 for 3, 100% for the Northern Lights. And the Falcons are still looking for that opportunity. It's a slow climb towards equal footing.
Actually, thinking, where's the catch going to happen here?
There it is.
There it is.
Gets caught out. Flicker's back. The answer from Flap, wailing away, torrent form, looking for some crowd control, keeping them underneath tier 2. AOG plus ball freeze is set. A lot of crowd control coming in. Down goes Flap.
Flap.
Feather airstrike plus Kyle coming through, taking down Light. One more kill for Falcons. Edward goes down. They take down Kyle. Jumps in. That holy shield pops. 3 for 2, still a winning trade for the M7 World Champs.
They are so tanky and they deal so much damage to boot. Falcons handled that extremely well, but Aurora, even though it looked expensive, they lost 2. They still got the turret, and that was still a heat check. The Falcons telling them, you guys don't have enough damage to melt through the Baksha and the Freya.
Yeah, we posed that question earlier. What can they do to actually answer this Freya? It looked like they were doing it for the first part, but then again, that sustained damage coming in from Aurora is just unbearable. Yeah. There's not much they can do about it.
The Revitalize was clutch. Kyle's entry, the knockback was great, but then even right under their Demon Kite and Domin Kite together, it's a lot. Hence why this Freya has really been on everyone's radar ever since the M7 World Championship, and Dominkite still continues to show his mastery with it. And of course, Demonkite's comfort with Rora, with Baksha.
Oh, traction pulse from Yue. Flushing them out of that small brush. Falcons struggling to keep even this orange away from the hands of Aurora. Where's the retribution? Kyle gets it with the help of a momentum. A little bit of a room to breathe for Falcons.
I don't know if this is a silver lining or a very unfortunate reality for Falcons, but you guys see what I'm seeing, right? They're pretty much handling the fights well. They're man marking. They're maximizing their crowd controls, their dashes, everything, but it just seems like they're getting lineup diff.
Are you saying that they're doing it right, but it's still not enough?
Exactly.
That's right. It feels like Aurora's just doing it like 20%, 10% better. At least, you know, they're doing the right things.
And they're getting 100% of all the big objectives.
Yeah. All turtles, all lords for Falcons, and look at the level difference. They don't have enough damage just yet on Haji. He only has a glowing wand. Haji had to rotate out of lane a lot, and it also didn't help that, of course, all the objectives went to Aurora, meaning that even if Yue wasn't in lane as often, he was still getting the gold through the rest of the team.
Uh-oh. They're going to try to bear down on the Falcons team underneath here too. AOG, Valkyrie's Ascent, cascading ults coming through. Better dare strike. Flap very low. Flap gets taken down by Dominkite. They do trade for light. One for one so far. Demon away at Demonkite. Popping that Poisons. They're happy with the turret.
Yeah, it seems as much as you can do to try to answer individual people who are diving. What do you do if all of them are doing it at the same time? I think they don't really have the tools to do that.
That right there is a snapshot of where they are in this game, where Yue alone doesn't care that he's right in front of 4 members of Falcons in front of their base.
No fear whatsoever.
Yeah, no fear. He knows that they can't engage on him. He knows that they can't jump on him. Again, Falcons handled that well, but it's the lineup diff. It's the Freya and the Baksha together.
Is Marco not there just yet? Oh, that
not
is the
quite.
Phantom Steed from Kyle calling it in to help defend against his Lord. Putting that tier 3 up top, down to a third of its health. Oh, Flap looking to punish Dominkite from cutting through too deep as Demonkite takes Kyle's lunch money.
Maybe that can change later the moment Marco gets a Malefic gun. He is starting to build up into it. He has a Fury Hammer locked in already, but alongside the Swift Trinity.
Yeah, it should help out with the range. That means he can position himself a little bit further in the back to get distance between him and all the divers of Aurora. But yeah, it's the same old story for lineups that end up with the Baksha and the Freya together. It doesn't help that you also have the Revitalize on the side of Light. Even Gacha has built in stupid amounts of regen and spell vamp through an enhanced basic attack.
It's just too much might be overwhelming here.
There's no dominance ice yet for, just when I said it. Okay, there it is. There's the dominance ice for Flap.
There you go.
Glowing Wand for Haji along with the Magic Lantern.
Aman aja Bang Boya.
It's like they have the tools, but again, it's just the unfortunate scenario they find themselves in. It's still not enough.
It's kind of hard to use those tools when you have like a Valkyrie literally swinging in front of your face. I can kind of, you know, sympathize with their dilemma here. But at the same time, what are you gonna do about it? Like, that's a big question. Like, how do you handle this guy?
I can't. I always ban the Freya.
You always
jumps in, starts swinging. Oh my God, she's hot.
What do we do?
What do we do? You can't do much. The reason why against Alter Ego that pick was never given to RP again.
That's a painful part. Let's see if they can kind of remedy that. Again, one of the ways that you can do it is maybe catch him by surprise.
But he has a Purify.
That's how the Purify.
That's
what I was gonna say next.
There's no surprising Dominkite.
Yeah, hey man, if Falcon somehow solves this, that's crazy. We're gonna have to break down how they do.
Falcons last season was
Thank
the
you,
only
Bang,
one
yang
to
udah
come back
like-nya,
from
Bang.
13,000 gold deficit.
That's true. That's also true.
They were the only loss of Aurora, so never count them out. Lord here, quickly taken by the Northern Lights. No dice because they will take it, and the answer, they pop Edward first. Then comes the rest of Aurora after Haji's better dare strike. They jump down on the Dominkite. Dominkite underneath 3. Then Flap falls. Light still wailing away. Kyle at half health does not have the Phantom Sting. Gets taken down by Yue. Dominkite finds him, serving up a kill to Yue. Double kill. More stacks for the mid lane wizard.
They are too damn tanky.
Too much. I also see the problem because Yue is flying alongside Dominkite. So if you're Flap caught in between that, who do you pick? Who do you target?
Oh my
it's so hard.
God! Haji gets caught, and they're in the base. Aurora have a Lord marching through. That's all she wrote. Game 1 goes to Aurora.
An the end, the numbers make it look like a one-sided win, which it did. Falcons. I mean, to be fair, 1-1 does need to get somewhat close to all of that, but considering that 1-1 isn't the only carry, you're also really playing through the Kimmy. And maybe this is just a matchup preference for Dom and Kai. Let's see if them picking up the 1-1 is because Doming realized, oh, wait, sometime maybe in one of the scrims that 1-1 beats carry in lane, we'll see in the laning phase.
And there's no imminent burst.
Yeah.
There's no way for the 1-1 to just get deleted off the map so she can kind of try to really fly.
Yeah, and if they want that burst, it has to be through a very aggressive play from the Valentina, putting yourself at risk just to try and whittle down the health of that 1-1.
Yep, not necessarily a Dark Continent pick, but definitely not what we expected coming in here for Aurora in game number 2.
Yeah.
Go ahead and look at the possibility here of a really hard carry 1-1. I miss 1-1.
Aman aja, bro.
Oh, damage on the Ogwin here.
Ouch.
Can Light finish the job? Light jumps on the Haji. Haji covering Ogwin's tail. He's fine.
Light and Yue look so comfortable with trading in mid when Yue has the Kimmy.
Ogwen.
It's like, it's so reliable, right? Yue plus Kimmy.
Yeah.
Oh, flat blocking Edward from joining that eminent fight. Waiting to break out once again in mid.
And it looks like it is confirmed. It's difficult for the carry to dance with this 1-1.
All
Because
right.
even before all... Wait.
Once more, Ogwin takes a face full of magical blasts from Yue. Light, quick sand guard into that brush. Ogwin jumps on it.
Canonically the deadliest stormtrooper ever.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
The First Order is very proud.
They always hit. This one always hits.
Oh! Oh! Force the flicker on out! A lot of damage from Haji. Ogwin going hunting, jumps in, and takes that Light. Passive hits.
That was beautiful coming in from Ogwin.
Yeah.
And that was even more than you expect from Dakalea, right? Sometimes you don't have someone near you. Dakalea just, backs off.
Yeah.
Ogwin wanted blood.
Yep.
Both junglers will be level 4. Kyle goes into the jungle of Aurora to get the Lizard. And he will be able to get this alongside Flap. He has to give that to Flap though, so he is level 4. He does. And it looks like Falcons will have a better advantage for Turtle 1 as Edward will be delayed.
Nice try, Habibi.
Nice. It's been a while since I've heard that, by the way. Love that sticker again. Oh. So, here we go.
Falcons starting off quick and strong. Flap. Face check into Demon Kite. In comes the rest of them. They pop. The celebrity is down. The Kyle is good. He's on his steed. And they might take down Lightning Andrews. Yes, as Haji helps Ogwin escape. Oh my lord.
Edward.
Flat man-to-man defense on Edward. Edward versus 2. Haji gets a double.
Yep. Gets away with the skin of their teeth. Falcons actually gets out pretty much scot-free with a kill with a turtle.
Dear God, 2K up?
Yep, 2,000. A lot of big wins there for Falcons, and everything is going right. The management of the rotation, the takedown onto Light early on by Ogwin, the second death onto Khalid, Flap hitting level 4 before the Lapu Lapu. And on top of all that, Marco was able to double in mid.
Oh, Flap has Light on his tail. Can he see Demon Kite as well? Unfortunately, he makes an exit towards the right. Oh, if he went the other way, oh man, Demon Kite would have words for him.
Yeah. I think that was just very fortunate he decided, I'm just going to go straight through here. I'm not going to try to go around through the jungle.
That was a fork in the road.
Yeah.
Ogwin marches into Light. Light not ready to fight just yet.
Yeah, they're catching everyone that kind of just crosses the river here. So Falcons has pretty good river control, making sure that Aurora can't really exert themselves across the map.
Yeah.
And I think that's already step 1 of containing and controlling our current world champions.
After the initial rough trading for Marco in lane, he now has a comfortable almost 400 gold lead over Dominkite, actually. That also comes from the fact that Falcons got the turtle, but yeah, pretty much the carry's okay in lane now.
Ogwin hit with that taunt. Forcing a defensive rampaging sandstorm. Light quick sand guard into the pixel brush.
Yeah, it's one of those trades that's just clearly like ult for ult. Look, it's 18 seconds by the time for the turtle to spawn. So if both roamers are going to be going into that without their ultimates, I mean, that's just a trade at the end of the day.
That's exactly what you want. Is you want to try to maybe force the enemy to use a flicker or something. So that's a good try.
Yeah. And naturally, Kalea does have more harder crowd control built into her kit.
Like this.
Oh,
right there.
Forcing Demon Kite back. Traction Pulse throwing the Flap, forcing him to use that torrent form. And he is going to help provide it underneath this turtle. Oh my lord! It's Edward who takes it. Flap goes down. Marco takes Edward. The trade Demon Kite backing off the flicker forward. Marco gets a double. Falcons smell blood. UFOs. Haji gets him. 4 for 1. Take the turtle. We're happy with the kills.
I think I'm starting to realize now. Oh wait!
Buset,
by
Ogun.
Demon Kite. You were saying?
Just good old needles and flowers there for the 1-1. So I think now I'm starting to realize why I was quite skeptical about this Khalid pick. For you gentlemen, it was the speed, which does make a lot of sense, but you kind of need a little bit more than just going fast now. Some stability is getting missed for Aurora. Granted, we did see weight up top. Something could happen.
Okay, they're eyeing each other very, very badly.
It'll be the best for Aurora if nothing happened.
Yeah.
They need to find their footing. Oh! Kyle answers the Demon Kite. Demon Kite forces retribution. In comes Light. Flap to respond as well. Edward pushing back again. Aurora. It would be in their best interest to say, let's slow it down. Which is again weird for this Khalid. One thing it brings is speed.
I kind of get it because the Desert Tornadoes just don't hurt as much as you think they should. In
Aman
this
aja,
specific
Bang Dewa.
matchup.
Not after 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And not
And
after some birdie
Edward,
deaths.
So you can kind of just imagine that that's the power spike of the Khalid, right? The very early on Desert Tornadoes. That's gone.
Edward jumps in. Tsunami Slam from out of turtle range. And a couple of ults thrown out. Falcons get a kill.
It's going to be a while until Khalid gets some value from the Thunderbelt that Light just full built.
Inshallah.
Just now.
It's 6 minutes and he just built the Thunderbelt. And
he still has a stack on it.
And he still has to put stacks on it. Is it really just to maximize the slow and then just hope that the rest of Aurora can finish everyone off? But then you're going up against a Valentina that was comfortable. It's 3-0 and 5. Silver lining for Aurora, they do have no deaths on Dominkite, and he is able to trade the tower up top also. And Turtle still looks good for either of these two teams, but Falcon does have that 4,000 gold lead.
Yep, better firepower. They put the turtle at half health. In comes Ogun looking for another engagement. And there's Sora coming in, set up by Flap.
Sora.
A response from the Trakin Pulse. They take the final turtle.
Yeah, at the very minimum, you know what? They're trying to at least force some skills off the Falcons, not completely giving the objectives away for free, but at the same time, Aurora can't really push out as much because they are risking their necks every time they kind of just walk out of this bush.
All the more every, I don't know what you call it, milestone of this game, Falcons are saying, slow down, Aurora, slow down.
Yeah, holy roll.
Slow down dulu bang ya.
Did I say you're allowed to walk in that river? What did I
say? Hold your roll.
Slow your roll there. There you go. I'm so sorry. English is
Hold your roll
hard.
has a different connotation, my
That's
brother.
right. Thank you so much.
I will do the roll what I wish.
Aman aja bro.
Yeah, great push by the Kite Bros. Oh, but the buff on the turret is still up, so they couldn't make the most out of it.
Yep. And they do find Haji. Haji's compromised. But Ogwin is trying to protect his mid laner. He gets blasted. He got blowed up. And in comes Kyle from the flank. Calling in the battle, but not enough of a damage output from them. Super Marco gets a face full of Appraiser's Wrath, and they trade out 1 for 1.
Yeah, the celebrity just cannot stand the flashes coming in his way. Cannot really sustain that. That Brethren felt so squishy.
Yeah. The camera lights are blinding him. I completely lost what I was trying to say.
Kyle came in like a paparazzi.
Edward.
Snap, snap.
I'm just trying to eat here.
It's TMZ. 0-3-2 for
no comment.
Kite. Falcons needs to flow bottom lane a bit better. They've been putting a lot of focus up top in the upper quadrant of the map. Once they get a good flow down bot, which will be handled by Kyle, Purple Buff will still go to Aurora and to Demon Kite. So now Aurora will have to manage this bottom lane minion wave, which is getting slow push. It wasn't a full clear by Kyle. Falcons will have the full 5-man. Aurora might risk just giving up the continuous push down bot, so they have a better spot for this Lord. As Light now goes to RBM, and he might find a good flank angle here. He got conceal. He just got conceal boots.
Oh boy.
Is the Light signature. Haji and Super Marco. I don't know if this is the best combo to kind of stop Light from doing this. As Aurora makes some ground here, they have crossed the threshold of the pixel brush. Haji flashes him out. Try again, Light. Try again.
That's a good 6th sense coming here from Haji. Like, he knew.
He does that.
He could feel it, right? He could feel it. So now, it's a bit of a stalemate here, at least for the meantime. It seems like Aurora wants to do something with this Lord.
Oh, the flicker and the Tsunami Slam
Oh,
coming
the
in.
Tsunami Slam.
Compromises Demon Kite. And as if the Lord was with them, they find one another. Kyle takes that one.
Gila
They
sih,
take
guys.
down Light as well. Ogwin catching all that damage as Ogwin falls. Juga gets a kill. Kyle here. Delta split.
You know what that looked like? It looked like the signal for Falcons to go was seeing Demon Kite and Domeng both take damage from
Demon
the Lord.
Kite,
That's
Demon
right.
Kite.
That was like 10% gone from Domeng, a healthy amount also from Demon Kite, and they just said, that's enough advantage for us. Let's go ahead and dive and initiate, and it was the perfect timing. Ouch! Oh!
My lord! Super Marco!
Aman aja bro.
Killer instinct! Finds him in the base!
That was super things. Just super things.
Bulletproof and bloodthirsty.
That is massive. Actually, just taking one more from Domikai just slows down their defense on this Lex Lord.
He got away with murder!
Aman aja bro.
Didn't even give him a head tap, just came out of nowhere with the damage.
He won a 7 Dominic Kite and another Tsunami Slam! Demon Kite underneath Super Marco! Appraiser's rat not enough, he still falls! Right in the back line gets pummeled! Super Marco gets a double!
Aman aja bro.
Dominic Kite, one more for Falcons as Edward falls. It's
That's
just
it.
Yua left. Haji traded out for the base gonna be up next. Falcons, they feel the air underneath their wings. It's just Yua left to defend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to tell you, we are going all the way.
Look at that crowd. They cannot get enough of this win. It's going to be a 1-1.
An odd response.
Aman
here
aja,
in the
bro.
Michael Arena.
Everyone was like, what?
Was just sullen.
Yeah.
Don't you guys
in
have mobile
shock.
phones? If you know the meme, that's the response it elicited. Don't y'all have mobile phones? Oh.
It was a low tone, but there was an audible huh from the crowd just now.
Hey, this is all gonna blow up in our faces if it works.
Langsung saja bro ya.
Seating towards them. Kyle is not going to be an easy target to take down. But you are playing through a Kaja and a Phovius as your main frontliner when you're going up against Chip, Lapu, and Fredrin and Freya. Usually the math is telling us that the Phovius and the Kaja is gonna struggle here.
And we already got duped by Uranus today.
Yeah.
And just flat out womp womp.
We had high hopes for KLVJ to close off that series earlier against Liquid, but you know what?
Aman
It's in the
aja
jungle
bro.
now.
Yeah.
The last time I blasted a Uranus jungle, it was on the world stage, and Liquid fell.
Yeah, Liquid felt alter ego. That's right. We have to acknowledge
But
that this Uranus in this lineup
Ogwen.
now is just pure utility and wanting to retreat. There is a substantial amount of crowd control for Falcons. They got Focusing Mark, PYT, Inspire for Ogwen, so they're maximizing the cooldown reduction on the Kaja to get the ultimate as fast as possible, to get the ring out as much as possible as well.
you got Terrify, Dark Wave.
Exactly, which means that Super Marco does have the crowd control he needs during team fights to be able to be free. And that's what was lacking on the side of AP Brent earlier, which was crowd control. But now Falcons has a lot of it, but are they prepared for the chip shortcut?
Yo, the
Edward.
way it looks, Falcons are not fighting. They are just asserting themselves.
Yeah.
Aman saja bro.
Magic damage focused mid trio.
That's fine for now.
Kyle's
But-
doing good, yeah.
But later on, it feels like that might not quite be enough.
Yeah, dude, there's a huge gap between the Uranus and the Fred.
Yeah, no, he's just literally, again, asserting himself. Just the sheer chunkiness
Big
and
guy.
slow roll damage output is working.
Just walking in on out there.
Stolen!
Grab the purple in your face!
My God!
Highway robber with no masks!
Yeah, it's working out well for them.
Give me your lunch money in front of the teacher!
Yua doesn't have enough damage. Or doesn't remember his parents' own phone number.
Oh, God!
That's insane. So Demon Kite literally just walk around.
And he has no
Aman
older
aja,
brother.
bro.
He did not do much in the last few seconds. The last 30 seconds, Demon Kite just literally walked around.
No kills, no real fights breaking out, and Falcons have a 500 gold lead. That's palpable. They go straight for the turtle, and Aurora can't even think of contesting.
No answer because your jungler is just way behind.
This is literally and figuratively one of the Uranus games of all time. And it's only been 2 minutes.
Okay. All right.
We see it now. We see it now, Falcons.
Buset Edward.
And Falcons force a retreat out of Edward, sending him underneath tier 1, and they continue
Yeah.
the ransacking of Aurora's jungle.
Ogwen's level 4 light is far from that. So there's a divine judgment for this Kaja available.
And no shortcut.
No shortcut.
Man, this is big right now. The control that's being given by Falcon all across the map. And you know what? While all that's happening, Super Marco's like, thank you so much. Make sure they don't look at my lane.
Flickers on out from underneath, sure death, under that Appraiser's Wrath. Where's the response? Still no kills, by the way, 3 minutes in.
Yeah, kills, but just a lot of steal of jungle.
Resource management.
Whoa!
Yeah, almost a 400 gold lead for Kyle's Uranus right now, actually.
Again, Super Marco just loves everything happening right now.
Oh.
Falcon's going on the invade.
Edward trying to cut through that flank. There's a consecration from Kyle. They jump on, take down Edward, and they're not done. They continue forward. Light taking a lot of damage. Yue from the right side. Kyle put those edges on one. They take out Demon Kite. They're trying to take down Light. They cross through, juggling damage from the turret.
Oh my god!
Oh, what the hell?
To take it. A lot of damage, and he goes through one of the white walk portals.
Yeah. Hey, it's working. If Aurora can't do anything early on against his Falcon's composition.
Approaching 2,000 now.
Yeah, this is a blood retribution too on this Uranus. It's not flame, it's not ice.
It's damage.
It's damage, it's pure damage.
That is like, not what I expected this game to,
dorong.
you know, this early game to actually pan out.
Orang beratus Rene ya.
But right now, the goal difference does feel like it is showing. Despite, again, only 2 kills on the board.
I am vexed by this occurrence.
It looks like it's because Yo just doesn't have enough damage early on to be a nuisance to this this trio.
Doctor is the early diagnosis. They get through the rough time.
Yeah.
What if they get items on you?
That's the thing. It's if we're seeing the early game domination of this Kaja Valentina Uranus, what happens then once Aurora has items?
Like that, like a glowing one.
Yeah,
right there.
And even also items in the presence for Domikai, who will be able to join this. But then yeah, they're playing careful because of the Divine Judgment.
Okay. There's the traction ball thrown out. Turtle at a 10 of itself. Light through the back line. Trying to compromise one of the members of Falcons. Haji gets taken down. They pop him. Flap here jumping on a Demon Kite. Demon Kite takes him out. Demon Kite with the Valkyrie's Descent. Light gets dismantled by Super Marco. Yue firing away. Super Marco does not have enough damage to stop.
Aman aja guys ya. Buset Aubuan.
Yeah, the items are really making their mark now. A big difference from what we saw in the team fights earlier.
Yeah, Falcons were able to bully the jungle early on, but then it just reaches a certain point. So that's why we couldn't see the early game vision, because we were already thinking about everyone level 4, early game items, 5v5. It's tough for Falcons to fight. It's tough for Haji especially.
Hodge goes underneath, knows how to use it. Edward wins
Aman aja bro.
But there's going to be an eventual trade here as Flap tries to finish what Edward started. So 2-on-1, but still a 1-for-1.
Yeah, bottom lane is going to get pushed out here. Oh, but a pull.
Chip is there.
Oh, Domin Kite. Valkyrie descent away. Light takes a face full of light wheels as he goes down. Can Ogun chase him? All right, Domin Kite's fine.
He was forced to trade it out. He just committed the stun and the sacrifice himself so that his gold laner gets away. Good counter there.
That's a 2-0 for Super Marco right there.
Yeah, carry still, though we also have to watch out for that. So as much as we're talking about this scenario being good for Aurora, full 5v5, items on the board, this time again, compared to the carry earlier by AP Brent on the hands of Shizo through an EXP lane Uranus, this jungle Uranus is built around the composition that has a bunch of crowd control through EXP, mid, and roam, so that Super Marco has the crowd control and space he needs to deal damage.
They're working well so far, right? It feels like if you can slow down Demon Kite, that's also great. The question is later on, like free item Freya. That's my big question. What are you gonna do about that? Like, how does the fight start, and who starts it eventually? Like those are the things that have to be answered here by Falcons. They need to be able to answer a rampaging Dominkite who is getting into position right now.
He has this big wall in front of him, and of course Falcons blitzing this turtle. Soft reset. Traction pulse around by Yue already. Light checking that Y brush.
Aman aja bro.
No one present.
Turtle ketiga ya.
Threatening this push. Are you going to trade it for the turtle? In comes Light, shortcut through. Kyle secures. The rest of Aurora come on through. And they put so much pressure on Demon Kite. Kyle gets the kill. And another one jumps in. Super Marco takes down Light. Aurora have gotten scattered throughout this fight, pushing into the bottom lane tier 1. Yue fighting for his life alongside Edward, and Falcons claw down and take out 4 members. No one falls on their side. 3,000 gold up.
We set it up before that fight. Falcons and the tools that they have to allow Super Marco to shine. The fight got split up, but Falcons in the front line, Flap got to hold,
Whoa,
Kyle got to hold, which meant that
busy.
Ogwin and Haji had space to help Super Marco to then eventually rejoin the fight. Look at that big fight split. Flap and Kyle go after Demon Kite. Demon Kite will be fighting under here, but then eventually he'll be forced back. Kyle is just a wall you need to get back and away from. And eventually, the rest of Falcons join in, converge his 5 under the turret, and take down Edward and Yue.
So that's basically how they plan to deal with Dominkai. Isolate him, split him from the pack, and be able to deal with him the way that they know how.
And it's not even an automatic, I see Dominkai, I have to hit the DJ. It's actually more of a deterrent. Like, okay, you get too close, we will hit you with the DJ. And that's how bad it is. Oh, Flap jumps on in, forcing a defensive Valkyrie's descent, and Flap flicker to the right. Ogwin looking for one.
He's jumping in.
With an infernal pursuit. A shortcut calling in Edward. Calling in Demon Kite. And look at the right side. Edward pushing Marco away. Tier 1 up top gets pushed. But Kyle is in the middle of 4 members. It's a little too much even for him to survive. Concentration. Flicker forward from Yue. Kyle still alive, but only for so much longer. Yue gets a stack on his Sky Piercer.
What are these fights happening here? Breaking out non-stop. I feel like it is Falcons trying to take advantage of Aurora basically being discombobulated, but at the same time they did it a little bit way too deep.
Yeah, MVP Edward in that last fight, locking
Lord
on to Super
pertama
Marco,
ya, Bang, ya.
which forced away Haji and Super Marco.
All right,
No
sign of
Kyle.
life from Aurora, no retribution. They blitz the Lord. Flap takes it down 1, but they trade for 2. Demon Kite and Demon Kite now right foes, and 1 more. Edward goes. 4 for the Lord.
They're even
Ngeri
better.
juga bro ya.
I absolutely feel like it's not worth it. Now it's 4 down. UL alone. Didn't we just see this a few games ago or last game?
Yeah, from out of nowhere, Falcons with a sudden turnaround. I thought that was the end of that as Edward got another massive land shaker. But their sustainability, the damage, again, space provided for Marco. And Aurora just crumbled slowly. Let's revisit that.
Hello,
Watching you
Todak.
and Marco. Knock up from the Lord. Demon Kai got taken out. Dominkai decides to go straight for the back, but he got taken away real quickly.
juga, bro,
The
ya.
Divine Judgment from Ogwin was saved for the Freya.
Beautiful. They didn't even start the fight with it. They left the DJ very, very late.
Again, a last-minute deterrent in case the rest of the frontliners could not hold it. All for Marco. And Marco has yet to die. 4-0-5. Look at his full arsenal here. Up by about 500 gold away from Doming Kite's Freya. We thought it would have crumbled. We thought that by the time Aurora built items, Falcons would have folded with this, again, arguably cheesy lineup. But so far, they're making it work well into the 11-minute mark.
Yeah, I think the key here is keeping Super Marco alive.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just by intention or by design.
Oh! Divine Judgment on the light! Gets the call in, the shortcut. In comes the rest of Aurora, and they clash onto the backline, forcing back Dominkai.
Edward.
They take down the portal. You ain't going nowhere. 2 for free. Go over to the Falcons.
Okay, it's perfect because I have to correct myself from the last one. The suppress actually landed onto Edward in the previous Lord. It was the Terrify from Haji as the Valentina that stopped the Freya from being able to just slice through to Super Marco. And yet again in the sequence just now, we see the big ticket value
Aman aja,
of
bro.
the Terrifies from the Valentina through the Shadow Strikes.
Yeah, you're right. And maybe I think they got terrified at the same time. So all of it just happened in tandem.
Yeah.
And why it looked like they got Divine Judgment.
Yeah, and look at the KDAs of Haji, Ogwin, and Marco. This just goes to stress up the point that we said of how Falcons fight. It's Kyle and Flap versus the rest of Aurora, while Haji, Ogwin, and Marco are playing together. The KDA's kill participation all very similar and close to one another.
They're not even overthinking it. They're just dealing with whoever's up on front.
yeah.
And they're basically just saving the crowd controls for last.
At the 12-minute mark, it's as if we were still back in the 2-minute mark. They took the orange right in front of Aurora. And there's still this gap once again. Earlier it was like a 1-level gap, which is again almost insignificant. But now we're back to a 3-level gap between Kyle and Demon Kite.
And that's going to make a mark, especially with this one. Next Lord coming up in 10 minutes, 10 seconds rather.
The retribution between level 12 and 15?
That's huge.
Forget about it.
Yeah, not to mention you also have like just really massive crowd control that's stopping you from using that retribution in the first place.
Yeah, and Falcons just need to keep their formations set. Don't collapse too much. Dominkite opening up top for Aurora. It will send back 2 members of Falcons, it looks like.
Aman
They're
saja bang
worried
ya.
because there's no more shielding in the turret. They send back Flap.
Oh, Lord, this is the point of no return. Retribution by Kyle. It's good. Ogren very low. Gets a divine judgment. Light falls. Shortcut has already been pressed, though, as Edward flickers forward. Oh, there is an anticipatory flicker from Haji as well. Dodges it. It's just a dash. Demon Tech gets taken down here. Double kill for Super Marco as Yue has Kyle on him. In comes Haji. Finally uses the flicker. And the damage has been done. It's too little too late. A Lord and 3 kills. The Falcons in the arena know that the killing blow could be here. Dominkite has a hope and a dream to push in. He might actually get this.
Yeah, someone gonna recall.
Oh boy.
They're not recalling just yet. And Dominkite didn't go back. He's clearing.
He's gonna try to take it.
They're sending Flap back. Edward is back. Demon Cat in 4.
Okay, base race as the Lord is still alive.
Light!
They're already in the base.
Super Marco.
There's a DJ. There's a Valkyrie's descent. Ogren gets popped here. Damage from Super Marco. Down goes Haji. Ogren backing out. Edward takes out Super Marco. Flap and the rest of them are falling.
Bang, mau gas kah bang?
And in comes Kyle. In comes Flap. They're still checking range. Dominkite with a shutdown. 3 for 1. Rora still alive.
The light at the end of the tunnel was there, but it went well for Rora. From out of nowhere, it was the chip, the turnaround, with a shortcut, with the blitz, the stun, massive flank by Light.
Oh my
Aman,
God.
bro.
In wrestling terms, that's a literal clothesline out of nowhere, bro. You don't expect that to happen, and when it does, it is massive, straight into Super Marco's face.
And they layered all their crowd control. The taunt also stopped Haji from getting out. What a defense by Rora. Falcons did not expect Light to come out from that angle.
Light committed the flicker to get in that position.
Yeah.
That was so good.
So there was a lot of resources spent to do that, to close this gap, but just the same, it's a miracle that Aurora's still in this.
It is. You know what the amazing thing is? What they're doing is they are targeting Light right now.
Rabutan
The
apaan?
Divine Judgment, the last 2 have actually been solely
kena
focused
sinar.
on this chip. And I think that is key, is slowing down Light, slowing down the big brains, the guy who's making the moves. Is actually gimping Aurora.
Yeah, we have to look at the mid lane though. All towers still up for Falcons. But it's at that point of the game where one big win in the team fight for Aurora and that mid lane is not going to matter. They're going to push either through the side, through any of the sides. As Falcons now, we are seeing the strength of their lineup as 5 and how difficult it is to manage the map as 4 and 1.
That's the problem. If you're talking about just the map, Aurora still has life. And that's why they're dodging where Falcons fights. And now that's why Falcons are flushing out these brushes. They actually want to break into a fight out of nowhere.
Yeah, these engages from Falcons might get trickier and trickier to execute. Now that Aurora feels like they're aware of the game plan, it feels like they've already shown the cards, and now they can kind of formulate the way out of it.
Which is not such a bad place to be in if you're an Aurora fan. Because the map is on your side. It's literally everywhere. It's like your skin. It's your biggest body part.
Yeah, speaking of Aurora fans, man, this is the loudest.
That's scientific, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
That's right.
In a pop quiz, if you get asked, like, what's the biggest organ? It's your skin.
It is. As I was saying, like, this is the loudest crowd I've ever seen in season so far.
Yeah. This game is cerebral.
It is. See here the back and forth.
All right.
Between the two. Full 5-man. Does Falcons have enough resources to help handle the map as Dominkite is still threatening bot?
Marco showing.
Doing that, he can show up through the chip portal.
Ketiga ya bang ya.
Holding L left bush mid. Demonkite and Kyle holding the Lords.
Okay. So Dominkite has made himself visible. Falcons know what's up, yet still they seem to be clear about their intentions. We want to get this Lord first. Again, the struggle of defending against this map-centric lineup.
Where's Light, though? That's a big question for Falcons right now.
Yeah.
He hasn't really shown in the last few minutes.
Soft reset.
That chip can really come out of nowhere. Even if they decide to try and blitz down Dominkite.
Open with the conceal.
They're concealed.
Hits that Cyclone Eye, and they totally miss it. Dominkite went the other way, sir. They went the other way.
Domi was very aware there.
Lord here, down under half health. Demonkite holding it. Soft reset. Edward and Flap just playing footsies here.
Jumping in.
Got check. And Dominkite keeping that bottom lane pressure. And oh my god, the blitz from Falcons.
It's too
Where did
fast.
it come from? Falcons are gonna get away with this. Falcons secure off of Haji. And now Light comes in, closes the flicker.
Aman aja, bro.
Demon Kite, one man off from Rora, and the rest of them collapse. Valkyrie's Ascent coming through. Down goes Marco. Yuma gets the kill. Traded off for, still alive. All 4 members.
Oh,
Light
Haji!
goes down. Haji dealing a lot of damage. Down goes Dominkite. 3 for 1 the trade. Ogun's immortality popped. Flap jumped on Edward. There's still a Lord coming through in mid. Yue is very low. Kyle is chasing him down. Yue far away from home.
This might be it.
Might just run it through mid.
Edward, he's still here. He's still trying to keep him at bay. He's holding on,
Yue
but only
just
for long.
recalled, and they're dealing a lot of damage between Yue and Edward. Edward,
Yue.
gonna get his immortality popped here. Haji is stolen away. A
Winter
bravest
Crown.
fighter. Winter Crown freezing.
Demon Kite
Still
back.
alive. Demon Kite is alive.
Unit
And the
masuk,
Lord
guys.
at a fourth of its health.
Serius itu kalah sama Demon Cat sama Yue. Ya elah. Nggak berani anjing.
Edward with the item juggle, the emo, the Winter Crown, anything to buy time for Demon Kite. And the rest of Roar to come back, but Falcons are not letting go because Marco is back.
No time to celebrate just yet. As Light looks for an angle, using that flying cloud, trying to find that flank. This is a free reposition.
Here we go
Light
again.
and Seal. Who's he looking for? Falcons are up to his shenanigans.
They found him.
Light, where are you going? 5 Falcons are hunting through the skies. They know he's here. They sense him. And he goes through one walk. Off to the long side of the map.
Aman aja bro ya.
What a game! What a game!
Man. What is this game if not entertaining?
This is absolute cinema right here.
The macro management, handling of the team fights. Look how much tough boots Falcons has. Because of all the crowd control. They even had to put, I mean, the BFB's been there for a while now for the Uranus so that they just have a little bit more crowd control, time reduction. Marco is locked in, but you see when Rora go for the full collapse, even with the Wind of Nature, even with this flicker, there's so much gap closing from Rora. So Haji has actually been secretly clutch in the past big team fights because of his selection of the ultimate that he's gonna steal. Him cosplaying as a Lapu Lapu is actually working out, giving and providing the damage that they lack if Marco goes down earlier, Marco gets too pressured. So it's up to the KDA machine to keep himself alive.
And
Ngeri juga
KD
bro ya.
Machine's also doing very well toe-to-toe against Edward, who have actually been, you know, facing each other over and over again so far, even individually. And now there's just Rora, who seem to be back against the ropes.
Truth be told, Rora should not have survived that last defense.
That's
They had
amazing.
a Lord stolen from underneath them and got 4 for 1 traded on.
Parah
This game
bro.
should have been over, but still they're here, and I think this
Kak,
last
masih
Lord,
udah masih tak udah.
if they somehow find a way to stop Falcons from doing that same maneuver,
Ya bujuku
they
turu.
should be back in the game.
That's just a champion's mojo if that happens.
My next suggestion for Haji is, even though the Lapu Lapu cosplay is impactful, he might need to cosplay now as a Kimi to provide the basic attack if Super Marco's down. Because
Kan nggak ada
yeah,
kalau
Falcons could not
panganan
end the
apa.
last one because Super Marco was down. They didn't have the basic attack that they needed.
This is basically a reset or a repeat of exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Doming on the bottom. Is it going to go differently
Watch
though?
Light, watch Light. He's the key here. He's the only one who can
conceal,
actually
conceal to
equalize
Edward.
this. Ogwyn with a conceal. Edward able to sniff that out. Lord gets soft reset. The dance continues.
But Doming's on the bottom side. He's actually having a lot of fun. They're forcing some backs from Falcons.
Marco and Haji, are they feigning the recall? Haji actually does commit. There's the traction pulse thrown out. Kyle holding it down.
They burst.
That's Haji answering back. Lord here at a tenth of its health. Kyle and Demon Kite holding on to this retribution. Who's gonna get it? In collapses all of the teams now. Kyle gets it secure off of the shortcut. Rora come through. Super Marco getting pressured here by Dominic Kite. And Dominic Kite finds
Alah, comeback ini, Bang.
Super Marco comes
Lu,
through.
lu, lu, lu. Kyle yang belinya malah rock motion, anjing.
Over at Super Marco. Demon Kite on him. Look at the back line. Haji dealing out damage on Edward.
Light.
Haji
Habis
chasing
banget.
Light. The Lord through mid. Demon Kite may have gotten too deep. They pop his immortality, and they'll take him down in short notice.
Ya elah, dia
Trap
emang
takes
gitu.
it 1 for none, plus the Lord.
Aurora are down 1 member. Haji kept Yue away from that last fight, hence why Aurora was lacking damage. Here's Haji with a chip ult.
And now, Dominkite defensive use of the Valkyrie's Ascent. Lord still alive. Divine Judgment on Edward. Down goes the Lapu Lapu. 3 defenders left. Marco's here. The base is under
Juga, guys.
attack. Falcons are here, taking the series 2-1.
Using their own curveball against them.
Okay, to be fair, the only real painful source of magic damage is the Harley.
Yeah.
And if the Harley isn't actively searching and blasting down the Cloud or the Eve, then I guess James Banks is buying time.
Yeah. I'm trying to imagine, it might be really difficult for the Glue actually to manage the mid lane with the juicing around. But hey, if you have your own predictions, you can win 1,000 MLBB diamonds.
Go ahead. If you want to win 1,000 MLBB diamonds, backtrack a little bit, scan the QR code, predict the match winner, and you got it. Right now for our Super Fans prediction, 76% on the Cavalry here.
Hey,
interesting.
I was the same.
You were?
Pre-season, I would have even gone as far as 90-10.
Damn.
I'm not gonna hide how wrong I was about AP Bren.
Same, man. I really thought it was just going to be a, as you mentioned, a rebuild season for them. But no, they've been stellar. KelVJ will get his hands on the Sora again, so he'll still be able to play that setup. I know we put a lot of focus onto the gold lanes, but yeah, we go back to the Infinite Keys to victory. It really is looking like roam mid is the focus first.
All right, we're going into game number 1 here. The week championship is on the table for this specific series.
Yeah.
And
champion of week 2.
Champion of week 2. Someone's going to be able to say that later.
You're gonna go undefeated for a quarter of the season. Come on.
Yeah. Again, this is going to be the first. You're not going to be seeing us for a while after this day because we are going to be going on a break. It's a very important holiday for us Filipinos.
That's true. Big holiday coming up, so you want to get as much MPL action into your bloodstream as possible. I don't know why I said bloodstream, but it's you're mainlining it right now. We're right here, and you can get no closer than if you're on site. So make sure to get your tickets for the next weeks as well.
Mid lane management not that difficult, but you frequently see it's Sanji and JP pressing forward just a little bit more and getting out of lane quicker. No overactive rotation to the EXP or gold. They're both just checking the jungle. I believe AP Brand also has the information of where Carl began because of how TLPH were hovering around that orange side. It's looking like they know that it's a mirror between the two. So let's see if anyone's going to show up somewhere around the river close to the gold, or they're just going to be looking for a level 3, level 4, quick little skirmish at the center of the map.
Yeah, so far so good, at least for this you know, this glue. It didn't really face anything of the bigger roadblocks like we had before, like the Faramis.
A Valentina in mid.
Valentina, or not even the Vexana.
Yeah, it could be worse for Nova, that's all we're saying.
Yeah, so this could actually be a pretty good pick. And they do need that front line. And right now, Carl TZ, great temp check a little bit there for James Banks.
That's the deepest anyone has gone to the other side.
Yeah, I can't tell if Nova just and AP Brent didn't have the info that he decided to rotate up top. But Deadly Magic already committed in mid by Carl TZ, so that's the ultimate of the Harley gone for Turtle 1.
Here we go, some action up top. Torrent coming in from KLVJ, they find Sanji, and they find Sanford, 2 for free. Going over to AP Brent.
That was clean.
That's the king for you, still rocking it with those setup style EXP laners, and that was a great follow-up by James Banks with the Blade Surge to top it off. Turtle 1 goes to APB.
Yeah, it seems like they're the ones who are actually on a little bit of a stampede here, going straight into the jungle as well. Bit of a miss there on the SOD. I don't know what they're trying to do there, but so far, I would say the mid trio here, Baby Bren's actually doing their job pretty well.
Okay, some silver lining for the Cavalry. At least, Shizo isn't double laning. Okay, I take it back. Now he's going to start doing it.
Yeah, him and Teddy. But Sanji goes forward.
Crimson Beacon by Sanji, looking for a
Aman
quick
aja,
choke
bro.
and some damage output. The rest of Liquid not ready for it yet, and because of that, it's Teddy who gets the free gold.
Yeah, Shizo won't be able to get any farm whatsoever from the mid, because if he stayed and tried to just count his losses, then he's going to be behind in terms of managing here in the gold lane. Teddy got in mid. They lowered it down. Gold. Did that go to Teddy or Carl? It looks like Teddy ended up getting the extra 80 gold. So, yeah, Moscow farm looking really good right now, but it's just a very small lead. Both decided to go for the Swift Crossbow first. Let's see if they're going to full build Corrosion or if they're going to do the Swift Crossbow into the DHS, which we sometimes see.
Yeah, the Swift Trinity. That's still what we call it around, right? Still the Swift Trinity.
That is the scientific nomenclature.
Scientific nomenclature. Who actually came up with that? Actually, that happened in like M7, right? Oh,
they
wait
tried
a
to jump down to
second.
Sanford, forcing a flicker.
Ow.
And I think that's a technical knockout. They've been happy with the outcome of that, forcing Sanford home.
Yeah. Big TKO here as well. And you would have to mention that, you know what? Teddy, he can actually join those fights on the top side if you're not careful. So AP Brand can't go into like this autopilot mode, especially in the first few minutes.
I think that's why we saw Teddy throw out the SOD earlier when AP Brand looked like they were going to continue their aggression into the orange side of Carl TZ. So Teddy goes for the full build path on the Corrosion. It looks like it's going to be the same for Shizo. Turtle coming up. Yeah, it's like they're both playing steady because they know that there's a Harley on the other side. AP Brand don't want to be overly aggressive and they just get blasted down suddenly from Carl TZ. So it's a good respect from the requirements of the two. James Banks with his signature Sky Piercer rush on a Suyo.
That's right, greed is good. 999. James Banks playing rage with JP. There's the jump, the noise pathway. They're looking to go back. RWM coming in from Aqua, swiping away. Carl takes the turtle. By enough time, but at the cost of Sanford. 40 balls.
Yeah, Sanford seems to be doing the job that TLPH needs him to do. It's just so that... Oh my goodness, that could have been a really big. Carl TZ though feels like he wants to go more.
Fortunately, Shizo set up the PMI, so he does dodge that. Carl TZ got Nova on him. He's mounted. Carl, can he survive? Gets taken down by Aqua. Void Crystal to the face. And now Sanji Crimson Beacon on out of here. James Banks able to pressure the purple. Does not have retribution, but can he deal enough damage? Sanji can't protect Carl's purple. Where does it go? It goes over to Jimmy J.
Is it just me or this glue is just too oppressive right now? Even more oppressive than I thought it would be on the roam.
Yeah, the most successful glue roam that we've seen so far. I mean, I know the last time we saw it at the hands of Ogun, it had a 2-0 start, but it was more of just like, okay, at least we're getting some kills to even out the losses we're getting early on. This time it's just wins. It's W's for Nova with a Radiant Armor priority, meaning that the damage from the magic-focused roam mid-trio is going to be diminished, and it's going to be difficult to take down Nova. The funny thing about the last sequence we saw in the mid was that after Teddy landed that SOD, Shizo was forced to BMI in mid. Sanji and JP were ready, but Aqua and the Nova were ready to cover for their gold laner. So that was a quick reaction from the roam mid of AP Brand to ensure that Shizo is protected.
Sekarang udah bisa dipakai lagi buat utama,
of course, they got the kill onto Carl TZ.
Probably one of the reasons why it feels so much more explosive, snappier. It feels like it's doing a lot more than I thought it would because they're just dogpiling on this one guy.
That the magic in mid?
Oh, I guess that's one key to surviving. Oh!
What?
Aqua! Much respect. He put up the RWM to get shields, but it was too much. Carl's deadly magic still popped them.
Yeah, way too much damage. So that's a warning shot now for AP Brand. Turtle 2 needs to go their way, or they might need to look for kills afterwards.
We are a turtle apiece.
Udah gua
putting
cek.
up a barrier. Carl TZ has two ways to get this, through JP or through the opposite side through broken walls. And they are looking to clear the waves first. KLVJ coming in. A prior rivalry between these two. Starting up once more. Carl gets caught lightning. Strikes twice as Kill finds him. No jungler for Liquid, and they try to find him. The punish under the king, and he'll take him down. Sanji gets one.
He's been doing that a lot. The fadeaway, Nova disrupting Sanji, Sanford, and JP.
And he's gonna get AP Brand the Turtle here. Jimmy James scores.
That was just so much that was being done here. KLVJ means business in this one. Literally, I thought he used so much more than I thought he would in that one. Just to get that kill on Carl TZ, you know there's a little bit of a grudge there.
Bro, KLVJ is locked in, man. I've seen him do that a lot. The fadeaway pounding that he's been doing with the Sora.
It's like, peace out, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Lagnya nggak kelihatan bang, lagnya lagi turu paling.
Yeah, it's the torrent form, and he's going for more. Looking for his old teammate. Dad wants Kuya JP. Nova gets them out, pulling him back. Glorious pathway ain't gonna save you, sir.
It's like KLVJ telling JP, who's your daddy now?
Lu aja gak follow Bim, gimana mau kelihatan kocak?
And they're still keeping it steady because it is Team Liquid that they're up against.
I tried asking nicely.
I can imagine that for sure. Right now, though, non-stop action on the map. As Carl TZ going down as well, it is a very good trade with a little bit of an extra assist there, going over to the Claude.
Yeah, and knowing that they have minion waves crashing in, Nova and Aqua immediately go up top to stop Sanford from being able to defend the turret. Great rotation. Again, Nova and Aqua are as you mentioned, Rockhard, snappy with how they're moving around the map.
KLVG.
How does Teddy get it out of here? Lightning form once again. In comes the chef. 2v1. Kiel, even for you, this is too much. The king gets slammed down and taken out.
He did not expect that he had help, but in the mid, JP gets caught, but he was too fast.
Gets the mount. The revitalized from Daddy JP. Nova sidesteps the SOD.
All right, these SODs are getting closer and closer every time they cast it. So it
Coba
feels
dia
like there's like a
TV, Bang.
mastery thing going on
Dia
here.
TV
Or it just so
Instagramnya
happens
udah
that, you know
follow
what,
apa belum
AP Brand
tuh?
is doing a pretty good job
Kalau udah
keeping
follow muncul sih
TLPH at
biasanya.
bay. Not completely overwhelming them quite yet.
Yeah, Sanford built rapid boots on his focus so that he could roam the map a little bit faster with how fast AP Brand are going around. Dreadnought didn't full build into Antique. He has Dom Ice.
Hold up. Brenmar, look at this interesting decision tree by Shizo. He does not fully build the corrosion site.
Yeah, so we've been seeing that a little bit more. They go for Swift, then they get DHS, Golden Staff, so that at this point in the game, when you win a fight, or then when kills are getting traded, the corrosion scythe comes in at the perfect time. Your Trinity comes in a very aggressive moment.
AP Brand blitzing the Lord down to a 10th of a tail. How does Carl
Aman aja, bro.
Contesty doesn't get it. RWM coming through. Yeah, blazing through it from the silence. Gets a lot of damage on the JP. Down in full. Sanford gonna be up next. 2 free kills to the Hive, and they find Sanji.
This is just phenomenal performance here for AP Brand.
Carl gets thrown out of there.
James Banks.
With
Oh my
a full-on
God.
surge charge. And down bottom is the best that they can get.
Aqua.
Forcing a defense from Kill.
Kill VJ's entry was perfect. I don't know if that delayed the retribution by Carl TZ. The timers are the same, but it did set up AP Brand. Again, this is why we put a lot of focus onto the EXP lane and which heroes they get. He's like Sora over anyone right now in the matchups.
Yeah, going for more here on the top side as well. Just feels like TLPH is, again, getting, you know, one up to this chess match.
Yeah, and look how behind Carl TZ is in terms of the gold. Almost 2,500 behind James Banks, who has been swift with the rotations alongside Nova
Aman
and
aja, bro.
Aqua. AP Brand are handling the
Botol aku segar,
map
aku Jepang
with the
TV,
split
aku
pushes.
Jepang
It's
gitu, Win.
all so good.
How is Kill VJ everywhere at the same time?
Right?
Yeah, you give him a hero that has high mobility, I guess. This is exactly what happens.
Oh, they pressured JP again. Hit that torrent form. As there was the glorious pathway, look at the back. It's a chef. He's cooking, but he gets cooked himself. James Banks finds him. Carl finds Kill though, but the mount on the JP. Can he deal enough damage? The answer is yes, as there is a sever from James Banks.
Wait,
and
Sanford.
to get a double kill. That's a stack for the Skypiercer. Sanford jumps in, and in comes James once more, dealing damage on the Sanford. SOD misses. James finds another, and now it's Carl and Teddy. Teddy and Carl left, and Shizo gets taken down by Carl, but James gets a maniac.
The
Gila
man with
sih,
a
bro, ya.
million moves gets 4. Teddy's the only one that stands, and James Banks was bobbing and weaving through everything. That looked really cool. The fact that it was the fadeaway in the end to dodge the SOD was perfect way to cap it off.
I have to be more bold with my Suyo picks. Whenever a Harley comes up, I usually say, no, this is too hard to Suyo, but not for Jimmy James.
Especially on the Suyo, James just feels like he embodies that hero right now.
Yes.
Just making such impossible moves possible, and just it's catching TLPH off guard over and over again.
Jimmy James has 10 kills, man. 10 kills, 2 assists, and he's getting closer to a 4,000 gold lead over Carl TZ.
Not at max stacks quite yet because he died once. He traded out, so you split that.
Yeah.
Win his face.
His teammates also call him Dad.
Cuma yang nomor
RFG
1, Bim.
days, AP Brand, he's also called Dad.
Yeah,
So the Hive has their own patriarch.
yeah, he's always been like the dad, for the teams there.
In case you guys are wondering, yeah, he is a dad. An actual dad.
Is he?
He is.
Oh,
That's why they call him that.
right, that makes sense.
Pretty cool, isn't it? So right now, we are back into the action here. And so far, it feels like the GOAT Carl TZ just keeps getting
Aman aja,
one
bro.
up here by the man with a million moves.
Jimmy James at the forefront, hiding in this brush. Glorious pathway coming in. JP drops it, Buster revitalized. And Sanji steals it from out of nowhere. The silent firing away the
Gila,
back
gila.
line. As Teddy falls, Sanford 2. Jimmy James gets more. As Shizu gets taken down by Carl. Jimmy James trying to chase down the chef. Give me my nom-noms. And now it's the rest of them. And Jimmy James finds them. It's a triple for the man with a million moves.
If he wasn't maxed out earlier, he's maxed out on those stacks right now.
Yeah, and now they have max minion waves on mid.
Oh,
Nice.
Carl, clear it. The inhibitor will fall. There's a couple of big minions coming through. Carl has to throw all the cards he has. Kill goes into lightning form. As the base is the next target. Carl falls.
Kawan mau ditertawa bang, biar yang versi Masdondon.
Carl he knows the exact moves
Udah
he
gue
needs
bilang
to
berkali-kali
make sure
Bim,
that
kudu
this does
ada
not
itu
end
yang
right here,
HK.
right now. Oh, so there is a chase.
Apa namanya?
Finally ends.
HK membershipnya Bim, biar bisa nambah emot. Udah mentok gitu.
As Kel VJ skedaddles away.
The exact moment they needed that.
Makanya lu kalau ada rezeki HK Bim, bantu gua HK itu. Udah gua bantu HK juga itu biar nambah emot anjir.
Teddy coming in
Kayaknya tetep aja.
the clutch. Big time SOD. And you saw AP Brand were really eyeing out and ending things there because Nova stood in front of the base turn and took 3 or 4 hits so that they could just buy a bit more time for their minion waves to come through and for AP Brand to finish it. But suddenly the turnaround, the sacrifice of Carl TZ worked out. JP showed up at the right time and of course the SOD by Teddy.
So iconic, right? That Carl TZ is the one to save the game. Right in front of our eyes, all on his own against 3 members of AP Brand who looked like they had the game in the bag.
My goodness.
Gotta take a little bit of a breather there. Look at the goal difference as well. AP Brand really got hit hard
AP
with that
Brand.
one.
Yeah. Now they have to watch out for more attempts like that. I think the juicing is giving more promise to AP Brand that they care to admit. And, well, because I don't see that happening as much. The next one could be just, if that happens again, it's because AP Brand flubbed up somewhere. Whether it's their man marking, they didn't respect Teddy, or Sanji after he went in. For some reason, AP Brand just decided to leave him alone when the Juicin is someone that you also need to man mark during the big engages. It was also miraculous that Sanji was the one who was able to get the last hit onto the Lord. James Max and Carl TZ's Restream, that means they were both early. And somehow, some way, it was the Juicin that got the last hit. That was a miraculous turn of events favoring TLPH.
I want to see that one as well. I feel like Carl TZ just had a rough time navigating that because of all the chaos that was happening. So
yeah, Shizu went in with a blazing duet.
It was crazy.
He had to watch out for Kel VJ. It was
what are
too
the
much.
odds, really? That of all the damage that was being rained down in that pit, it was just random lantern.
Yeah, it was miraculous.
You know what? It's not even the power of the Zushin because it has Sky Piercer, but it only has 1 kill.
Yeah.
Oh, pakai
Oh,
L8
yeah,
Bim.
you're right. It's stackless or just 1 stack, so it's not like it killed the Lord or anything like that.
It's a happy accident.
Yeah, it was a happy accident.
Liquid needed that.
And they want to do that again. They're trying to go. AP Brand says, you know what? We shouldn't have lost that. Let's go ahead and try take 2.
I think instead of really sharp time. Oh wait, Teddy's pushing that bot. AP Brand are gonna get forced out of here.
Yep, someone's gotta go, and I think it's Shizu, the best response. Lordy are getting blasted down by Liquid. Down to half health. JP putting up a wall. There's the glorious pathway, and in comes Steady Teddy. I'll shoot, you run, and the answer, the RWM from Aqua. Down goes Carl.
RPG.
For Liquid. JP falls, James Banks. Sever in the pit, sever in the pit. One more, looking for the kill. Dashes on through the surge. Nova, double kill of 440. AP and Brand have found 4 members. It's just Teddy left. And Aqua chases him down. Fight yourself, plus Jimmy James gets the triple. It's a wipeout.
And that will be game. AP Brand start things off. Snappy, fast, Kill VJ is high. The Bees look alive.
Definitely looking alive here as they take game number 1 against Team Liquid Philippines.
Kel did not have to beg.
Game number 1 where Fovi's like, I'm here, I'm gone.
Yeah,
they bursted me down, guys.
It's a little too reactive for our taste, and especially with the momentum AP Brand has.
Pertanyaan gua gak
So
lu
AP
jawab
Brand
Bim
doesn't
anjir.
look like they kind of prepared to first pick to do these really crazy first picks on the red side. We'll see if that's going to make any big changes or big impact. Look at those lineups right now. It does feel like the index shows CLPA should be ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to stand by my word and say we're probably going to be going to game number 3. This looks stampedable. Stampedable, but hey, who knows? Maybe Nova, Aqua, and James Frank can pull out some magic. And if KLVJ times his vision getting and fronting properly, then they might be able to hold on long enough. Let's see. But with everything considered, it's looking like a fast game for Liquid.
Fast game Team Liquid, maybe 12 minutes. That's the read here from the desk. Do you guys agree? Let us know in the comments. We'll try to read through that later on. But for now, it's Team Liquid versus AP Brand on game number 2.
I love the respect AP Brand has for Team Liquid's lineup. 2 full Purifies. They know that Liquid's gonna bring it to them, and bring it they did! As Aqua gets killed by the chef, first blood drawn by Sanji.
I like that we all basically nodded in agreement at the same time, because that's exactly what we expected to happen.
Zetian wasn't banned, right?
Yes.
Then the knockback of Zetian would have been very helpful in that scenario. It helps manage the lane slightly better against a very aggressive Kali that wants to get close and up in your face. It wrecks his flow a little bit. It's a bad start.
Carl's waiting in the wings, coming through, looking for that passive to Brock, and he finds Aqua the second time around. JP figured out 4, Nova falls, double kill for the GOAT. Sanji flickers back out. And James Banks finds Sanji, 2 for 2.
Man, those are lots of good trades. And again, you don't want to actually go toe-to-toe against a Guinevere, like especially in your face, because you're not gonna win that trade. His HP just goes back over and over again.
Okay, a little magic from James Banks. That ended as good as it could have for AP Brand. 2 kills, and he got away, and he has an EXP advantage slightly over Carl Easy, despite them both being level 4, yes. So, not a total loss for AP Brand. They're still definitely in this based on how they managed getting KLVJ out of lane first or getting him to level 4. So Team Liquid could do the smart thing, pull back the crab, deny it from AP Brand, and it ends up going to JP. So it's a delay on the level 4 for both EXP laners right now.
Yeah, and that's gonna level out, especially once they're going into the turtle later on. Very close by. James Banks actually wants to get this done as quickly as possible.
Couldn't hold on to the turtle hard enough since he has to respect JP's jumps and Carl's.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight. Just watch out for Sanford and KLVJ. I feel like with their entries and who manages which entry better.
Yeah, no Raging Sandstorm quite yet for JP at least, but it will actually come online almost the same time as his Flicker. So you're right, absolutely, that's definitely on the chopping board here. You have to keep your eyes on the timer as well for Sanji.
Yep, Gold Crab was secured by Teddy there in that last little skirmish for it, in Shizo. And thus he has a slight advantage over the carry. Very long turtle dance here. I think at some point someone might have to give it up, but with James Banks at the orange already, after this should be a clear sign for AP Brand to try and go for something. But Team Liquid Philippines are delaying as much as they can, being aggressive in the river as Carl Teasy needed to go down to get his own orange buff first.
Oh, still the level advantage for Jimmy James. He's on 6, Carl at 5, so if it comes down to the wire retribution battles, James Banks has a slight advantage. The dance continues, Nova and JP pulling back and forth and back. JP does not have the Rampaging Sandstorm just yet. Void Crystal thrown out, checking range. Sanji here gets pushed back. Glorious pathway by Nova. What's the play here? Is he opening up for James? James holding on to the retribution. Quick stand guy comes in. James Banks answered with Infinite Airstrike. The RWM. The response from Sanji. And Sanford with the torrent. In comes KL from the back. Deadly Magic thrown on the JP. And in comes the Infernal Pursuit. They stun Sanford. Sanford's caught between 4 and 40. Gets taken down by Jimmy James. They trade for Nova. In comes Carl, serving up a kill. 2. One of them, and Apple falls, but Carl Teasy gets taken down. How actually survived the engagement? Great range from AP.
Clutch Dark Wave by KLVJ. That just gave enough time for that last basic attack from James Banks to connect and latch onto Carl Teasy, securing that kill. So Nova's initial initiation, watch this, wait.
They're still going.
JP
JP trying to quick set guard this, but there's way too much magic damage.
AP Bren are handling this so well. We are getting magic from James
Kocar
Max.
kacir, guys.
5-0-1 to start things off, and Aqua and Nova getting really crafty. It's the knowledge. So we keep talking about them. So Nova's start actually is a means to force reactions out of Team Liquid Philippines, and they eventually decided to jump into that fight. It was handled well by Liquid, but it was just a crazy retribution win for James Banks. Now, it was stretched out and it ended up becoming in favor for AP Bren because we said, look at the two EXP laners. KLVJ was unbothered. Because of Nova entering, that meant that Team Liquid couldn't look at the Phoveus. So that means KLVJ was ready for round 2 after going around the back.
Look at those differences as well. The goal difference really ramping up here for AP Bren. Not the one we expected. Damn, I'm a little flabbergasted. By the way, in all that exchanges, super low-key Aqua. I'm a big fan of how he's playing that Farsa.
Yes. I haven't seen a Farsa in a while be as useful without a feathered airstrike as he was. I could have sworn he died, but no, he was just throwing out those basic skills and it's like,
every single one hits.
Oh.
That's the scary part with Aqua here. He's very low-key. He's not rushing these hits. He's not rushing the salvos.
Curse of Crow was stonks for that engagement. Turtle 2 currently up. AP Bren, 2,000 gold. Huge firepower advantage. Sanford looking for that angle in the back line. Nova drawing a line between the rest of them and AP Bren. Feathered airstrike, they've clapped out on the car.
Oh my god.
AP Bren easily secures the turtle. RWM keeping Nova down. And KLVJ engages on a 2. Make that 3 as he pushes JP back. A lot of damage out of him. Sanford finds a double. The Apex Predator gets one.
There goes that star power that TLPH is very much known for. You can kind of out macro them a little bit, but individually those mechanics are just a little bit too much overcome, especially on that last one.
Yeah, San stood tall with Daddy JP, and I think KLVJ was just Aqua missed the Curse of Crow by a few inches. That's why once KLVJ thought
did we
that he could
curse it?
Yeah, I feel like we did. I feel like when KLVJ thought that he could get JP, suddenly it was a Void Crystal brought out by Sanji, slowed him down and forcing AP Bren back. But they are still in control. They are still setting the momentum here with their fast and snappy rotations. Now they are both eyeing gold lanes as Teddy and Shizo have been left unbothered for majority of this game. So looking back at it, by the time Sanford went in, AP Bren already pulled the trigger on the fight, meaning the Sanford couldn't make the most out of his disruption. But then he waited, he bided his time, and then now it linked up with Sanji's real-world manipulation well. This is what I was talking about earlier with KLVJ. After Aqua just missing the stun on JP by inches, KLVJ was punished, trying to go for the kill on JP.
That's a very good punish, and overall, I would say that just resulted in James Banks just having so much ground to cover, so much easier for him to cover these grounds. Now that they're able to push TLPH back a little bit.
Yeah. So it's a DHS rush for Teddy, and he didn't even go for the he didn't go for the Swift crossbow. He didn't go for golden staff, nothing like that. He went straight for DHS, knowing that he needed the extra bit of damage because it's going to be the Phoveus and the high loss he has to think about more of.
JP, ready, Sandstorm, massive ult coming in from Carl. The response, the RWM, Glorious Pathway, Nova trying to open up the retreat, and Sanford trying to keep him in. But Liquid find a pickoff. James Banks shut down.
I was really feeling what Sanford's trying to do. He's trying to pull people back into the real world. It's just not happening quite here. AP Bren really respecting the distance to give them a lot of distance.
Yeah, with the Glorious Pathway there also, Nova was just a little bit too fast to get brought back into the RWM. Free turtle for Liquid, and that was just a great initiation by JP and Carl TZ together. Of course, well followed up by the rest of Liquid. So Liquid now has taken control of this game. It's not the stampede that we expected to get. AP Bren did greatly match Team Liquid of Philippines in the early stages of the game, but now it is a slight Liquid lead. Carl TZ just built up a Winter Crown so he can be aggressive and at the same time maybe bait out abilities from AP Bren. Just when APB think that they can get Carl TZ down, he can just pop up the Winter Crown.
It's actually perfect for him because that will actually enable him to do more riskier maneuvers.
Exactly, yes.
And just give him more confidence.
And again, even save him from a deadly magics. He can just freeze right as the proc happens.
That's right. That's right.
Like he'll just eat everything first, and then just when it's about to pop, Winter Crown it, and then you're good, you're safe.
There's a sound board for that. Boing.
Aman aja, bro.
Isn't it more like a ticking clock? It's like,
yeah, it is. It is. That's my sound board.
There it is. See, it's on Sanji now.
The point.
And he's okay.
Nothing happened. Oh.
Yeah, there was enough of a follow-up.
Yeah.
Because Aqua was a little too deep underneath
the
tier 1.
distance is I think AP Bren might be respecting TLPH too much now.
Yeah, no,
They're not closing this as much.
Yeah, they have to though. JP's man marking James Spanks really well. I think they've shifted their focus now, making sure that they know where the Harley is at before they engage, which is the right call.
It does feel like there is a right call, right? With the team fights that AP Brand are not taking. Aren't they just like giving away too much? They're giving TLPH like more room for the backswing.
It's one of those scenarios where you have to give, because if you force anything, then heading into the Lord, it's like that might end up becoming a free Lord for Liquid. So it's them just playing defensive, making sure that Shizo still doesn't get taken down. He
Waiting
gets
for time.
farm. Yeah, they're just recalibrating a little bit, biding their time, being patient with it.
They slow down so much.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys noticed. It slowed down so much here. Look at the distance Aqua's also giving, trying to clear those waves.
Yeah.
And again, it's all for this Lord.
And of course, as expected, Liquid, knowing that AP Brand had decided to slow things down, they're going, thank you, we'll get the resources. They pushed their lead from 1,100 to 2,400 and counting. So that continues to go up. But look at the two gold laners. Shizo even has a very, very slight lead, though that is very close in terms of the gold.
Both
against
Trinity.
Teddy.
Yeah, both of them have the Swift Trinity activated now.
Whoa! JP and Carl once again attempt that same maneuver.
Aman
Nova
aja, bro.
able to respond and embrace it with a glorious pathway. In comes KLVG to the back. Sanford trying to find Aqua, and Aqua wings by wings, but a little too much. They trade those 40 falls, 2 for 2. Aqua and KL for 40 and JP. They all just back off, scatter across the map.
Yeah, you saw the impact of the Winter Crown of Carl Teasy that bought a lot of time. And it seems like James Spanks, he's playing this as peel for Aqua. He's saving his deadly magic for the entry of Sanford, and that's why they were able to trade Sanford out.
Mana aja,
And
bro.
I was thinking, you know what, maybe because he knows there's a Winter Crown for Carl, that's why he didn't bother.
Yeah.
But then again, that is a really good swap out of target. Sanford getting slowed down actually just gave so much room for AP Brand to move.
Which is, I think, why it feels like AP Brand is slowing down. We're usually seeing, we're used to seeing James Banks as a full-on offensive tool. Here he's being a deterrent. Glorious pathway dropped by Nova. Better airstrike coming in. Can they stop this turtle thing? The goat finds the
Gimana aja, bro?
retribution. JP falls. Shizo on Sanford. 40 gets punished hard. James Banks takes him down. 2 for the Lord. AP Brand are going to have to find a way to capitalize.
Oh boy. That was a little late on the torrent form as well for Sanji. Sanford rather. I don't think he was able to actually get as much use of the Sora as he wanted to in that last one.
In the end, though, it was just like a pure retribution win for Carl Teasy and Liquid. And a great call to immediately jump onto the tower in mid, as members of AP Brand could not hold on to defend their tower there. That now opens up the map significantly more for Team Liquid. They only have one tower taken down on their side, and that is the one at top. AP Brand have to do a lot of work here to turn this game around, while Liquid can just coast to continue getting more towers taken out. Malefic Gun now for Shizo. Okay, not at the last item. Okay, that's a good adjustment because it gives him the range that he needs, provides a little bit more space, and at the same time, maybe that might mean that James Banks won't have to play deterrence as much.
Whoa.
Earlier team fight.
The fight for this tier 2 in mid. AP Brand puts their foot down and says, not so fast, as they throw out a couple of ults to stop Liquid.
Yeah.
Carl Teasy, look at him on the side. He's just waiting for someone to step out of the line. Love what I'm seeing here.
Guinevere with a lot of cooldown reduction.
Woo!
Velvamp. This is the Guinevere that hurts because that's 2 items with adaptive damage that he built.
Ooh, love that. Look at the HP of Sanford basically just shrugging that deadly magic off. That's basically the Harley out for a few seconds.
A little bit of a silver lining, though. That was just James Banks. So there was very little follow-up. No additional damage to use the deadly magics and the genius one. So if he can take out a third or a fourth of Sanford's
on his own.
Yeah, that's still respectable damage from the Harley.
Yeah. And so after the draft, we mentioned that KVJ might have a difficult time here, and clearly he is. There's a massive lead for Sanford compared to the Phobias. He's been doing what he could, but again, this is why we mentioned that this will be a difficult job for the Phobias.
James Banks almost checks in on 40.
Yeah. But
they seem to be just clashing non-stop, these two guys right now.
Just all going to be seeing each other, man marking, checking the bushes. So looking at the item progression.
Guinevere versus Harley, that's a no-brainer, right? That should be a no-brainer. And I love the gap as well that's being created.
Yeah, Aqua already has the Genius Wand, and now Karthisi also picked up the Athena Shield. So if KVJ decides to continue his more aggressive posturing towards Karthisi, when he would see the Guinevere, he'll go in for the Dark Wave. It's not going to be easy to burst down this Guinevere. You have to be a little bit smarter for the team fights.
Karthisi contemplating if he should pop off the full suite to take down Nova, but AP Bren clearly using him for bait. Liquid knows.
Yeah. Good control here for Liquid, and AP Bren, I think they're tired of just responding over and over again. It feels like now they're talking, we might be ready to go ahead face the LPH head on.
Is it time?
They need to. This next Lord cannot easily go to Liquid. They're gonna have to try and see if they can get trades. If they don't get the Lord, at least get a kill or 3.
Nova with a conceal. Who's he looking for? Checks in on the RBM. Sanji gets flushed out. JP and Carl DD still looking for that engagement. I don't think they trust Nova anymore. It can't just be as easy as it was about 5-6 minutes ago. The blitz onto this Lord. Who's gonna take it? Glorious pathway. He's looking for Carl.
Mana aja bang, buset Carl DD.
And Nova gets hit with a full sweep. Better airstrike by Aqua. Sanford looking for targets. Lightning form. Blazing duet plus the winner crown into the back line as KLVJ is about to get popped once more. He falls alongside Nova. No one home for Sanford. But the corner, Jimmy James.
Gila, Teddy Kitty.
Yeah, it does feel like he's a lot more comfortable on that quad here in game number 2. Just like that, we got a Lord walking up on mid.
And they are inside the base just like that.
Langsung aja bang.
Shizo struggling to defend. And that's going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going all the way. Game 3.
Agak kaget ya bang ya.
And the cavalry goes wild for Team Liquid.
Cacah.
Kind of exactly what we predicted though. Not super surprised with the outcome, honestly.
Yeah, hold up. Wait.
What?
It is. When they won the M4 World Championship, I'd say just change 1 or 2 picks, and that's the kind of draft that they were rocking in Jakarta.
Man. That's like maximum comfort.
Change 1 player, no, change 2 players, and that's literally the team that won.
I am literally scared for AP Bren right now.
In the lineup rating, though, it is leaning a little bit more towards AP Bren. The Hardy determines a lot of that, the Valentine as well. But we have to watch out for... If there's 2 players I'm looking at, it's Nova and Kiel for this game.
Yep, but there's got to be a reason why you pick the Uranus as your last pick to make sense of it all. Was that really the missing piece?
Yeah.
Maybe so, maybe so. Definitely AP Bren feels like they did save up, or they did save this draft at the very last second. Question is, will that be enough? Let's go ahead and find out here in game number 3.
Triple Purify, by the way.
Ah.
This is before they saw the Cho.
Yeah. So this is good for them because now kicking anyone is actually difficult. At most, I think Nova might be the main target right now for JP, that every time they see this Hilda, it's just going to be a kick, force him back. VJ's there, he's going to end up becoming the sponge, but literally a sponge. He doesn't control anything, so let's see if that is going to be the mindset for Sanji and JP, that every time... Whoa! JP with a flicker forward. They will delay James Pank's progress with this orange buff, and in comes Nova, trying to take down Sanji. Aqua coming in as well, does not have a flicker, so he could not close the gap as quickly.
Yeah, I like that they're so intent on using the flicker very early on. They know it's going to go on cooldown, probably ready for the next turtle anyway.
It will not come in for the first turtle, since we are 40 seconds off. Yeah. Ooh, Nova a few stacks on a Sanford.
So far, Nova handling all the space that he can get in the map through the grass really well. That's why we were looking out for Nova and KLVJ as the X factors for AP Bren to make more sense of this unique draft that they decided to go for.
Oh, Nova procs that passive, follows JP through the brush, through that wall. As Carly secures his purple. James Panks short on resources. I guess that's what happens when you get bullied out of your orange take.
Yeah, good block by JP to make sure that James Panks will be able to get in and go for a cheeky retry.
Last game, guys.
Purple buff is about to spawn. It's looking like Liquid might be getting this turtle. If AP Bren decide to just give it in so that James Panks can go to the purple buff.
Okay, Kiel wants level 4. Oh, Carl Daisy gets dogpiled on by AP Bren. No one home for that Appraiser's Wrath, and in comes 40. Dragon form threatening Nova. Nova running underneath. Tier 1, but gets hit by the shock. And then Hako with the Stolen Dragon as well retreats.
Yeah, great.
Teddy
That felt like when that came out of nowhere. What was that fight about?
Yeah, that was a great read by AP Brand, knowing that the tendency for Liquid is, okay, Turtle's up, we're fine, it looks like we're advantaged. JP go to the EXP lane, help Sanford out, and they confirmed it. So AP Brand went straight into the jungle, found Carl TZ all alone, and just jumped him.
It basically felt like a weak point for Carl TZ, or a moment where the team was not really there to follow up on whatever Carl TZ wanted to do.
Okay, take 2. How about we go again for this turtle take? KLVJ flushing out these brushes. Spots 2 members, now 3. Sanford in the back here. James Banks with the pull. Carl TZ, energy eruption.
Wow.
No one home. KLVJ gets pushed back. And Carl TZ secures. All it took was Nova. And they respond, trapping him with the RWM. Purifies through. No one answers back. Oh! AKUN with the dash. Purifies actually used up. He tried to dash through, but no one home.
Yeah, good dodge. JP single-handedly zoned out James Banks from that sequence. Even committed the way of the dragon so that James Banks would be forced back. Then afterwards, you saw the impact again by JP coming back with more Jeet Kune Do. So high-impact show play by JP right now.
Yeah, I can imagine that's exactly what was happening during the draft comms. Bro, pick a Cho. Just don't let JP play. I got this. That sounds like a Carl TZ thing to say. And it really boiled out or played out exactly that way.
The man-to-man defense currently working out for Liquid. Gives him 1,000 gold up, despite, you know, the difficult first turtle take, which got delayed. There's a chance that we might actually just see 2 turtles this game.
Yeah. Could be stretched out here. AP Brand, I think that in the long run, that little delay that the Sanji JP were able to do on him is messing up their flow a bit.
Oh! Deadly Magics on the 1.
Nice
2
step.
RWMs coming through. Sanji's the real one. Stays. JP takes a few hits there. James Banks gets taunted, gets kicked, and gets taken out. JP gets a kill. Carl TZ served him a kill by Teddy. 2 for free to Liquid.
I can really feel the laser pointed straight in target lock, bro. I'm gonna tell you, this Harley's not gonna be able to play all game long.
Yeah, the Harley and the Hilda. That's why we were saying earlier, if Liquid just every time they'll see the Hilda, they know that there's only so much AP Brand could do. It'll greatly diminish their impact in every team fight. And this is just perfect man marking by Team Liquid. Good avoidance of the poker trick, so that the Deadly Magic wouldn't be capitalized on that much onto JP, and that left James Banks and Nova at the mercy of the taunt of Carl TZ's Fredrin.
And now it's going to be a bit of an uphill here for AP Brand, considering that their laners are also just trying to just not die at this moment. KLVJ right now on the Arena is not going to be expecting much from that lane. And now they go straight into their third turtle.
Oh my god, Sanford is pushing KLVJ to the limit. Because of the previous sequences, Liquid make easy work of taking this turtle.
Just second, by the way. Sorry, rather. So this is going to be a little bit more difficult to face. We got a dragon up on the front.
Oh,
copies it.
Got 2
dragons coming through. Can AP Brand protect their mid lane? The answer is no. AKUN tried.
Yeah, I like the color on that dragon too.
Ooh.
Very Shizu-like on the top side.
Yes. Sneaky.
Oh, I saw that.
All right, gets out of there just in time. And successfully takes down a tier 1.
Yeah. Didn't know he has a Purify, so that would be way too risky to try and jump him.
Yeah, don't want to force a flicker too much on a guy who actually has a Purify, and then you actually might absorb so many of those hits. Shizu at this point with both items feels like he could have done the damage. No.
Oh wow! Even between AKUN and James, they can't even take down 40.
Yeah, cross map trade. Oh, Shizu and Nova are in danger.
JP comes in, finds the kick. The Purify Teddy still wailing away. Leaving that BMI plus a Void Crystal off camera trade. 40 for James Banks. And they will take the turret too, so a little bit of room for AP Brand. Nothing comes for free. JP finds Nova. Nova answers back. No dice.
40 taking down James Banks ended up becoming a win. Yes, the tower's gonna get pushed down bot, but that would have been much better for AP Brand if they did not lose their jungler. But Sanford got his 3rd kill, lost the tower, but an even bigger W that in the end it was Liquid that won that trade with James Banks getting taken down by the Yu Zhong.
Yeah, I think slowing down your jungler, it really just adds up, right? That's so exponential, especially this point of the game. 7 minutes in, Carl T is gonna over-level you. So that's a big danger here for AP Brand if you're not on level, not on par with the Retribution.
This is a living nightmare for a Harley. When you see your opponent, you know, jungler opposition just willingly take a deadly match to the face.
2-level gap, by the way.
Yeah, Liquid has full control. No contest here by AP Brennan. He might even lose his purple buff here. Did he get it? Yes, he did.
He did, all right.
Had the retry for it though.
Yeah.
He had to do so much for it, honestly.
No contest. Remind me, are Harley and Fredrin related? Are they
I think you're picking
stepbrothers?
Leslie.
They are no. Harley is Leslie's
Teddy,
foster
Teddy.
sister.
Foster?
Foster brother. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Oh, I thought they were like
They're not all
blood
Paxleys?
brothers.
They're not blood brothers. No.
They're not. Okay. Okay.
Fredrin is more.
He does his own thing, I think.
Isn't that Fredrin more Layla?
No.
No?
Fredrin is. They're from the same family tree, but
Same
they're not
family.
like siblings.
Speaking of the Fredrin, also has the Chastise Squadron as well. This is gonna be a slow burn win for Team Liquid Philippines.
That's gonna slow down your Shizu.
Oh
so
my lord! Nova can't even stand the Teddy. RWM the answer to the RWM. And Aqua still well and away takes too much damage from Counties to the face.
Yeah.
Oh, they
man.
are leagues
That
ahead.
is,
Yeah, well, this is a total draft win by TLPH. Again, we talked about the numbers leaning a bit more for AP Bren, but it's who, again, the context of who is playing the heroes at the side of Liquid. It's JP on his Joe, it's Sanford on the U shot, Carl on the Fred.
that's why you know they'll never AI our job.
Yeah, Sanji on Eve, Teddy on Claude.
You can't tell. You can tell by the numbers, right? The numbers will say differently.
Yeah, that was full comfort for Liquid. If AP Bren pull this off, it's a miracle. Teddy!
And they catch James. A kick onto the
Daku,
Harley. A double for steady Teddy, and they'll find Kyo. It's enough for the Apex Predator to find his prey. Straight for the heart of their mid lane as tier 2 falls. The recalls come through.
It's the full 5-man flex down by Liquid. And when they do this, it's because they know they are moments away from winning this game. Maybe a lord or two away from ending it in game number 3.
Gotta say, it feels like they're a little mad too without disrespect here on game number 1. They feel like they could have taken that, and now they're showing they can.
RWM coming in. Nova embraces the offense, but gets kicked by JP and knocked out.
That's a big knockout, and you know what we said in minute 1 just happened over and over and over again. James Panks cannot play MLBB here in this game.
Yeah. I wonder why you're in this movie. I feel like we go back there now. It's like, why?
I know. The Uranus feels like it's a little bit of a, underwhelming compared to what KLVJ can actually pull off.
They lost the EXP lane trade bad. Again, going back to the Infinix keys to victory, it's important. The matchup, KLVJ and Sanford, what heroes do they get? Sanford got big setup, big impact, crowd control. KLVJ got Uranus.
He got big.
He got
Just big.
He got big. He
That's
got
the first
punch.
part. Oh
That's
my goodness. It feels bad because I feel like it could have been better. Maybe they kind of overloaded on making sure that they had a front line. They picked 2 big frontline heroes. But again, it's not really doing much here, as you can see very evidently.
Such a simple zone out by JP. He just threatens a Jeet Kune Do knock-up and immediately AP Bren back off. Massive lead for Liquid.
He can get out himself. Like if ever he does go in too deep. Whoa, what's happening, Teddy? All right, Teddy catches a face full of deadly magics, and he's okay. The regen on a fully Swift Trinity equipped Claude is disgusting.
Yeah.
I played a couple of gold lane games this week. I ended up with
Claude?
Yeah, I ended up with a gold lane pick because randomly I queued up with people who let me play that, and it's so good. It feels so
40,
good.
40
coming in. Snapdragon
Aman
kick
ya.
on the 1. RWM stolen away, but they still find KLVJ, and Nova might go down. Swipes away from Sanji. They're already in the base. A lot of damage on the Shizo, and they throw out everything that they could. James Banks gets taken down here by Teddy. Kaldiji falls, but so does the base. Liquid continue their streak undefeated after Streak 2.
Oke lah guys, thank you guys. Thank you semuanya. Thank you Bim, welcome. Welcome. Bye.